Chapter 3451 A Spark. They were entrenched in the megalos for a while as they searched for traces of the antediluvian leviathans for the abode of the Omnifather where he had imprisoned their people, and now, they finally picked up their traces. The key lay with the man before them as these golden titans looked at him cautiously while the one at the forefront harumphed, "With those weavings, you'd have to be a pioneer? Can't fool our eyes too easily here. But even if you were a pioneer, we've killed a few before." The group of golden titans were surrounded by a seething light of complexity, golden runes of existence that read, formation, blooming around them as a hazy and more massive idol of a golden titan slowly formed. "So, will we find out about our people before or after your death? Oh, and that is without mentioning whether you want those omnivores around you to be targeted by us or not. In each one, how many quintillions upon quintillions of lives lie within? All that complexity, would be a shame if it disappeared with a single impact." A single, massive hazy golden titan formed from the group of golden titans, a flaming crown floating above its head as golden wings stretched out behind it. Due to those who made it up, it swirled with the complexity of multiple severed ordinances of existence that could be unleashed simultaneously. Its expression was an angry one, as the golden titans were an extremely loyal and close-knit race. Their people looked out for each other above all else, as most of the time, when they cultivated their complexity, they did so together. Within their habitats of golden seas, eons could pass as they spent time in groups cultivating, searching for their descendants. Was a given as they were now at a critical step, and could not fail. The prisoner looked at them with a deteriorating expression as his body began to wake from a deep slumber, his complexity exploding out. It was just another region of the megalos delving into weavings of utter entropy, chaos. When chaos truly unfolded, it seemed to be everywhere. It was a unique thing how every single chain of chaos could be traced back to a single point. With causality constantly twisted and distorted, one thing led to another: randomness, uncertainty, causality. They seemed to flow in conflict with each other as if one got them under control and understood them to a shocking degree of complexity. They would still be confused at the end of the day. Ozymandias shook his head and breathed out a stellar breath of complexity as he looked at the multicolored sea within the secondary infiniverse megalos. The design of the quintessential League of Existence was being utilized at this moment to wage a war against enemies far more powerful than him, but this was not the primary intention of this terrifying league, one must remember. Many parts of Noah's weavings came together to decide that it should be Cheats who took center stage next to design something that would aid and eventually take his other half out of hell terra firma. This was the main purpose, so the quintessential League of Existence was made to place his weavings in a different league entirely, for him to even overcome the restrictions of hell terra firma. For a closer look at just which guideline would be critical for this purpose, one must turn to the banner of Invictus. Under the quintessential League of Existence, there was the relegation zone of existence and the banner of Invictus as the current regulations, with others surely to follow. The banner of Invictus seemed simple at first glance. Banner of Invictus, any existence entangled and with a causal relationship with the holder of Cheats will have no barriers or obstacles between the two sides, regardless of distance or even different weavings of existence. If under the influence of the quintessential League of Existence, one can never leave the relegation zone deployed unless the causality between two sides is settled by any means necessary. A unique ruling of the League, one of its most critical aspects was its first sentence: anybody entangled or with a causal relationship with the holder of Cheats. Will have no barriers or obstacles between the two sides. No barriers, no obstacles, regardless of distance or even different weavings of existence. This was the elevated stage of the League Noah's weavings placed themselves on, as of course, there was theory, and then there was application. Just like how truly powerful pioneers of existence could display tremendous levels of power even while under the relegation zone of existence. Based on Noah's own complexity on the complexity of Cheats, the level and depth at which the banner of Invictus was applied towards truly complex things varied. Hell terra firma was as complex as something could be if it entirely rejected all authority, but from the other side of hell terra firma, there were still possibilities of influence. After all, the uniqueness of the infiniverse megalos seed paved a path of survival. After all, a pioneer like Heracles could pull upon his recorded weavings of when they nearly fell into hell terra firma, and he used this to briefly open up its gateway to ensnare his enemies. Frankly, it was a terrific attack when one thought about it. Have an enemy? Just send them to hell terra firma and they would die within 100 years. But of course, Noah had sensed something coming and moved away. Others with varying levels of complexity would have also done the same. it was only with the influence of a source complexity entity that Noah and the Infiniverse Megalos seed were pulled back and held in place long enough for this attack to succeed. So from other weavings of existence, there was a semblance of an effect. With enough complexity, things could easily be ensnared into hell terra firma, and at this moment, the newly elevated quintessential league of existence showed its grandeur as above the multicolored sea, a domesticated golden eagle silently dove into the sea and disappeared. Chapter 3452 A Spark. 6. A golden eagle, an entity that radiated low waves of mana, something equivalent to Noah's days as a hunter on the blue planet that would hold a rank B or rank A distinction, something with negligible complexity. Such a thing dove into the multicolored sea and disappeared entirely, after 9 successful tests. Master, we can confirm that it is now possible to stably transfer lifeforms with very little complexity into hell terra firma utilizing the frequency gateway and have them always appear from the Infiniverse Megalos seed there. The opposite of leaving hell terra firma through the frequency gateway has shown failure every single time as of right now. It is still not possible for any lifeforms to leave hell terra firma. The reduction in quality and quantity of things leaving hell terra firma had also been expanded. WAA, results, success, and failure all came at once as slowly but surely he made progress. He nodded as the words of the Infiniverse Megalos body continued. We have also confirmed the distortion of time between this frequency of existence and hell terra firma. It changes every few hours, but this frequency holds a varying rate of time compared to hell terra firma. During some time period, an hour here may be only a single minute within hell terra firma, or an hour here could be 10 hours in hell terra firma. It seems randomized, but I've already begun calculations on the possibility of utilizing the ordinances of chronos, time, relativity, entropy, and other viable weavings to distort this process in our favor. A distortion of time, similar to the fractured memories of Pallas Master Antiope and Nisa. These beings lived in a frequency that was supposedly advanced in time. A similar phenomenon was present here, but it varied. If they could make it work in their favor, then they could have the days of hell terra firma pass by rapidly while only hours and minutes passed by here. Events in hell terra firma were naturally slower as his other half was undergoing a true trial of time in that place. He always moved fast. He crossed realms that took others years in a matter of days. He conquered entire galaxies, cosmos, existential domains, and omniverse in a matter of weeks, and now, his other half had to be in a place where the hours felt like they moved abysmally slow, with the feelings of hunger and stresses of a normal human being at the forefront. Even getting sick of the common cold was a possibility for the great origin sacred primal Megalonian. How ridiculous was that? Ozymandias had already sent over a dense bundle of medications, first aid equipment, and herbs that humans in his home world would have considered extinct that promoted overall health and strengthened immunity to an alarming extent. Every minute detail was theorized and handled to perfection as the possibilities of mistakes and chance happenings were reduced and controlled greatly, and as a result of all this, the multicolored sea churned heavily as drops of crimson gold blood rose. From it numbering 15 in total as the amount that could pass through was increased tremendously. This was the result of the quintessential league of existence as it had just begun to express its wonders. And now that they could accelerate this whole process to a ridiculous degree as Ozymandias waved his hands to obtain the globules of blood of pioneers, let chronos, relativity, time, his eyes shone brightly as he commanded for multiple other parts of him to be severed, and as this process began, he turned his head towards the side of the frequency gateway. There, dozens of domesticated golden eagles and mana-born warhorses with feathered blue wings floated. Further behind them, there was an obsidian blue platform radiating a neon light as on top of it, advanced technological vessels and armaments could be seen. Since authorities were not viable, he would lean into science and technology fully to dominate. Advanced warplanes, helicopters, and even massive metal constructs that looked like 8-legged spiders hummed with technological brilliance, and this was not to mention the heavy crimson tanks and mortars carrying ammunition that would cause even dragons to cry. Yes, he was already preparing for when he had to face other races that held massive statures, dragons, titans, ents. Any possibility one could think of was accounted for as what could a dragon with an oversized body do against a fighter jet that could move at Mach 9.9, his eyes flashed coldly as his voice boomed out. Let us send the tools to accelerate the domination of hell terra firma. To others, hell terra firma was a land to die in. To him, it was something to conquer and revolutionize. All of the advanced technological equipment he prepared held their own supply of fuel and source of power, and on the neon platform of things to send were also electricity generators, batteries, along with coal, oil, and natural gases in addition to their already built power plants to generate seamless electricity. Electricity was a simple advancement for normal humans, not to mention someone like Ozymandias who could pull from the records of Omniverse X999 that had multiple advanced technological lineages. It was the mere conversion of mechanical energy into electrical energy through a turbine generator. He could send forth all of this and an endless supply of fossil fuels, coals, and oil. It meant that very soon, Hell Terra Firma was about to look very different in the lands that Noah touched, and his most daring package that he was sending into Hell Terra Firma yet were the dazzling constructs of white gold humanoid autonomous robots sectioned off in the far back. Many things had to be prepared for them, as around them were also satellites that would be able to map out every single area Noah crossed, and even observe other areas he had not explored. All of this and more was prepared, as he may have gone a bit overboard, but the results were bound to be heavy. Chapter 3453 Serendipity. Hell Terra Firma, a place of terrifying atrocities and sheer despondency. Based on the simple fact that every single entity that used to be comfortable and used to profound authorities that made their lives infinitely easier, all found themselves faced with absolutely nothing, returned to a basal state of existence where not a single ounce of authority flowed within them, and that is how it was, that is how it has always been. So what the hell is this exactly? Where the grey earth should be, a woman with crimson hair stood on a platform that had expanded beneath her feet by simply being watered by the unfathomable entity, a firm, solid structure that expanded massively in size and stature based on, again, being watered, and yet this seemed to be the least of all the shocking things that were happening here. The dilapidated and aged settlement that used to be here was gradually being overrun by the ever-expanding structures of futuristic buildings, complex weaponry, machinery, and power grids that had been getting built one after another. Things that she could only remember in her memory being tools of science and technology that the lesser entities who could not fully grasp mana had leaned into were being processed here in wild abundance. In a short few hours, a complex city filled with neon lights and a terrifying air of technological advancement had been born. She was the palace pastor of massive power in her frequency of existence, and she had been in Hell Terra Firma for 5 years already. She was known as the Mistress of Flames, but even she had never come across anything like this. As a pioneer, she now had to give blood to the man behind all of this, as even now, she found him unfathomably hard to understand, but she could not do anything else except fall in line. And if an entity like this, who could enact change and was seemingly pulling out countless complex structures out of nowhere, that he may just be a way out of this barren wasteland, so she would follow him vehemently. But this was her thought, and the thoughts of many other collected pioneers who were initially hesitant, but now seeing all the structures coming out, not a single entity had even a speck of doubt, as they all even wanted to get closer to that man adorned in a golden armor. The Mistress of Flames was one of them, as her eyes shone with sharpness, using her hands to pull down her hair as she also looked down at the size of her chest, and then she stroked forward with affirmation. The revolution of Hell Terra Firma, something that could have occurred in a number of years, had been occurring in mere hours as more and more complex things continued to come out of the Infiniverse Megalos seed. At this moment, Noah was seated on the blue throne in the center of an enclosed room that seemed to be made of reinforced steel. In front of him, there were at least a dozen screens that showed multiple different things, each one shining brightly, as the allure of electricity had long been established. Electric regenerators were the first thing he had brought, along with all the required equipment and fuel to run it, and now around the many structures he had laid out, electricity was running and flowing smoothly as power grids were already being installed. As soon as he reached a sufficient point, it could then begin mass production and movement, as the autonomous quintessential androids could be brought here and be fully operational. When these autonomous creatures began to move under his control, the number of things that he could do would be multiplied dozens of times over. At this moment, he was observing the launch of the first ever satellite that would go up on Hell Terra Firma. Beside him, Ruination and the Infiniverse Megalos seed watched on calmly as the satellite blasted higher, reaching an extremely high height on the gray skies before. Warning! 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 An unknown force is preventing any further ascension and imposing a type of gravitational pressure on Satellite X-01. A blooming sound and word flashed on the screens they observed as Noah waved his hands. Slow the ascent and be stationed here. His words were quickly received as the advanced artificial intelligence model that could pick up his voice and commands proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. Soon, a satellite hung in the distant space as thereafter, it flashed brightly and released a burst of blue light that spread down. Thousands of cameras on it beginning to sweep across the lands below. Noah looked at all of this coldly as he continued. Prepare for the launch of other satellites. In a few hours, I want a mapped out area of the nearby tens of thousands of miles of this barren wasteland. After that, we shall begin using all military force to conquer any nearby settlements. The goal remains pioneers and above. His gaze was mighty as his ambitions were unfathomably high. What nobody had conquered before. What people feared, ranging from pioneers to even source complexity entities. He wondered whether there were even competitors here in hell terra firma. Did anybody have something as complex and unique as him when he came to the Infiniverse Megalos seed? He didn't have the answer, but he would find out soon enough as his gaze penetrated every single part of this endless barren expanse, begin the design of analyzing signatures of all beings here and how we can differentiate between those that are ordnance of existence, or existence severing, or even pioneers. And find me someone at source complexity first and foremost, WAA, the pioneers he had used for as he needed a tremendous amount of their blood to continue severing his concepts. What would source complexity entities provide? As he thought of this, he found his mind wandering towards none other than Barbados. This got him to think of the Infiniverse Megalos seed and the other Barbados within, as well as many other of his most important people still locked in there. Chapter 3454 Serendipity. 2. How is the progress with the Infiniverse Megalos seed? Many changes that occurred since his other half had enacted the quintessential League of Existence. These changes extended here as well. The size continues to gradually increase, Master. If more and more of its basal authority is unlocked, when it reaches the size of a world, I may be able to release those within safely. Yes, more and more changes continued to propagate as in a short period of time. Noah expected for him to get back every single thing in person he had lost access to, as he sat on his throne. He clenched his fist while looking at all the monitors, waiting, preparing. This was his conquest here as outside of this place. Ozymandias was facing an army of pioneers that would bloom countless entanglements and death. Towards the end of it all, what would his progress in hell terra firma be? When he was finally released, where would his own complexity be at the pioneers, or source complexity, HUUM? The radiance of his body seemed to ever slowly be returning as the quintessential League of Existence fully began to unfold. Soon enough, he may not even be considered a mere human as he prepared to violate the very basal workings of hell terra firma, as he imaged the type of complexity he would have. The visage of the dark-skinned Barbados flashed as he wondered how things continued with her, in a unique frequency of existence. Purple strings of existence intricately stretched out and into a massive circular construct the size of 10 omniverse. A hum and glow of magnificence were constantly being released from these purple strings, a terrifying luster of complexity lying within as even from afar one could feel a sense of suffocation that came from dozens of source complexity entities lying within this place. At this moment, in a small corner of this grandiose structure filled with purple strings of existence, inside a domain less than the size of a world, radiant silver-purple radiance spread out all around as the figure of Barbados stood on a sea of purple complexity while staring at the back of a man who was seated in a meditative position at its center. "What has happened, Father?" she asked with a sharp gaze as the man ahead of her had a back so massive as if he was carrying an indeterminate amount of weight on his back. His hair was a sleek black, his skin dark and radiant as he seemed like a sculpture of a nigh-perfect entity. He breathed out heavily and sighed at the question. His daughter paused before he spoke out calmly. "Existence, is unraveling." 3 words. And yet they caused Barbados to feel a heavy beat of her heart as she kept her face placid while she asked, "What do you mean?" "You know I don't like cryptic things," she voiced out her frustration as the man before her, a pillar of the logos of the wheel, replied succinctly, "In the mission you participated in. It has become a source nexus event connected to the unraveling of existence there, and the process is rapidly expanding. Strings of existence have been snapping at an ever-increasing rate, and they want those involved in that event to be used as scapegoats if need be. If this unraveling is not stopped, there will be unknown consequences, and there will be a war across frequencies. Nobody wants that." The words caused Barbados to become enraged as a habit she had long ago suppressed rose up. "The fuck do you mean they want a scapegoat? I only went on that mission because I was ordered to. I know nothing about an unraveling of existence or a war across frequencies. I was only acting on orders, the orders of the logos of the wheel." Her gorgeous face showed indignation and anger as she continued. "They want a scapegoat, but so what? My father sits atop the council. Surely such a thing was shut down as soon as it rose up." She asked a critical question, one that should have a very easy and quick answer, and yet, her father did not reply. Her gaze rapidly changed as her face became ashen. This was her father, the man who was always there to protect her. The man who should always be on her side, and yet at this moment, I hope the unraveling stops. I hope that none of this unfolds in the worst way possible. But if it does follow the worst possible result, I will not be able to stop the others. If it can stop an eruption of a war across frequencies, they will sacrifice anyone they can to prevent it, even me. His back, which was already so broad and heavy, seemed to become narrow at this moment. His source that was ever so radiant felt unfathomably dim to her at this moment. He spoke as if the decision had already been made, as if there was nothing he could do, and he had accepted it. I am sorry. He stared at the stellar purple sea around them and uttered such empty words. As Barbados felt her heart breaking, how many years of a relationship was this? How many complex weavings between father and daughter, for him to just? Barbados was in a daze as he continued, they do not know you are here. They will want to keep you under their surveillance just in case, to be ready. The most I can give you is a head start. Go and hide in a place that would make it hard for them to even find you. If things do unfold in the worst possible way, maybe they will sweep over and end before you can be affected. His words only felt worse and worse to her as she couldn't help but feel a sense of revulsion. She was so angered and betrayed that she couldn't help but laugh. Hide? Fucking where could I go hide that the logos of the wheel would not find me? Have you truly resigned to allowing your only daughter to be used like this? Have you? She wanted to ask if he had truly already made his decision, but seeing his placid gaze, she knew the answer as her heart truly couldn't help but bleed. The last words he said to her, you should go. They do not know you are here now, but they will soon. Be safe. His words weren't hurried, even though her weavings were facing tremendous peril. She couldn't wrap her head around all of this as she wiped her tears away, giving this man, her father, one last look before she defiantly shook her head and disappeared. But where could she go? How could she hide from something as vast as the logos of the wheel that extended their claws across the frequencies of the wheel? In her complex and tumultuous emotions, the image of one man rose up as her shattered heart felt a form of solace even just thinking about him. But he was much lesser in complexity than even her or someone like her father. If even her father chose to abandon her because he couldn't bear the weight of the logos of the wheel, then what about him? As her heart ached, she resigned herself to at least say goodbye as her source exploded out, going towards another frequency of existence. Chapter 3455 Serendipity 3. As one entity resigned herself to say goodbye, within the stellar purple domain she was just in, the man she left behind retained his difficult expression for a while longer before it subtly shifted into a weary, tired expression. His eyes held immense heaviness and regret as he sighed. What bigger failure was there for a man than to be unable to protect their child? Worse yet, if they played a hand in the cause of their destruction, and they gave them up in order to protect themselves. His gaze was unfocused as countless memories of his daughter flashed across his mind, not being able to notice when a woman adorned in a dazzling gold dress and overflowing blue hair appeared behind him. She looked around the purple sea with a sigh before her voice echoed out. I told you eons ago during your severing for you to include your emotions and attachments among your ordnance. Had you severed your attachments then? Today would have been very easy for you. Her voice was filled with understanding and coldness as it echoed out, yet the seated man didn't move or turn towards her direction as he voiced out gruffly, you all promised a day. A day where you would leave her alone. This must not change. A day. The most he could do was buy his daughter a single day. How laughable was this? The blue-haired woman raised her brows while shaking her head at such a question. Did you really think giving her a day was a form of mercy? You do realize how torturous this single day will be, right? She knows there is nowhere for her to hide. She knows her own father has thrown her away. Do you think this single day will be some form of solace? It is the opposite. It is why I wanted to take her in and hold her right here. You only prolonged her misery. WAA. The words were utterly cold as the man's gaze shifted, his eyes going through many complex emotions before he asked once more, the unraveling of existence, it continues to accelerate. But the rate is not exponential. There are times when the rate of unraveling jumps up, then slows down, and then it jumps up again. It doesn't seem random. It didn't seem random. The snapping of the strings of existence seemed to hold a pattern. If it continues. Ha. The watchers of the Wheelomaki themselves are not an issue. It is that man. That bald-headed demon. He is the one that will make this all that much more difficult. That man, they didn't even say his name. But they didn't have to, they knew who he was. Some people called him the bald-headed demon, others had different names. but he was known simply as Ibab, inside another frequency of existence, Megalos Anir, Omniverse X999, the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed, Ozymandias, and the Infiniverse Megalos body were observing the low hums of runes of existence around the multicolored sea, their expansion, and the smoothness of the shocking number of things they were sending down, setting up. A technologically advanced civilization was easy when one held the authority they grasped in their hands. In a single day, the barren lands of settlement in Hell Terra Firma were so drastically transformed that others may feel like it was a dream. And now, power grids were laid out all around, with supercomputers, cloud quantum computers, and many more wonders required as the central base for the deployment of the autonomous quintessential androids. These autonomous quintessential androids had the first batch successfully arrive, as they would be able to work 24/7, allowing the setup and innovation within that place to advance at a shocking pace. Now, it was only a matter of time, and as they had begun distorting the weavings of Chronos around here WAP, their gazes both shifted as they felt the fluctuations of space, turning their eyes above as there, the visage of Barbados with reddened eyes appeared, looking at her. A pang of anger rose within Ozymandias as he beckoned towards her and pulled her body towards him. Who caused you to cry? His eyes radiated a terrifying might, and this anger he displayed uniquely caused the reddened eyes of Barbados to clear up as she threw herself to him in a hug. With him, she felt safe. Slowly, she contained herself after a minute and told the story of what had happened, the unraveling of existence. The possible war across frequencies between the logos of the wheel and the Watchers of Wheelomachy, her father. And his decision and powerlessness when it came to using Barbados and the other source complexity entity who was with her on this mission. That is why I have come to say goodbye. I will ensure that nothing traces back here. Knowing the power of the logos of the wheel, they will likely find me in a short period of time. Her eyes were heartbroken as the mentality of being chased down by her own people that she had relied on this whole time was too heavy. Ozymandias looked at her desolate small figure as he asked calmly, "If there is nowhere you can run to, just stay with me." "Your father, the logos of the wheel, these Watchers of the Wheelomachy, none of them will be able to get their hands on you so long as you are beside me." Words that caused her heart to buzz echoed out as she smiled wryly. She looked at the man before her. His shining eyes of singularities were earnest as if he truly meant it. Him, someone levels below her in power. Multiple levels below her father in power, and yet for her, he didn't hesitate to say he would stand against the logos of the wheel and the Watchers of the Wheelomachy. He didn't care or think about all the shockingly complex beings within these groups. He only cared for her and wanted to do right by her. He only wanted to protect the one he loved, no matter what. This was a man. Chapter 3456 Serendipity. For her own father was renounced as in her eyes, he lost the distinction of a man, this entity before her. He was a true man, but even with this, she was about to shake her head when an instant later, Ozymandias didn't even give her a chance to as he took her hand and flashed to appear above the multicolored sea. "The place you will have a vacation in for now while I take care of everything is where my other half is. I've turned it into a beautiful place as there. Nobody will come to chase after you." She blinked as her eyes opened wider in shock, finally looking around her to see the remaining reserves of fossil fuels, coals, and oil among others. Alongside massive fighter jets, satellites, spaceships that would make billionaires of a past blue planet jealous, and more. She saw all of this and recalled what she knew about that frequency as she uttered out, "Just what exactly are you doing?" What was he doing? "Only what I need to do to protect those I love. Now, this will be temporary. Sending things into this barren frequency matters not regardless of complexity, but we have not yet tried sending anything nearly as complex as you in existence. Are you able to utilize your complexity to the utmost and leave only a single shred remaining?" He took control and told her what she should do, and after she thought about it. This was definitely a place where they wouldn't be able to find her. Nobody from the logos of the wheel nor the Watchers of the Wheelomachy would dare to waste their own lives to go to a place nobody could leave. But this meant that even she would not be able to leave. When she thought about it, all hesitation left her as there. She would at least be with this man who wouldn't abandon her no matter what, so she put apart all her reservations. She didn't even ask anything else as she nodded, looking at the runes she had laid out around this gateway frequency last time as now, to expend most of her complexity, she pulled from the very depths of her existence as she began to form a massive rune of existence. "I will put everything I have in here." Her voice was calm and sweet. The heavy emotion she held seemed to all be leaving her as above the multicolored sea, strokes of a single intricate rune began to form as it read. Complexity, a literal rune of complexity, to empower the complexity of the multicolored sea and everything around her, and it would hold all the empowerment of a source complexity entity. Boom. The multicolored sea churned as the massive rune rapidly went towards Completion. A minute passed, 5 minutes, half an hour. Finally, Barbado showed a weary look, her body feeling weak and empty of all power as she had truly imparted everything she held onto this single rune of existence that was currently radiating a heart-shaking air. It released a calm barrier all around as its complexity was contained, and it reflected all of its power on that multicolored sea that had already begun to explode in size and grandeur. Already, it had more than doubled in size since she began designing the rune of existence, and it continued even now as this was a truly serendipitous event. In the heartache and betrayal, there was always something positive on the other side. Ozymandias knew that the frequency gateway was akin to a two-way street. The influence of authorities on this side was tremendously larger, but the more this frequency was used, the larger its space became, akin to a passage being used again and again, gradually expanding it and making it bigger. Until eventually, the number and quality of things that could pass through would be drastically increased. Ozymandias floated down and grabbed the now frail figure of Barbados from under the dazzling rune of existence that was floating above the multicolored sea. He saw her eyes that showed relaxation and peace as he kissed her forehead, their figures coming to float above the churning waves of the multicolored sea as he slowly lowered her down. You will see me again before you even know it. She looked towards him and smiled with a nod. The moment her feet touched the surface of the churning sea, whap, her figure was pulled down as she instantly disappeared into the frequency gateway. Waves of luminosity shone just from this action, the multicolored sea stretching out rapidly in size yet again as the massive rune of complexity came to settle right above the dazzling sea, radiating unfathomable waves of reinforcement and power. In the distance, the visage of the Infiniverse Megalo's body uttered out with shining eyes. This has advanced our process by weeks or months. The things I only theorized of being able to send and do later, we should be able to do them soon, she mentioned the shocking positive boon out of all this as she continued observing the seething multicolored sea. On the other side of this radiant sea, within another frequency entirely, Barbados felt a squeezing pain across her whole body, as if she was squeezing through an extremely tight space. The pressure was heavy as soon, she felt like waves of water were trying to flow into her body to drown her. But a moment later, splash, her figure broke above a radiant sea, her mouth opening to breathe heavily as she then felt a sense of weightlessness, as if she were falling down. But an instant later, a robotic hand filled with cushions reached out and grabbed her, and she breathed out while looking around her. What she saw caused her to continue looking around in a stupor. Multiple long robotic hands surrounded a sizable sea, huge neon platforms built around it as this sea looked to be larger than even 10 football fields. Further around it, a massive lower side of an extremity vein could be seen, along with the ever-expanding wonders of the Infiniverse Megalo sea that was getting bigger and bigger. This was the barren frequency that all types of entities, no matter their complexity, feared. As she thought of this, the robotic hand pulled her towards a certain neon platform as when she was turned around, she saw 3 figures staring towards her as behind them, hundreds of white gold autonomous quintessential androids stood. She saw him, adorned in simple gold robes at this moment. His hair was dark as stellar space, his eyes deep and mesmerizing as he smiled towards her figure that was set down seamlessly and spoke in a teasing tone. You missed me so much that you entered hell terra firma to join me. Barbados looked at Noah's grand figure as her eyes shook. She then ran towards him and delved into his chest in a deep hug as at this moment, free of all attachments from the logos of the wheel, a source complexity entity joined Noah's banner. Chapter 3457 Serendipity. A source complexity entity entered into Noah's fold freely after her own people told her she was about to become a scapegoat for something she didn't have any control over. She didn't know that the moment she passed through the frequency gateway, it just so happened that a moment later, the largest number of strings of existence thus far snapped all at once. Boom! At the point of origin, Bob was surrounded by blinding weavings of complexity, golden blood erupting from over 100 white gold tentacles that had been wrapped around strings of existence nearby. They snapped all at once, this unraveling being the most violent one so far. His gaze was cloudy and filled with silent anger as the ruptured white gold tentacles returned into his body, and even more erupted out from his sides as they held onto a few hundred more golden strings of existence. At such a time, a deep sigh echoed out in the surroundings as space opened up like pages of a book, and an aged old man with white hair and a beard appeared from these pages, even though it may all be pointless. This old man will all up join you in this endeavor. A terrifying but silent complexity seethed around him as over 100 white lines erupted from him to wrap onto other golden strings of existence. Bob turned towards this entity as he harumphed, his gaze also turning towards other directions as more auras came out. Great sage, Persephone. You lot only decided to come in now? Useless. His voice was cold as, after the old man, a few more entities with utterly terrifying weavings of complexity appeared one after another. their gazes full of unknown weavings as they stared at this point where existence itself was unraveling. It was watchers, watchers of the Wheelomachy. Wheelomachy, what did this word even mean? The first term was simple as it related to the wheel, it was the second term that was more complex, it meant battle. It meant war. The watchers of the Wheelomachy were literally the watchers of the battle of the wheel, the watchers of the war of the wheel of existence. But their weavings did far more than just watch. At this moment, multiple of these watchers appeared. Among those to arrive, a woman adorned with golden jewels all over her body looked at the empty region of the expanse that was absent of a few hundred strings of existence as she asked, what caused such an unraveling? What important piece of existence did this frequency lose to cause this phenomenon? Especially one that is occurring this fast? In any other frequencies that lost something that should have never been lost, the reaction has never been this violent. An existence rectified itself soon after to fill the whole of the missing piece. What creature is the wheel deeming irreplaceable that this unraveling is continuing? The one called Persephone asked such heavy questions. Yes, there had been instances in the past where events that should have never occurred took place, but always, the wheel continued to churn. What was lost was replaced. Whatever piece that was needed for the flow of the wheel to continue would arise even without the watchers having to intervene. But there were instances where they did intervene and were able to solve small unravelings of existence. The possible point of origin is a creature I was drawn to not too long ago or those connected to him. A creature barely beginning to grasp the states of existence. He was forcefully sent into the weavings of the purgatory lands through the forced hand of the logos of the wheel. Things began to unravel from that point. Bob waved his hands dismissively while he replied and gave the most rudimentary information. Hearing it, the gazes of others changed as Persephone looked toward Bob inquisitively. You were involved even before this all began? Could your weavings have rubbed off Dash? Don't speak any nonsense. The critical thing here is that the lost weaving of existence was lost in the purgatory lands. What is lost in purgatory lands does not come back. And if the wheel itself cannot rectify it, the unraveling will only accelerate. Silence descended as these entities listened to the words of Bob with differing expressions. The bigger question to ask, and those responsible will answer it, is what exactly prompted the logos of the wheel to issue out one of their missions for this? Was this truly an accidental event, or was it purposeful on their behalf? Shocking words came out of Bob as the eyes of those here flashed with brilliance. Purposeful? The first ever unraveling of existence that was this massive in scale was a purposeful event. The great sage had a hazy expression as he thought carefully before he continued. Is this why I hear the talks of war? That fox, Himilzana, reached out to me to act as a mediator between the logos of the wheel and the watchers if I could. Oh, did she now? Bob's singularities became even sharper as he harumphed and continued. The pretext of war makes it so that I can uproot all of those involved in this within the logos of the wheel. With their records, I'll be sure whether this was truly an accident or not. I have to do this because. What do you all think will happen if this unraveling of existence continues? The pretext of the war across frequencies. Because the forces of the logos of the wheel were stretched out across frequencies, but Bob asked an even more critical question thereafter as in the distance, the bejeweled figure of Persephone sighed as she spoke out with a gloomy expression. When it passes a certain point, all weavings of this frequency of existence will destabilize, and the complexity of life within will start to be affected. Eventually, the entire frequency will unravel as after that, yes. After that, Bob looked at all the watchers who had arrived here as his gaze was exceedingly cold. He finished the words of Persephone. After that, this unraveling of existence will likely spread onto other frequencies as we will have a catastrophic weaving of the wheel on our hands. Chapter 3458 Serendipity. 6. A catastrophic weaving of the wheel, something that the watchers of the Wheelomachy had to ensure never even had its beginning stages. It was a theory of things that should never come to pass, something that if they did their jobs properly, they wouldn't even be hearing about it. To hear about it now, the great sage was holding on to dozens of strings of existence when, snap! A heavy force snapped a string he held as the white line he released was broken. His gaze was cloudy with a pondering allure as he spoke out. There are only so many ways to stop the unraveling of existence. We absolutely cannot let it spread from this frequency and unto others as the only way to do so. His words did not finish. They couldn't. They lingered in the air as the answer was too heavy, and it was one that nobody here wanted to have on their hands. The closest one could liken it to was a dying, decaying branch on a vibrant tree. This decay couldn't be allowed to spread to all other branches of this tree as naturally. It had to be cut down. Isolated. Separated from the rest, this was the simple idea that the great sage mentioned without finishing his words. Because even for those like them, it was unthinkable. A deep silence hung in the air as Bob harrumphed, "How about we stop things where they are? The first thing to do is figure out the intent behind the origination of this event, as I will seek the answers from the logos of the wheel." With an eruption of brilliance, Bob's body split in two as one disappeared right after. The other watchers remained silent as the great sage closed his eyes while releasing even more white lines, and perceptive eyes would notice these white lines burning with weavings of antimatter. The watchers of the Wheelomachie were mysterious, with their numbers unknown, and they were composed of entities from all different origins. At this moment, they moved to stop the unraveling of existence. While one of them sought to grasp the true nature behind it and hold certain people responsible, as they did this, Persephone looked towards the far distance, her eyes squinting as she voiced out, "And what the hell is going on over there?" Her gaze was locked in a direction where it seemed dozens of pioneers were grouping up against a single one. Weaving of matter and dark matter seemed to also be clashing at the same time. Bob glanced towards that direction for a moment as he replied, "The same weavings of greed that occur time and time again. In history and many frequencies, it follows the same pattern. It has occurred in this frequency before, and it is occurring again now." History had a tendency to repeat itself, and at this moment, the events unfolding in the distant immovable sacred palace were nothing but a repetition of history. The other watchers glanced at the shocking battles as the great sage asked, "What is occurring there is not related to the unraveling of existence here?" Another critical question. In the middle of the very unraveling of existence, could the eruption of profound entropy and chaos truly have nothing to do with it? Bob was silent at this question as he looked among the sea of moving entities with their own complexities, his gaze coming to lock onto Ozymandias as his eyes flashed. And his answer was a simple one, no. The other watchers heard his words as, even if any of them had a shred of doubt or suspicion, after Bob answered, it faded away. After all, he was Bob, he was someone who left no stone unturned. As if he said there was no relation, then truly there was no relation, so their focus returned onto the dazzling unraveling of existence as even within their conversation, snap, snap, more strings of existence continued to break. They looked at this event as a mistake, something that the wheel of existence itself would normally correct as existence continued to flow, something that needed to be reversed. They didn't know that the one who was actually involved only saw it as a profound serendipity. In the distance where they had just turned their gazes away from, your outerversal authority is sealed, your weavings of mana are sealed, your colorless path is sealed. 3 ants with massive verdant gold bodies appeared around Ozymandias as they roared out. Under the quintessential league of existence, one didn't even need to know the identity of the ordinance or path they wanted to seal. So long as they made their intention clear and selected the weavings of a path on the target, it would be sealed. These 3 ants appeared around Ozymandias after he had sealed the path of a gold ash tree ant pioneer. They interjected to protect their own. But they were shocked to find that Ozymandias still had complexity surging around him as he sealed their paths, and so they sealed more of his. At this time, he had to have at least 4 ordinances sealed, and yet he still moved forward, a heavy purple light blooming from him as he bellowed out, "Your complexity has already collapsed, everything about it is already mine." The severed weavings of plot erupted out like a wave, the speed rapid as they covered one of the closest ants right away. The tree-like face turned livid with fury as the other ants surrounded with their complexity sealed scrambled away not to be caught in this domineering light. At such a time, whap, a massive golden titan appeared above, and he didn't even attack as instead, he released golden strings that wrapped around the gold ash tree ant pioneer and the other 2 ant pioneers that were not yet affected, and he pulled them all back. His eyes were callous as he watched the single affected ant pioneer break apart, verdant gold blood leaking from it as it all went towards Ozymandias, and after these drops of blood the complexity of a pioneer entered his being. The pressure and complexity he radiated became even more intense, and yet the golden titan only looked at this calmly as he bellowed out, 3 of his ordinances are now sealed so long as these 3 do not die. If you have your path sealed, we will save you and keep you alive until every single ordinance this creature has is sealed. WAA, the Golden Titans took control and revealed a terrifying plan. This instrument of the Beyonder was a terrifying creature, yes, but if its ordinances continued to be sealed and remain sealed, what more could it do? And if 3 ordinances were already sealed, how many more did he have up his sleeve? Another 2? Another 3? They simply had to wait for him to seal a few more entities, keep those entities alive, and they would finally get their hands on his complexity. Chapter 3459. Who said, the weavings of the pioneers were sharp as they moved in synchrony to ensure that no more of them died. After all, they were distinguished pioneers of existence, they held their own dignity and pride, and the sheer fact that their complexity was getting thrashed around like this caused them to feel a sense of violation. They had to put a stop to it, get their hands on the body of this entity, and determine whether he held the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian or not. You can make all of this easy by simply answering the question: do you deny having any connection to the weavings of Megalonians? It is such a simple question that stops all of this the moment you answer. So what will it be? Above, a golden titan bellowed out as once more, the instrument of the Beyonder said nothing. At this moment, Bahaha, what right do you have to make the instrument of the Beyonder answer? We will protect him from here on out. At this time, the tides of outerversal authority also arrived as multiple great ones not yet observed within the pantheons of the megalos beyond nor the primal eldritch palace of the expanse appeared. They stemmed from ancient groups that even held source complexity entities behind them, with their intent unknown as the blanketing outerversal sea covered everything around the instrument of the Beyonder at this moment, and amidst it Ozymandias easily saw through the murky sea as the face of a massive octopus and its tentacles looked towards him. You are the instrument we heard whispers of from the greatest Morphon to rise amongst us? I am the great eater, the one who sleeps in the depths. I will lend you my aid here along with my brethren, but just let us confirm who we truly are protecting. It is unheard of for an outerversal Morphon drenched in dark matter to somehow have the weavings of the purest lifeform stemming from matter. We have to ascertain this, O instrument. The words were filled with a profound veiled sense of greed. The pioneer even made it clear as its greed was straightforward, a part of its tentacles going towards Ozymandias. Behind the blanketing stellar black obsidian sea, other outerversal authorities at the level of pioneers rose and came forward. All of this happened in the murky darkness of a stellar black sea as the golden titans and other pioneers frowned at this intrusion that would make this whole ordeal take even longer. In the Blancverse domain of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, the immovable sacred guard frowned as he looked at the visage of pioneer Heracles that had nearly collapsed, his eyes flashing as he sent a message towards a source complexity entity only he knew how to contact. Sir, any action or guidance on the report I sent regarding 3 offenders from different frequencies of existence? Possibly a 4th one that the others claim has connections to the origin sacred primal Megalonian, a message that crossed unique weavings of existence to go towards a source complexity entity that had been one of the earliest entities from the establishment of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, someone who had placed himself under the banner of those entities who oversaw the smooth flow of the weavings of the wheel. The immovable sacred guard waited briefly after he sent a message towards such a being, and a reply rang out in his mind soon enough: I have sent this message upwards. It has been deemed as nothing for us to be involved in. What? The immovable sacred guard became stern and entirely somber. This was exactly the type of thing they normally became involved in, correcting the flow of those infrequencies of the wheel that didn't belong to them, ensuring that everyone was where they were supposed to be. So why was it that now was an exception? His mind buzzed with questions, but he had no answer. In the next moment, roar, the enraged roar of an outerversal Morphon rang out. Outside of the Blancverse, a stellar black sea churned as a titanic eldritch visage of an octopus roared while moving back, its body pulled by a humanoid pioneer who had the head of a squid while another pioneer in the form of a mollusk protected from the front. The figure of Ozymandias erupted from this sea as he held 4 ripped tentacles that were sucked of their obsidian blood, pristine stellar obsidian globules of blood of pioneers flowing into his body as his aura continued to scale upwards. We sought to help you, fiend. The outerversal Morphon in the form of an octopus had its path sealed, over 30% of its weavings having almost collapsed with its blood drained. The scene was a heavy and shocking one as the instrument of the Beyonder even saw death against his own people. In this moment of shock and confusion, the instrument gazed at all beings while his complexity continued to climb up another level, his intent booming out as behind him a dazzling purple throne began to manifest. I am Ozymandias, and I burn with a glorious purpose. On the purple throne, space twisted and distorted as an illusory visage of a woman that burned with crimson gold grandeur bloomed, her eyes burning with the weight of millions of suns as they looked at all pioneers here with coldness. In her hands, a rune of existence that held the word, sword, bloomed inside a singularity as moments later, a dazzling crimson gold sword bloomed as it pointed its tip towards the many entities here. It was something alongside the transcendent megalos techniques of the great Beyonder, a rune he had obtained in his dreams, the sword of the megalos. Boundless complexity seemed condensed inside of it and ready to erupt as Ozymandias continued. Whoever stands against my path, whether that be someone from the megalos beyond burning with outerversal authority, or those from the megalos anear and megalos nihilos burning with their own weavings of matter and antimatter. Every single one should be prepared for death because of such a choice. WAA. Chapter 3460. Who said? 2. Whoever stood against his path, every single one should be prepared for death, regardless of their origins. And you, O outerversal morphon of the megalos beyond, his gaze turned fiery. On the purple throne of severed tyranny, the visage of the saintess of fiery damnation wielding the sword of the megalos turned her head towards the powerful great ones that were looking towards him in rage. Outerversal morphons of the megalos beyond, the very instrument of the Beyonder, the great Beyonder, stands before you while waging a war. Why have you not kneeled and paid your respects? You dare to try and lay your unworthy hands on me? Boom! A terrifying intent exploded out as it seemed like everything was about to deteriorate. The severed weavings of tyranny exploded out with wild abandon as they pressured any entity nearby to bend their will. Such a pressure would cause any pioneer to be utterly enraged, as it was akin to the very path that they forged being told to bend its weavings towards another. The hierarchical outerversal morphons were living as more and more of them came out of the sea of obsidian authority. A massive entity that was a massive single slender tentacle with a crimson serpentine eye at the very end arising from this sea and looking towards Ozymandias as a cruel feminine voice boomed out, "Imposter." No instrument of the Beyonder would raise their might against other outerversal morphons. Apprehend this vile creature, a drastic change in ideology. At this moment, even his own people, those of the dark matter, turned against him as their eyes held burning complexities. Down below, near the entry point of the Blancverse of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, the Great Mother watched this unfolding with an ashen expression as she was dismayed. She saw legends of the outerversal morphons she had only heard of in the megalos beyond, entities that had long made their home in the expanse. She admired such entities and hoped to be like them one day, but at this moment, they turned their blades towards the instrument of the Beyonder, towards the one that was promised. She shouted out, but her intent could not even be heard amidst the roiling complexities of pioneers. It was only heard and passed around in the illusory scenes she displayed in the pantheon of Umbra and the megalos beyond. Where are the true followers of the Beyonder? The pioneers that followed his path and tradition? His instrument is being besieged on all sides by our own forces, so where are you? A deep howl filled with indignation and misery, and it had no answer. In the expanse, Ozymandias looked at the outerversal morphons who actually sought to lay their hands on his body just from hearing of the possible resurgence of the origin sacred primal megalonian as at this moment. The sword of the megalos in the hands of the saintess of fiery damnation pointed towards the three outerversal morphons protecting the octopus he had already begun to collect the weavings of. As he did this, "None of your outerversal authorities work," he bellowed out as instantly the complexity of these morphons began to dim. As they experienced this, "Your tyrannical purple ordinance is also sealed. Your crimson ordinance is sealed, your illusory authority of dreams is sealed." They all bellowed out in turn as around Ozymandias, the purple throne began to dim and fade away alongside the saintess of fiery damnation and the sword of the megalos she held as tyranny, Helios. And dreams were being sealed. The outerversal morphons were overjoyed at this as in the background, pioneers of matter also began to move forward. Was this not about 6 or 7 of his ordinances sealed? He may not even have any more paths left in store as his path may be closed. The outerversal morphon that was a single slender tentacle with an eye at the very end, the great spermathos, arrived above the 4 sealed outerversal pioneers to protect them as he watched the dimming light around Ozymandias' eye shooting out rays of obsidian brilliance ahead. But the purple throne that was just fading away began to light up again, this time burning with a violet-purple radiance as the severed weavings of entropy surged from it. Atop the throne, the saintess of fiery damnation reformed as her body became painted scorching gold, the severed weavings of destiny burning within her, and in her hands, the sword of the megalos came back to life as it was filled with a murky darkness that was none other than the severed weaving of apocalypse. It was a scene of sheer horror as the sword swung down unhindered, the great spermathos feeling its own authority becoming sealed as the terrifying voice of Ozymandias thundered out, "Who said all my weavings were sealed?" WAA, words that boomed out and repeated in the minds of all those here spread out as a terrifying sword of the megalos exploded in front of 5 outerversal pioneers of existence. Boom, a cataclysmic light of brilliance covered everything as illusions of apocalyptic pieces of omniverse arose in the surroundings, these illusions slowly becoming real as in a short period of time. It truly seemed like decimated pieces of omniverse were swinging around into a swirling circular storm that only expanded outwards. Any pioneers that approached would have to get past this blooming storm brought about by the severed weavings of apocalypse that only seemed to be picking up speed. and distinction, and at the center of this storm, the figure of Ozymandias could be seen floating between the bodies of 5 decimated outerversal pioneers of existence, his eyes of singularities blaring pillars of baleful light as his body radiated a heavy gravitational force that was devouring rivers of blood and tentacles of all of these outerversal pioneers. As he did so, his aura became more and more maddening as in the distance, the Golden Titans bellowed out, "Do not let him continue." Chapter 3461 Who said? 3. Everyone could see that the complexity of this being only continued to rise as he directly devoured every entity he killed. He had just killed 5 outerversal pioneers at this moment as they truly could not sit still. 5 Golden Titans shot out and entered the swirling circular storm of apocalypse, along with dozens of other pioneers who knew this could not go on. They had to ensure that no more sealed pioneers were dying to this being, and that both he and them remained sealed as they found out the limit of the number of ordinances this entity had. Since he had just killed those 5 outerversal pioneers, 5 of his sealed ordinances were unsealed as the brightness around him only increased, making it approximately 8 to 9 ordinances they had now seen him display. This number was gradually becoming more and more shocking, and it was one that showed just how impure this entity was in declaring all of these ordinances. None of them could fully grasp how he had managed to amalgamate and sever all these 9 ordinances, this alone being an impossibility. But in the endless weavings of existence, there were always oddities, and the more power he displayed, the more he showed these nonsensical capabilities that were outside the scope of others. The more they were convinced of the assertion of the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. After all, his uniqueness and complexity could be explained if one attributed it to the mystery of the Megalonians. Arriving into the apocalyptic severed domain around Ozymandias, the paths of dozens of pioneers erupted. This time, they moved all at once as they treated this unique existence with less care than before, not wondering whether he would perish from their attacks after all they had seen. What they needed to do was suppress. After all, he couldn't evade the instantaneous attacks of dozens of pioneer even if he sealed 5 or even 8 of them. O light, O chaos, O dignity, raise. Destruction, absorb, plunderer. Dozens of paths struck out. At this dire time, all by himself, Ozymandias faced the unshackled attacks of dozens of pioneers. It felt like heavy waves of complexity were surging at him from all around as if he didn't do anything. Their sheer complexity combined together could crush his weavings one by one, even if their power was limited to not unleash their true paths of pioneers by the quintessential league of existence. Their sheer complexity was heavy as from all around, manifestation of pure wonders bloomed, golden pillars of pure light that swung down like spears of judgment. A manifestation of a massive golden titan appeared above, withstanding the swirling shattered pieces of miniaturized omniverse as it bellowed out and released beams of white light from its facial orifices, dark purple petals that danced with heavy destruction swirling down like a storm, cutting anything nearby apart as they all pressed towards Ozymandias. Towards the throne behind him, and the saintess of fiery damnation seated on it as she wielded the sword of the megalos and pointed it up, thousands of singularities that looked like balls of glorious flames shooting out from the sword tip and spreading out all around. But it was still not enough. The pressure and complexity smashing down on all sides was suffocating, and if he didn't reduce it, he would be the one reduced to dust. So, Ozymandias bellowed out as a terrifying sacred primal eye of existence opened above him, locking onto the most dreadful paths coming down as he gave the command, seal, 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 HUUM. Everything trembled, of the brightest authorities cascading down. 7 instantly dimmed and began to fade away. At the same time, bellows echoed out from the affected pioneers as they yelled out while selecting the radiant authorities around Ozymandias. Motherfucker, you're also sealed. The price of the quintessential league of existence to seal authorities was equal, with many thinking such a high cost could not be borne by anyone as, eventually, they would fall after enough of their authorities were sealed. So moments later, the pioneers nearby were energized as those sealed. I've been sealed, pull me out, they yelled out towards those around them, not even their allies, but they trusted them to aid in keeping their bodies away, as it would mean the instrument of the Beyonder would have a path that remained sealed with their survival. Thus, before the apocalyptic storm or flaming singularities could claim anyone, 7 pioneers were pulled out from the storm by other pioneers. They didn't even get taken towards the same direction, with all 7 entities being pulled towards different directions, to ensure that even if the instrument of the Beyonder tried to make a move against them, he may at most be able to get 1 or 2. Adding to the other pioneers protected by the Golden Titans, that is at least 10 ordinances of existence of his sealed. No matter how impure he is, there cannot be too many more. Strip him of everything. The other pioneers remaining in the storm of apocalyptic miniaturized shattered omniverse pressed on as momentarily 14 were taken out of circulation, the weight pressing down on Ozymandias from all sides lessened, but the pioneers did not relent. Where other attacks used to be but had dimmed, new ones took their place. Do you deny it? Another golden titan came in as he bellowed out, his golden hand stretching out and crashing down alongside other attacks, and in front of all this, seal, all the attacks crashing down were sealed one after another, the eyes of many beginning to widen in alarm as they heard the intent of sealing from the instrument ringing out 10 times. 10 times, there was a momentary pause before clamor erupted as those sealed shouted out. Another one of your severed ordinances is also sealed. Get us out! Shouts of sealing and of help boomed out as 10 more pioneers pulled out 10 sealed pioneers, and they left behind a dying down storm of apocalypse as even this concept was sealed. But there was immense silence in the surroundings. That was 10 more paths of pioneers sealed, 10, for a total of 20 ordinances of existence sealed from the instrument of the Beyonder. What was this? What exactly was this being? Chapter 34:62 Who said? For 20 ordinances, 20 possible paths, they actually confirmed this being to have 20 sealed ordinances of existence, such a thing making them extremely somber. In the distance, the visage of the Golden Titan distinguished as the Great Marshal spoke out commandingly. Those who have their paths sealed leave this region for now to ensure your lives. Your deaths would result in the 20 sealed ordinances of this creature to be unsealed, so stay away until the rest of his paths are sealed. He spoke commandingly even though he didn't have any direct control over the other forces, but his words held merit as to ensure their own safety. Those who had their path sealed began moving even further away after accepting the help of others. Other pioneers were even more straightforward as they continued their aid, releasing bursts of light that contained the sealed pioneers and sent them far from here, but, bzzzt, when they reached a certain distance. As if there was a terrifying and absolute barrier, they found that their bodies could not move any further, from any direction. All those sealed pioneers who were being led to leave found that an undeniable force stopped them. They didn't know that they had simply gotten to the edge of the relegation zone of existence. You all do not seem to understand. WAA, the booming voice of the instrument of the Beyonder thundered out. You may have not been heeding my words earlier, but, as he spoke, with approximately 20 ordinances of existence sealed, the temperature around him began to distort and rise as the severed weavings of the protagonist bloomed to form a dazzling bow. Its expression at this moment was one of scorching rage. This bow grasped on the left hand of Ozymandias as it formed with shocking intricacies. Behind him, the throne and sanctus of fiery damnation fully faded as it was only his stellar visage and the bow of the protagonist, a bow radiating its weavings and questioning all those here. Just who did they think they were pushing around? You are within an entirely different league of existence at this moment. You are now entangled with me as in these weavings of existence. None may leave. WAA. His words were booming. With the bow held in his left hand, his right hand reached out to the dazzling gold bowstring as he began to draw back a scorching obsidian light of vacuous brilliance forming. The only way to leave here is to break this entanglement through my death, or yours. Either he died, or they died. There could be no other possible result. Such terrifying words boomed out as the Great Marshal of the Golden Titans here roared out while looking at the dangerous golden bow and formed obsidian arrow within the hands of Ozymandias. Protect those sealed, Ting. No sooner had he spoke did Ozymandias release the terrifying obsidian arrow of severed vacuous lined with the golden brilliance of the protagonist as this arrow instantly disappeared after it was shot out. All pioneers tensed as they didn't know who the target would be, many pioneers scrambling to those sealed as a humanoid golden titan adorned a silver suit of armor felt a sensation of a void in his chest as when he looked down, he saw half of his chest missing as a dazzling obsidian arrow bloomed from his body. It was akin to a dazzling singularity blooming and eating away at his existence, this singularity devouring his blood and complexity as an instant later, it exploded to decimate and collapse his sealed path entirely. On the other side, a singularity bloomed behind Ozymandias as it gushed out crimson gold blood and complexity unto him. His body also lit up as a sealed ordinance was unsealed. Silence hung in the surroundings as in an instant, from afar, the instrument had sniped another pioneer to oblivion while devouring their complexity. And after this, his shining singularities blazed as he roared out, raising his bow while pulling it back multiple times in an instant. Dazzling lines of severed weavings of vacuous formed and shot out, their destinations unknown, and Ozymandias did not stop as he continued to pull the bowstring and form more deadly arrows where a single one had bloomed to collapse the weavings of a sealed pioneer. The Great Marshal of the Golden Titans saw this deterioration as he roared out while moving Himself, useless wretches, protect those sealed. Pioneers scrambled, those not sealed appeared around the sealed pioneers and released their paths around them protectively to isolate any entrance of foreign attacks. With the Golden Titans radiating heavy complexity and moving out from the command of Great Marshal to ensure his orders, at this critical time, the gaze of Ozymandias that had been roaring and bellowing this whole time became focused. His gaze became straight as he calmly stared. He stared at the Great Marshal roaring out orders, the pioneer with the most complex weavings of existence here, and he uttered silently, "Your complexity is sealed." In the distance, the gaze of the Great Marshal giving out commands rapidly changed. The booming weavings of complexity around him became suppressed and stifled as before he could do anything. Over a dozen obsidian gold arrows bloomed inches away from his body, and they thundered down like heavenly spears of hellish judgment. The instrument of the Beyonder played many pioneers and conducted a move that caused many to turn in shock. His many arrows and show of power were not aimed at anybody else, they were aimed at the strongest pioneer here, Boom. Great Marshal. The Golden Titans, who had left his side to protect others, bellowed out as their eyes burned red with shock and wrath. Others watched on in stupefaction as the strongest among them had his weavings sealed while he was bombarded with more attacks than any other sealed pioneers, and in the midst of their shock, the hand of Ozymandias never stopped as he continued to pull the bowstring, using this momentary lapse to also target others. It was a critical turning point in this great battle. Chapter 3463, A Clean Sweep. Devastation. Pioneers looked left and right as at the edges of the relegation zone of existence. The sealed pioneers faced an unprecedented attack where from the very center of their beings, an obsidian gold singularity bloomed and ravaged everything. With their paths being sealed, the complexity they could unleash was unfathomably less as they could not withstand the heavy attack brought about by the instrument of the Beyonder. And they could only watch in dismay and utter horror as their complexities, their very existence that they raised in complexity since they were young, collapsed right before their eyes. As it collapsed, their blood and very weavings of existence were devoured as the singularity brought forth by an arrow returned back to the one that pulled back the bowstring. A glorious flourishing of rivers of the blood of pioneers streamed from all directions towards Ozymandias, his body taking in every single thing as at this moment, he began channeling every single drop that formed into a singular concept. Oh! His complexity reached unfathomable levels. He had not undergone ordnance amalgamation. He had only jumped to sever his existence as they were all considered small aspects of who he was, yet right now, the aura that he radiated seemed like something that only the most stupendous and excellent entities of the existence-severing stage could ever radiate. Its complexity seemed so much more that it didn't truly match the parameters of what one would consider an entity of the severing stage to be. The Ordnance of Cheats has undergone its 25th severing. The Ordnance of Cheats has undergone its 26th severing. Dazzling prompts constantly buzzed within his mind as he went for a certain accomplishment he only theorized about before. Continued severing. Until he reached the limit, but when he reached a certain point, the Ordnance of Cheats has undergone its 27th severing. Bzzt, his weavings of existence buzzed, as if a barrier lay ahead. Ozymandias looked within the depths of himself as he saw the terrifying complexity that Cheats had achieved, where it seemed like it was being compressed and refined again and again. But when it reached this point, to compress it even more, to sever its weavings of existence further. Much more would be required. The requirement analyzed to get past the 27th severing of existence has been determined to be 3 globules of blood of a pioneer. The cost of elevation was made known. To sever existence so many times, again and again, the cost did not remain the same, so Ozymandias looked hungrily towards his target that should have been holding the most complex blood of a pioneer, the area where many eyes were currently honed in as they wondered of the fate of the one called the Great Marshal of the Golden Titans over here. And what this saw caused all eyes to open wide as there, the scene of a once glorious pioneer of existence, a Golden Titan at that, had his body pierced by countless small holes as the vast majority of his blood was drained, but around him, a golden water lily floated in front of him and radiated a terrifying glow of gold. It seemed to have protected him as after this, it was not done. The skewered body of the Great Marshal that seemed nearly about the fall began to brim with life ever so slowly as from this golden water lily, a sea of complexity surged out and bathed him. His expression was currently that of utmost rage and ferocity as he bellowed out, "Do you truly think that you could kill one of the Great Marshals of the Golden Frequency Monarch?" Even with his path sealed, his life force seemed to be brimming with an unfathomable radiance. Who was he? A Great Marshal of the Golden Frequency Monarch. This was a frequency monarch. How could he not be protected? How could he not have life-saving means that others could not even imagine? At this moment, he stood tall as 5 golden titans appeared instantly after surrounding him on all sides as their bodies pulsed with unleashed paths that covered him entirely. Even with his path sealed, he still roared out, "Do not let him continue. Do not let him continue unsealing all the paths that are blocked from him," he roared out commandingly, but at this point in time, a truth had settled in. Seeing so many pioneers being killed had already made many beings hesitant. Now, after watching even a great marshal of the Golden Titans nearly perish, many had begun to rethink all this. They weren't as organized as before, and this only allowed Ozymandias to shoot more arrows as he began to turn his gaze to others here. "Your path is sealed, your path is sealed." He selected entities and sealed their paths as the instant after their paths were sealed, terrifying obsidian gold arrows already arrived to claim their complexity. But the moment he sealed them, the great marshal also roared out as if he had been waiting and watching, "Your nullifying black authority is sealed. Your golden faithful authority is sealed." He called out for the sealing of the protagonist in vacuous as moments later, the golden bow and dark arrows began to slowly fade away, and before they could do so completely, O Genesis! O Chronos, white brilliance gushed out maddeningly as the severed weavings of Genesis filled the disappearing golden bow as a dazzling white bow bloomed. And from his pulled-back fingertips of the bowstring, a terrifying purple brilliance of Chronos unfolded. The scene only caused more eyes of the pioneers to turn somber as in the far distance, the rageful eyes of outerversal pioneers that had begun to come out of the heavy obsidian sea turned calmer and more controlled. They stopped their movements as they and many others looked at each other while all thinking the same thing. Was it really worth risking their lives in the hopes that this being truly was the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian when they might die before they even get close to him? A heavy thought, it crossed through many heads while Ozymandias himself continued his rampage. Chapter 3464 A clean sweep. 2. A terrifying idea passed through the minds of many pioneers as they questioned the risks and benefits of where they were right now. The potential benefits at this moment as pioneers and their paths forever closed left and right seemed infinitely small when one ascertained the heavy risks that lay all around them, the risks of death with any possible sealing as even now. They had not confirmed the final number of ordinances this being had. At the highest they had sealed all at once was 20, but with every dying pioneer even more of his sealed ordinances were being recovered as it felt like they were making no progress. Some even held a sense of hopelessness when they fought as initially, the idea was that the instrument of the Beyonder held 2 or 3 ordinances. This idea was overthrown when he showed 5 and then 6, and then 10. Each time he showed a higher number, they always raised the bar and stated that surely he would run into his maximum number of ordinances soon. This occurred when he reached 10, when he reached 15, and even when he reached 20 as many began questioning at this moment. What if this number continued to 25 or 30 or even more? And just how many more concepts and pioneers do they have to keep alive all at once to truly and entirely seal all the ordinances of this being? They did not have an answer. They only knew pioneers were being butchered left and right as at this moment. Whether you are the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian or not is of no consequence to the pure heart sacred palace of the expanse. Our people are not participating in this endeavor, a group of humanoid pioneers from a sacred palace voiced out as they hung around the edges of the relegation zone of existence. They shockingly stated their intent to pull out. They were the first, as the moment they did so, the gazes of the Golden Titans turned furious, while even fewer pioneers were intent on attacking Ozymandias. Following their lead, the pioneers from the royal existential sacred palace of the expanse have not entangled themselves by attacking you. We do not seek any conflict. WAA, another group of pioneers rose up and made their intent known. At this moment, many were stepping back as the benefits of this whole endeavor truly seemed far too low at the risk of their own lives. But some were more staunch than others. Some came from lineages that were too important across the weavings of the expanse. The Golden Titans looked at this scene with utter rage as the healing Great Marshal bellowed out. You do not seek conflict? You do not seek conflict? You are the dignified pioneers who have enacted your own grand path in the expanse. Members of palaces of the expanse that have stood for cycles. You would take a step back? Do you truly think this creature will allow any of you to take a step back? The voice was booming, but it did lay out some truly critical pieces of information and questions. Many could seek to say they no longer wanted any part of this conflict, but the response of the instrument of the Beyonder himself, boom. Boom, was a silent one, but booming one, as if he didn't hear any of their words. He continued to pull on his bowstring while terrifying arrows formed and disappeared. With his voice echoing out ever so often, seal, seal, the gazes of many turned utterly sour as entities with their complexities could come to conclusion very quickly. He had already said it, it would either end with their deaths, or his. Along with the words of the great marshal of the Golden Titans, dozens of terrifying lights of pioneers began to light up all around this region. There had been a momentary lull in the number of authorities being exchanged as some had tried to back off and even leave, but now, the concentration and number of authorities that began to light up exceeded even the initial volley of participants, because at this moment, everyone knew that their very lives were on the line. The great marshal looked at this and nodded his head as even with his sealed path. To me, he called out calmly as all remaining Golden Titans lined up around him in different positions. Around them, scorching golden heat began to spread as a massive illusory Golden Titan began to form around all of them. The complexity radiating from it was utterly stifling as two golden singularities bloomed for its eyes that coldly stared towards Ozymandias. We can clearly see that this creature poses a high likelihood of truly being the resurgence of the origin sacred primal. Megalonian, WAA, do not hold anything back as at this moment, we fight for our very lives before it. Sometime soon, a source should arrive to aid us in breaking this domain of this Megalonian. And his fate will be sealed completely, so fight. Fight! Fight! Boom! The forming Golden Titan shot out as a stanchion of trillions of suns was grasped in its hand, throwing it towards Ozymandias like a celestial spear. As truly terrifying details came from its words and actions, one thing was paramount: they had to give it all they had as sometime soon, this domain nobody could leave would be broken through by a source. What was a source? Some palaces of the expanse held such beings if they had truly deep histories, and making even a single one move was unfathomably difficult. There were weavings of rumors that those at the level of source complexity were bound by rules others did not even know, rules instituted by the Watchers of the Wheelomachy. Weavings of rumors, nothing substantiated, and certainly nothing that pioneers could speak about, as there had been too few instances in history where a source complexity entity interfered in anything, and even if they did, their power was so high that others might not be capable of recognizing their interference. Nobody here knew that not too long ago, there had actually been an interference by source complexity entities from the logos of the wheel, and their interference was actually what kicked off a set of events that led exactly where they were now. Chapter 3465, A Clean Sweep. 3. The precipice of the battle. Everybody knew they had arrived at such a place as they could feel how fickle their lives could be. Many came here because their palaces of the expanse sent them to confirm and obtain the possible weavings of the Megalonians. They weren't able to obtain a definitive confirmation, but everything they saw so far pointed to a single conclusion, and now, with the very real threat of death towards entities such as them, their paths kindled brightly as they gave it everything they had. In the periphery of the relegation zone of existence, there were also the existence-severing entities who came, and yet they had been shockingly ignored this entire battle as only the pioneers had joined in. Every single one of them turned against the instrument of the Beyonder, who even at this moment radiated the aura of severing. But that is not existence-severing. A group of humanoid existence-severing entities adorned in white robes had ashen expressions as they watched their remaining pioneers surge toward Ozymandias. The more they looked at this being who was pulling on a bowstring and releasing bursts of heavy complexity, the more they confirmed again and again that he seemed to be in an entirely different league. He had shown at the very least 20 severed weavings of existence. Did this mean that he held a power equivalent to 20 existence-severing entities in his body? No, even this felt wrong, as at this moment, even though his aura felt like existence-severing, even though it looked and smelled like existence-severing, they were convinced that it was not. These existence-severing entities who became wallflowers in the background felt the same stifling sensation from Ozymandias as the renowned pioneers they knew, and this sensation was continuing to rise in an even more obscene manner. His complexity continued to climb. This could not be allowed to continue. The existence-severing palace masters knew this, and the pioneers knew this even more, so the last assault began. Pioneered paths flourished. In the middle of all this, Ozymandias held a dazzling white bow filled with the coursing aura of Genesis, his hands moving non-stop as he pulled on the bowstring and released arrows filled with the severed weavings of Chronos. At this moment, time felt like it slowed. Around him, rivers of blood of pioneers poured in large numbers as finally, all those 20 pioneers who were sealed and sent towards the edges of the relegation zone of existence perished. All of their collapsed weavings and blood flowed into him, with the estimate of a single pioneer giving approximately more than 25 globules of blood. It meant a gain of more than 500 globules of blood of pioneers, in the slowed time, as pioneers surged all around him to fight their very lives. Ozymandias paused to wonder how he got here, How a young man from a blue planet was standing in a place known as the Expanse while entities that had lived for billions of years before him were dying due to his means, pioneers. He closed his eyes as he felt all of his ordinances that were unsealed. He felt the beat of his heart. He felt his Invictus wings. He felt his weavings, his weavings. What made him who he was? What allowed him to do what he was doing now with no regrets or worries on what the consequence could be in the future? He felt it all. As it turned unfathomably bright at this moment. All your ordinances of existence have undergone at least a single severing. Your weavings seek complete severing of all aspects. He went about things differently. With the blood of pioneers, he was able to sever aspects of himself, and he had now severed nearly all of them to arrive here. Nearly all of them. Invictus Maximus is undergoing its first severing. The Amaranto's dream of the Megalos rune of existence is undergoing its first severing, seeking to break from the source of the one who forged it and become your own. The sacred primal eye of existence is undergoing its first severing. Your connection with the infiniverse Megalos seed is undergoing its first severing. All of the minute, small aspects of himself each achieved their own severing as after a sufficient amount did so. A critical percentage of your weavings of existence have all undergone severing. It is sufficient enough to consider and distinguish your entire being as a severed complexity of existence. You are constructing and embarking on a new path towards the peaks of the constellation complexity, WAA. In his unique state of profundity, he felt all his weavings cut off from something as he felt a profound sense of joy and loss at the same time. He felt as light as a feather. He felt like he could do many more complex things with much greater ease and fewer requirements of authority. But the sense of loss was also tremendous as he felt like he had entirely and completely cut himself off from something he was always a part of. The overall existence. The overall weavings of existence, they were bright and had a very clear path, but they came with their own regulations and flow. All beings had to follow this flow, but once one severed themselves, they broke apart from this flow and attained a powerful state where they could impose their own flow, their own regulations to achieve terrifying effects of their surrounding weavings of existence. Normally, usually, for the vast majority of entities, when they underwent severing, they had first amalgamated with their concept to make it part of themselves fully. And even after severing, there was still a sense of attachment with nature, with existence. After all, they were fully one with a concept that stemmed from nature. No amalgamation was done by Noah Osmont, no amalgamation was done by Ozymandias, and then his weavings had gone even further to singularly and completely sever many, many small aspects of himself from existence. By the time all of him was severed, SAAA, an unfathomable phenomenon occurred as all noise faded. The scene of pioneers and all other entities faded. Chapter 3466 A Clean Sweep. For, when he opened his eyes again, all he saw was darkness, not the expanse. Not the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, nor the pioneers or the few hundred palace masters surrounding him. He had truly, utterly, and completely severed himself from existence in a manner that no other being had done before. Complete severing. True severing. The darkness all around him felt extremely stifling as he found that he could barely move around. He could also barely see or even spread his senses out too far as everything felt far, far too heavy, as if his complexity was extremely small for having arrived at this place. For him to truly be able to move around with ease and understanding, his complexity had to be raised multiple times over from where he was right now. He looked around him as he could only sense himself, but a small part of him felt an inkling. A sensation that there was something else around him. He focused on this sensation as very quickly, he recognized it to be something he knew, the weavings of existence that he had known this whole time. He was just simply and truly disconnected from them at this moment. To exist within their landscape and their regulations would require him to be familiar with them, understand them, and then analyze just to what extent he could now exert his control over these weavings of existence, ever so. Slowly, the complete darkness all around him began to light up with brilliance as he returned towards the weavings of existence. But he was not the same being he was before. Within the expanse, dozens of pioneers were seriously putting their lives on the line at this moment as they unleashed their glorious paths unto Ozymandias. They sought his distinct figure that grasped the luminously white bow and continued to shoot out blazing arrows that disappeared the moment they were shot and emerged right before their bodies. Their terrifying paths were about to arrive on him in the next moment when, whap, he faded away. He faded out of existence as if he were never there to begin with. Their eyes became stern as they were shocked to find that the oppressive domain that hung around all of them also disappeared. The massive fused form of the golden titans became unfathomably bright as from its very center, the great marshal roared out as his power fully returned. Where is he? He wrote out maddeningly as their auras all spread out, and yet they couldn't find a single shred of evidence that Ozymandias was here. Where is he? The full power of a pioneer erupted out, with nothing to seal or hamper it. It was akin to a blazing, scorching sun that radiated its might all around, even causing the outer ring of the Blancverse in the distance to fluctuate. The great marshal of the Golden Titans here was so powerful that in his enraged state, even other pioneers nearby felt stifled and turned somber. But even as they all looked around, they truly couldn't find a single trace of Ozymandias at such a time. "What are you talking about?" a voice echoed out, a voice filled with ancientness and power, and a profound sense of dignity that could not be imitated so freely, and yet at the same time, it felt familiar. It did not seem to be filled with authority, but they recognized this voice to be Ozymandias. They couldn't trace its origin, as in the next moment, it echoed out again. "I have been right here this whole time." Light flickered, exactly where Ozymandias was before. He reappeared once more, and yet his aura could not be felt. Even though he was speaking to them, they couldn't be certain that his voice truly stemmed from where he was. A certain sense of airiness spread as even when their powerful complexities gazed at him, they couldn't sense anything regarding what his level of power was. Nothing was given off. His stellar obsidian form and the obsidian gold wings behind him seemed to all have a certain sense of calmness and immovability as his mere appearance caused a heavy silence to descend in the surroundings. The massive fused form of the Golden Titans looked towards Ozymandias with emboldened rage, this massive entity grasping an even more sizable stanchion of scorching complexity that it threw forward at this moment. It was the power of a full-fledged pioneer fused with other pioneers, as the relegation zone of existence was not yet reinstated. It crossed the vast distance of a quarter of an omniverse to appear right before the visage of Ozymandias. By the time it occurred, many eyes finally realized what had happened, and they became regretful soon after. Because of the eeriness of the whole situation, the great marshal had moved due to his rage, as currently, such a horrific attack of multiple pioneers in a fused formation smashed onto Ozymandias. They did not expect even a shred of him to survive. How regretful was this? This was an entity who very likely had the resurgent weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian, as many weavings moved with complex emotions. The heavy and scorching stanchion that could burn away an omniverse into ash with a millisecond arrived before Ozymandias' page. His hand arose as a single finger of his moved forward to stop it. A single finger. Even his own eyes seemed to be blinking in confusion before readjusting, as one could see a thin veil between his finger and the massive stanchion, as if they were on different planes of existence entirely, on a different complexity. Much of the complexity and damage of the stanchion was mitigated by the single complexity on the tip of the finger of Ozymandias, and he flicked this finger towards the pillar of scorching brilliance. As an instant later, it flew back at nearly 5 times the speed as it came with, towards the one who had thrown it, and their utter horror unfolded. Chapter 3467 My weavings are my own. The scene was one that those who managed to survive here today would never forget for the rest of their existence. A terrifying stanchion of scorching complexity was thrown towards the instrument of the Beyonder, as in retaliation, this entity actually raised his hand and used a single finger to stop it. A single finger. Nobody knew or understood the mechanics of how he did it, but they only observed the flick of the finger thereafter. It was simple, but it was also unfathomably heavy. It shot out the stanchion of light many times faster than when it came, this stanchion arriving at the chest of the massive formation made of multiple golden titans as the moment it struck. Boom! Brilliant sparks flew as the massive illusory visage of the golden titan illuminated cracks instantly, its complexity shattering as the widening eyes of the great marshal were seen at the very center. The stanchion arrived right before the great marshal, its front-end pillar smashing into him and disintegrating his chest, instantly creating a sizable hole as the stanchion then continued piercing through and disappearing like a flash of golden brilliance in the distance. The great marshal stared down at the massive hole in his chest, his complexity there facing disintegration as the force was so heavy that cracks began to spread across his body, his path being so unfathomably shaken that it was no longer capable of holding itself. At this moment in time, his gaze was that of astonishment and incredulity as he looked towards Ozymandias. Around him, the other golden titans had ashen expressions as they spat out blood, their faces drained of color as they looked towards the great marshal they all admired. His complex weavings seemingly disintegrating from the reflected attack they had sent out, a pioneer, not a sealed one, not one who could only express weavings of an existence-severing entity, but a full-fledged pioneer. At this moment, such a creature had their weaving collapsing from a reflected attack born from multiple other pioneers and the great marshal himself. An attack that was reflected back with a flick of a finger. A horrid silence settled in the surroundings. utterly horrid as nobody wanted to be the one to break this silence. In the distance, the figure of the Great Mother had her tentacles trembling jovially and with utter disbelief as she looked towards Ozymandias. In her mind, words of fanaticism and wonder replayed again and again, the figure of the instrument of the Beyonder etched on her soul as his actions just now were put on full display to the pantheon of Umbra in the megalos beyond. Within the Blancverse, the always calm figure of the immovable sacred guard was filled with solemnity as his eyes showed. Great shock, he was a pioneer, and he understood his complexity very well. Compared to the great marshal, who was currently collapsing, his own complexity could be considered slightly less, and yet, the appalling silence was deafening, as it seemed like it could be heard the equivalent length of tens of omniverse. This whole time, the instrument of the Beyonder himself who had done such a shocking action was looking at his hands as if he himself was just now understanding exactly what he had just done. Megalos Anir, Omniverse X999, Secondary. Infiniverse Megalos Seed, in this area that was filled with dazzling multicolored brilliance, there were the briefest flashes of darkness and light. The body of Ozymandias had disappeared and reappeared right after as when it did. The very weavings of the nearby secondary Infiniverse Megalos Seed began to shake. His weavings were fully severed, truly severed, so was his connection to the Infiniverse Megalos Seed. And what, pray tell, was the Infiniverse Megalos Seed made of at its core? The very same weavings he had severed from existence. The Infiniverse Megalos Seed began to tremble as the tens of thousands of runes of existence all around began to swirl. The multicolored sea seethed and expanded as it seemed to flash in and out of existence alongside the secondary Infiniverse Megalos Seed itself, its body expanding in breadth and complexity rapidly. Ozymandias arrived above this sea as it resonated with his weavings. Feeling the unshakable connection between him and this secondary Infiniverse Megalos Seed as alongside it, through the sea god he now very clearly and distinctly began to feel his connection with the main Infiniverse Megalos Seed. After truly severing this connection from existence, it crossed and defied all set norms of existence as he felt it clearly at this moment. This frequency had its weavings of existence. Hell Terra Firma. Also held its own scope of existence as it seemed far more unique and complex when compared to any other frequencies, but it was still a frequency, it still held weavings of existence, and he was cut off from all of this now as the inviolable workings of Hell Terra Firma. How could he not bend them, even if just a little? Ozymandias stood above the multicolored sea, the frequency gateway, as he opened his mouth. My weavings of existence are my own. His words felt like a silent, ancient bellow of existence. It felt old, archaic, and filled with complexity. My body, origin, and soul are my own. How could I ever be separated from myself? Boom, the frequency gateway churned, its multicolored brilliance seethed as if one delved into it. They would cross waves of complexity for an indeterminate length of time, and by the time they got across it, they would come to find the neon interior of another sea. They would come within Hell Terra Firma. Since a new entrant came in through the frequency gateway, time had distorted as nearly a day had passed here. At this moment, inside of a white villa, I need a 1-week break. The visage of a dark-skinned Barbados lay sprawled on a bed, her dazzling figure covered by white sheets as she heaved with a face full of defiance while glaring towards Noah, who was currently chugging a bottle of water. He was about to reply as a smile hung on his lips when, bzzzt, his body buzzed as if he had jolts of electricity coursing through him. Change in chap titles, Chapter 3468. My weavings are my own. 2. Jolts of electricity. They were silent, but they were there. He felt Ozymandias. He felt himself. He felt the other half of his existence as a flood of memories came rushing in, everything that had occurred on the other side. Everything that had just occurred recently, the severing of his many aspects of existence until he attained true severing. True severing allowed him to be on his own terms of existence as he recalled that dark place Ozymandias had appeared in the moment it occurred. It was a stifling place that felt like he needed a tremendously high level of complexity just to move around it, but it represented a new flow of existence for him to understand. Hell Terra Firma. Held its own flow as even now. After truly severing himself from existence, he still could not break its workings. He could not outwardly radiate any weavings of power as he wasn't able to conjure fireballs or summon undead. But within his body he began to feel the wakings of brilliance, the wakings of severed weavings of existence that were always with him. Most profoundly of all, the one concept that had been severed 37 times now, sheets, he felt it. He felt the severed weavings of mana, of quintessence, and of the protagonist. He felt all of them as the jolts of electricity that were always with him, but he just could not express them in Hell Terra Firma. That was how terrifyingly complex this place was, that even after truly severing his weavings of existence, the alteration of the existence of hell terra firma was still almost impossible. New waves of information continued to flow in his mind. Alongside this flood of information was a sensation, something that Noah could not exactly put his finger on. As this sensation made him want to try something, he raised his hands and stared at his palm, but nothing occurred. There wasn't an explosion of authority or anything like that, but he still felt something as he reached out and adorned his robe, leaving the room within the villa and going towards the Infiniverse Megalos seed. "I'll be back soon." He left behind a tired Barbados who waved her hands without even looking up. A minute later, Noah saw the shocked figures of Ruination and the Infiniverse Megalos body join him, their eyes holding tremendous brilliance as Noah only nodded towards them while they went into the Infiniverse Megalos seed, the Infiniverse Megalos seed that seemed to be contracting and expanding rapidly at this moment, as if shackles were unleashed and let loose. It was transferred onto a protected hangar that was called the first quintessential base of existence, and it had been placed in an empty clearing due to its increasing size as Noah had the autonomous quintessential androids build a wide empty protective base around it. Neon metallic floors stretched out for hundreds of miles all around it as if one wanted to walk towards it. It would take days, but Noah, Ruination, and the Infiniverse Megalos seed had simply boarded an advanced aerial drone that rose into the skies and shot out with a blinding hum of blue light to very quickly arrive near the Infiniverse Megalos seed. It was rapidly expanding and taking on more space as its insides glittered with brilliance, the extremity veins seemingly coming to life as the sea within churned. Its size had grown so much that it now reached 500 miles, and it still continued to expand as if it wanted to take back its old stature. Noah looked towards the Infiniverse Megalos body as her eyes were shining brilliantly while the drone passed through the wide gaps and entered the Infiniverse Megalos seed. "I can feel nearly every part of it as its previously unusable features are slowly coming back to life, Master." Her voice felt ecstatic, and how could it not be when, at this moment, there was a possibility of them being capable of doing something nobody had done before? The vessel they were in passed into the interior of the Infiniverse Megalos seed as Noah looked up to see the discs that used to be Alathian havens, their weavings now looking fuller as they seemed like they wanted to return back to their actual size. His family was within these dazzling rings surrounding the extremity vein, and soon enough, he would be able to bring them out. He looked towards the Infiniverse Megalos body for affirmation as she nodded. "Yes, Master. I can sense the life forms within the Infiniverse Megalos seed smoothly, and with the gradual return of its workings, I should be able to pull in and out all miniaturized beings, as if they are passing through a gateway to enter hell terra firma themselves. It would occur soon." Noah nodded at this as he arrived above what used to be a pond days ago, but was now a sea expanding to 100 miles. Its waters bubbled with brilliance and wonder as the advanced aerial drone opened its doors. Noah looking down into this vibrant sea as he felt that inkling again, that sensation, across the sea. Past its unknown depths, he could sense the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed in Ozymandias. He could sense himself as even while locked away with an untold distance, the sensation he had told him not that nothing should be able to stop his weavings from rejoining. After all, they were truly and completely severed. His weavings were his own. His existence was his own. He remembered the words his other half had said not too long ago. With his hair whipping about madly, he spoke out with a voice that seemed to be filled with archaic grandeur. "My body, origin, and soul are my own." The jolts of electricity within him became even more intense. That sensation he felt became even more potent. He stood on the edge of the vessel he was on as he stared at the dazzling sea below and bellowed out, "How could I ever be separated from myself?" And without any hesitation, he dove towards the dazzling sea, towards the frequency gateway in hell terra firma that led towards another frequency entirely. He wanted to do something that nobody else had been able to do in history. Chapter 3469 A Change. Noah knew that he had arrived at a critical point in time the moment that he plunged into the multicolored sea. His eyes only saw brilliance as an instant later, he found himself drawn further into the depths of the sea at a rapid rate. As this occurred, his surroundings began to crackle with an astounding amount of complexity as after his rapid descent, he began to slow down. This slowness continued until the point that he came to a complete stop and could not go any further down. As if it was not possible for such a thing to occur. Around him within the weavings of the multicolored sea, he saw tendrils of gray brilliance coursing through it and forming a sort of a channel. Through this channel, things thrown from the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed within Omniverse X999 could flow in smoothly, but something sent in the other direction, especially something with as much complexity as Noah. was impossible. Before he had completely and truly severed his weavings of existence, he bellowed out with unfathomable majesty at the point he was stopped at in this channel. He seemed to be in between frequencies, one being hell terra firma and the other being his home frequency, and there was a barrier he could not cross, but because it was in between it, boom, his body flickered out of existence entirely as he found himself in the unique obsidian space, that space of darkness where his complexity felt so immensely minuscule that it could barely move. He found himself here as in that space. He proceeded to burn his weavings of complexity to take a single step forward, a single step. It was a miserable step to take as it felt like his very weavings were creaking and it was unfathomably hard to even raise a single foot, and yet he took the single step. He took it as thereafter, he focused on the sensation of existence where he was just at, and his figure found the multicolored radiance returning again as this time, he had moved past that point where his body was stopped in place, a single step, but it was far too critical. The channel that he was in trembled and seethed as more and more tendrils of grey authority from hell terra firma filled this place. After he passed that point where he could not move forward from, his body still felt a sense of resistance, but he could proceed forward on his own as his complexity was waking up rapidly. He felt mana coursing through him. He felt quintessence and infinity. He felt sheets. Sheets burned with ambition as its quintessential league of existence was deployed, the unfathomably heavy tendrils of resistance in the surroundings being shaken off. Even more work as Noah began to charge through this channel, within Noah's home frequency, in the expanse, at the point of origin where a number of strings of existence had been snapping one after another. The eyes of Bob and multiple other watchers of the Wheelomachy suddenly turned unfathomably bright as they gazed up to see, crack, the splintering of the weavings of existence themselves where there wasn't even a single string of existence, splintering, space itself seemed as if it were shattering and breaking apart akin to a broken mirror. And from the cracks of this mirror, terrifying tendrils of grey brilliance instantly spread out. These tendrils of grey brilliance instantly caused the atmospheric weavings of existence to tumble and deplete at a rapid rate, and the cracking expanse only continued to get bigger and bigger as the fractures of the mirror-like space extended out for a distance of multiple omniverse. Bob and the other watchers saw this scene as their gazes rapidly changed, recognizing this terrifying grey authority. Hell terra firma. Hell terra firma. Its weavings are leaking from this point of origin, Persephone shouted out while the great sage looked extremely somber, his gaze going towards Bob as he spoke out gravely. We have to make the choice right now whether we isolate this incidence into this frequency of existence, or we do nothing and allow it to possibly extend to all other frequencies. It is not too late. The lives of countless many, and the lives of countless few, since they could do nothing to stop it, at most they could isolate it and ensure that the damage would not be too extensive. That the wheel of existence would not be severely affected. This was their job as the watchers. Bob's eyes showed a flash of hesitation as he waved his hands and pulled out the manifestation of a tree. This tree was unique as it was made up of threads, of strings. These strings were entwined with each other as they formed a massive trunk and extended outwards to form innumerable branches that attached to a round wheel. This tree seemed to be sending its branches upwards and downwards, with the main trunk holding most of the dazzling strings of the dazzling spokes. At this moment, towards the center of the trunk, there was a particular string that had been shining with a golden radiance, but this golden radiance seemed to be rapidly dimming as a gray point of light bloomed at its very center. It was a change. This singular string that was affected was intricately connected to other strings all around it. If it was affected by this change, it was very likely that in time, the other strings, the other spokes, the other frequencies would also be affected. After all, the snapping of a single spoke could go ahead and affect an entire wheel. Bob looked at this representation calmly as he replied, "You are not just talking about the isolation of frequency. You are talking about megalocide, the erasure, closure, and decimation of all the megalos and all their forms within this frequency of existence, as that is the only way to isolate and close down a frequency." Megalocide, chapter 3470. A change. 2. There was genocide, the act of horror of decimating and wiping out an entire group of people, and then there was megalocide, the action of wiping out entire megalos. Very few had the power to do such a thing. Very few could even comprehend or think about such a complex issue. The Watchers were entities that fit such a description due to their complexity and power. At this moment, a heavy silence settled as they watched the expanse crackling all around them, and the great sage sighed. He raised his hand as weavings of antimatter bloomed on his palm, and he felt the levels of atmospheric weavings of existence in the surroundings. They continued to get less and less, as it was very easy to imagine what sort of problems could arise from such a phenomenon in the future. And the great sage closed his eyes as he mumbled something only he should have been able to hear. Is this it? Were we truly powerless to stop it? Was this it? He asked such a question because the watchers had long known that something was coming. A change. And they just did not know what the change could be. In recorded history, there had been many events that they looked at as the potential sources of the change, but they never led to anything. This one, though, they seemed powerless to stop it if it was truly the one. The erasure of entire megalos was not something that he could do alone in a short period of time. He needed the others to agree, as there were many who backed Bob. If he was not convinced of megalocide, many would not be, and what it meant was that they would not be able to do anything at this moment but continue to watch. Was this the right choice? Was it truly the proper path and stand to take in the face of this unfolding phenomenon that none of them could say, with certainty, what it truly stood for? There was no answer as the mirror-like fractures continued to spread across the expanse. A distance away, the eerie silence of the battle near the immovable sacred palace of the expanse was broken by the sounds of space shattering. Many turned around to witness strings of existence snapping rapidly around them as it was followed by the expanse itself having cracks spread out and then tendrils of gray energy blooming from these cracks. Instantly, all of them felt the rapid drop in the levels of atmospheric weavings of existence, what others needed to replenish, communicate with, and resonate to ensure a smooth flow of existence, the very same weavings that were distorted whenever an existence-severing powerhouse or a pioneer made a move to alter the surrounding existence. Because there was an abundance of weavings of existence, they were able to effect great change and unleash stupendous capabilities. But if these very atmospheric weavings of existence began thinning out, just what would happen? Nobody knew as at this moment. The figure of Ozymandias raised his head and looked at this phenomenon. The cracks, the tendrils of gray energy, they were familiar. None of this was coincidental. Where somehow the moment that his other half was seeking to leave hell terra firma, the phenomenon of the unraveling of existence became even worse. He knew it was connected to him. He knew that if his other half made the sacrifice and chose to remain in hell terra firma, this unraveling may be stopped, slowed, or gone entirely, and so, a choice came. Should he proceed with the path that he was on where he would be able to return to his home, and be able to bring his family from a barren place where their lives were capped, and would likely perish within 100 or a few hundred years, or should he turn back? Forget about Noah Osmont, live his life in hell terra firma and die in time, maybe over time, be able to see his family as they were taken out of the miniaturized havens. Maybe. He closed his eyes as he felt the profound changes all around him, as he felt his own weavings of existence. He felt the beat of his heart. His mind buzzed as the memories of Adelaide, Henry, and his mother arose. His mind buzzed as he thought about his own future, and he already knew the answer. His mind had never wavered, not once. His eyes opened with ferocity and valor as he bellowed out, "Come, whatever may come, let it come." His roar was guttural as far from here. The figure of Noah that was crossing a certain channel proceeded ahead with even more tremendous speed as his complexity was fully waking up the further across he went. And after a second, his body burning with complexity saw the surface of a churning sea ahead, and, pop, the glorious visage of Noah Osmont appeared above a multicolored sea. It was a moment that would be unforgettable in his weavings of existence and the weavings of existence of many other entities. The moment he arrived above the sea, a dazzling cylindrical channel followed his path and solidified itself. It looked like a wormhole beginning to form as the very center of the frequency gateway was constructing an extremely solid pathway for the traversal of one side to another. But the more this pathway solidified, boom, it eventually led to an eruption of an unfathomably heavy and complex blast of light. A blast of gray brilliance that propagated from this place, from Omniverse X 999, and spread out all around, across the omniverse of Megalos Anir, across complex weavings of existence towards the Megalos beyond. Across into the Megalos Nihilos, the complex blast of gray radiance truly spread out from one point and covered all the Megalos. A choice was made, and a man brimming with complexity looked around as he felt the boundless waves of mana seething within him, as he felt the severed weavings of existence as well as the unique resonance of the surrounding existence in response to him. He was the first man to cross hell terra firma and back. It was Noah Osmont. Chapter 3471 The Descent of a Dark Age. He felt everything about himself, his concepts, his authority, his connections, his atlas. Even his atlas was severed as it glowed with its own fantastical brilliance. The changes brought about due to this being unknown, the changes. At this moment Noah looked up to see the gaze of Ozymandias and the infiniverse Megalos body that showed elation, but he didn't return this elation. He had to grasp and understand exactly what his choice had led to at this moment as behind him, the frequency gateway that looked like a wormhole swirled with multicolored radiance gray light brightly showing a stable channel where one could easily pass through from any side. After he crossed through once, the pathway was fully set and stabilized as there was now a direct path established between hell terra firma and another frequency of the wheel. For the first time, now, what came from such an action, a distance equivalent to a few thousand omniverse away from Omniverse X999, Omniverse X1. Outerversal authority was running rampant as hundreds of Morphons fought against thousands of simians. At the forefront, the sword of the Commonwealth gloriously stood. Above a unique runic structure that seemed to be made of wood, its strokes making the character SU, it was none other than a piece of a phantom trace of the Wheel of Existence. With it, the sword of the Commonwealth, who was fused with multiple other simians at Ordnance of Existence and Ordnance Amalgamation level, stood against three existence severing outerversal morphons, an entity in the form of a starfish, another who looked like a purple gold jellyfish, and an eel who radiated stellar obsidian grandeur, and yet, they all couldn't get past a bunch of Ordnance Amalgamation simians with the sword of the Commonwealth in the lead precisely because of the unfathomable power of a single thing. The treasure that gave the Commonwealth their power, the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel. Not much was known about it apart from its closeness to the Wheel of Existence, but with it, the campaign of outerversal morphons may actually be halted, the outerversal morphon in the shape of a jellyfish. A great one known as the Deep-Sea Violator roared out while constantly unleashing inky black flames that formed sharp typhoons forward. You will soon fall when you cannot power up that tool. When your weavings cannot sustain it anymore, do you know what we will do to your people? Do you know? Its gaze was filled with interminable brilliance as its flames that burned with complexity were warded off by a dim gold radiance that stemmed from the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel. If only boom, at such a time, a blast of gray light passed through this area as it caused every single entity to feel alarm, and in the next moment, the Deep-Sea Violator felt the complex and scorching dark flames it was releasing by imposing his existence onto the surroundings. He felt it rapidly weaken and falter as it reduced in complexity and size by at least 10 times. At least, he was shocked to see this as he wasn't the only one, with even the simians experiencing this. But, the sword of the Commonwealth laughed raucously as he felt the brilliance of the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel remain exactly as powerful while every other weavings of existence seemed to be weakening. His complexity and the complexity of those fused with him flooded into the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel as in the next moment, it released a blinding arc of golden light that formed into a complex spinning wheel, one that speedily went towards the Deep-Sea Violator, who roared out and manipulated existence with his severed ordnance. But he barely managed to gather a shred of his normal weavings, shirring. The attack arrived as the existence-severing outerversal morphon instantly had a huge gash spread across its body, its complexity shaking unsteadily and with shock while it looked at the simians who seemed energized by the tool around them. The sword of the Commonwealth looked at this scene with blinding eyes as he roared out, "Kill them all! Kill them all!" Boom, wonder and heaviness unfolded. Away from here, on another battlefield, the prisoner stood surrounded by dozens of golden titans, his body filled with faint marks of injuries as if it were made from reinforced steel, and yet he stood undaunted by all of these attacks as the golden titans that were fused into a single massive one roared out at this moment. "We just want our people. Simply give our people back, and all of this is over." Their roars were maddening ones filled with rage, and in the midst of all of this, a shocking blast of gray brilliance flashed past them and caused everything to change. All of them were alarmed as they gazed around, their weavings erupting out to discern and analyze exactly what had happened. What they discovered startled them as the illusory form of the massive golden titan rapidly shrunk in size, and the few dozen golden titans that formed it could now be seen as it dissipated. The level of atmospheric weavings of existence in the surroundings had reduced tremendously in that short period of time that the input of weavings they were placing in to form that illusory visage were no longer sufficient to keep it portrayed in the outside weavings of existence. At the same time, the eyes of the prisoner and the golden titans all looked towards a certain direction. There, the blast of gray brilliance had revealed the grandeur of a massive multicolored tree that branched out towards the omniverse of the Megalosaneer. It was none other than the Treziverse primal tree of existence from the Treziverse domain of the Omnifather. It was now unveiled as from the depths of its massive trunk, the golden titans could feel the lineage of their brethren. There, Chapter 3472, The Descent of a Dark Age. 2. The golden titans held looks of elation as they roared out, feeling their lineage closely. Let's go. Many changes bloomed. Of these changes, the vast majority of entities were initially shocked as they studied what had happened. but then continued on with their weavings of existence as they were before, as if they didn't think what was happening now would be a big deal, as if like many things before, it would come to be understood and pass, that it was momentary, and then, there were those who knew better, in the expanse, at the point of origin. Cracks spread out with even greater abundance as if something critical had been broken, with strings of existence continuing to snap by the hundreds as the landscape of the expanse changed rapidly. Bob and the other watchers observed this scene with cold eyes filled with complexity as each one had their own thoughts. Their sources were far too complex and advanced as what they saw, and what others saw was very different. They saw the changes taking place that looked irreparable, irreversible. There are always countless paths. But over the cycles, the paths that make way for chaos and disorder always seem to triumph. Persephone spoke out with a tired gaze as she looked at everything. Chaos is disorder. It always spread freely and without fear. As when she said this, Persephone looked towards Bob. He knew a lot regarding chaos. After all, no path can ever be perfectly predicted. The chaos that blooms is always and has always been part of the weavings of the wheel. The chaos comes, and the chaos recedes, leaving behind a brighter path thereafter. That is our job. To ensure this bright path even in the midst of all the chaos. Bob's visage shone lustrously as his bald head radiated majesty. The great sage was silent as antimatter seated around him, his voice echoing out, "There is chaos, and there is this. This is something far past the rungs of chaos. It was too heavy, too widespread. At this moment, they could feel that it was already on its way to cover this vast frequency of existence, and very soon, it would spread to other frequencies. Feeling these changes in the weavings of existence, this change will be akin to the descent of darkness after eons of brilliance. A descent of an age that many may not survive. A change that we knew was coming, but did not know exactly what it could be. But we knew something was coming, and we now deal with it. Bob cut off the great sage as his singularities thought about many things. The 9 he had warned and prepared from across the megalos and expanse of a coming change. One had disappeared into hell terra firma as the point where he disappeared from became the point of origin for the change. What about the rest? How would they fare? Weavings buzzed with heaviness and complexity as the space around them continued to shatter like mirrors, tendrils of gray radiance spreading all around as another watcher chimed in. What now? What now? Bob blinked at this question before he replied, "Observe and understand, while I shall wage a war to understand the origins of those behind all of this. The logos of the wheel has gotten too comfortable. Too much leeway. If they truly saw these weavings of change and jumped to start them, then maybe the logos of the wheel should no longer exist after this." Terrifying words bloomed as the other watchers listened, some sighing and turning away as they had to observe the extent of these changes all around, in a far, far distance from here. Ozymandias was watching the eruptions of shattered space and the reduction of atmospheric weavings of existence as his gaze was solemn. The result of his choice was clear, but he would never regret the choice that he made. The atmospheric weavings of existence were reduced tremendously as in order to cause change and impose one's own weavings on the surrounding existence, there had to be a much larger concentration of authority released. In simple terms, if it took 10 points of mana to cause a flaming fireball the size of a sun to appear in the surrounding weavings of existence, it may now cost 100 points of mana to do the same. The expenditure of authority was going to be that much higher, while the change itself would not be as significant. For countless entities out there, they would come to find this change to be a heavy shackle around their existence. But then, there was him. Did it matter to him whether he had to spend 10 points of mana or 1,000 points of mana to achieve a single change in the weavings of existence? With his infinite mana, would he be at all affected in this drastically changing environment while others adapted to a landscape where their very authorities were that much harder to impose? The answer was a clear one as he raised his left hand again. Amidst crackling and shattering space in the background, his weavings were silent as not a shred of the aura leaked out of his body, but his voice was indistinguishably clear. "Let us finish this." In his left hand, a dazzling cerulean bow formed as it brimmed with endless waves of mana. The pioneers and the existence-severing experts in the surroundings who were startled and shocked by the sudden changes had their faces become even more solemn as they realized that this being would not leave any stone unturned, even at a time like this where something that none of them understood was occurring. In the brief moment of shock, others who had felt at the disappearance of the weavings of the instrument of the Beyonder briefly when he truly severed his weavings of existence, they had already discreetly left this region and continued running extremely far away. As for those who did not realize to take this chance and stayed behind, they may as well leave their weavings of existence here, as Noah would need a great deal of the blood of pioneers in order to achieve complete severing of his concepts many times over. Chapter 3473 The Descent of a Dark Age. 3. Within the expanse, Ozymandias floated with silent brilliance all around him as his complexity barely gave off any gravitas, and yet the pioneers and existence-severing entities here all felt trepidation as Ozymandias called out, "Let the quintessential league of existence be established once more, HUUM." Blue light of shocking immensity surged out of him as to alter the weavings of existence, the requirement being so high that to alter existence at this scope, an existence-severing entity would have their entire reserves and complexity drained just to establish it, just to unleash the quintessential league of existence, and yet it was laid out as this time. Even with the greater requirement of input of weavings, it covered a distance equivalent to 5 omniverse. This was the wondrous rise of complexity due to true severing of his weaving, but he knew he needed a whole lot more resources in order to continue elevating his complexity. Every 27 severings, he needed 3 drops of blood of pioneers instead of 1. For over 100 ordinances, the number was tremendous as he spoke calmly, making another choice: let us end our current entanglement. You all came here to know whether I held the resurgence of the lineage of Megalonians. I will tell you now that I hold what could not be obtained eons ago. The singular Megalonian who chose to dissipate his weavings of existence instead of being devoured. I have taken the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian for myself, WAA, since you came for precisely this, you all can leave your weavings here forever. The golden titans looked towards him with hatred and burning brilliance as the massive stature of the great marshal collapsed entirely, scorched ash falling on the bodies of other golden titans. Other pioneers had ugly expressions as they just gained affirmation that they came here for, and yet they did not want to stay. They did not want to stay. At such a moment, Ozymandias closed his eyes as he pulled back the bowstring. Ashes to ashes, HUUM. In the surroundings, the pioneers began to scramble, the existence-severing entities began to rush out. They all sought to unleash their complexity to protect, and yet they found that it was nearly 10 times harder to exact any effect of altering existence compared to before. The power they could unleash was that much less. They were furious, and now deeply fearful of losing their complex workings here, but the instrument of the Beyonder did not even wait for them. From the pulled bowstring, it seemed like a sea of complexity was being charged to be released, the aura of a deep and ancient severing only now being felt as it caused all dozens of pioneers nearby to roar out. The sensation they felt from it was utterly horrendous as their paths lit up like never before, spending every ounce of reserves of complexity they held within them as bright runes of existence lit up within their bodies. Methods of operation seethed, new ways to course weavings across meridians flashed, and yet, dust to dust, Ozymandias let go of the bowstring, and a gorgeous flourishing of cerulean brilliance unfolded as one might swear they could hear the cries of birds, but it wasn't that. It was the unfolding of petals of cerulean arrows. An endless array of petals of arrows flourished in shocking abundance. They were utterly beautiful to observe, and yet, the pioneers and existence-severing entities in the surroundings had ashen expressions as these petals bloomed right before their bodies. A single petal smashed onto the body of an existence-severing entity as he exploded into a mass of blood and complexity right after. Complexity that was drawn into a singularity that was absorbed by another flashing blue petal as it appeared above the instrument of the Beyonder to be devoured, and then multiple petals appeared before a golden titan with the weavings of a pioneer, this entity erupting with golden flaming snakes as his body burned with blood gold tattoos, and yet when the petals landed, boom! The complexity of the pioneer dimmed before they were utterly shredded, with the rest of the petals ravaging the body of this pioneer as each petal drew over 1/10 of its complexity and devoured it entirely. In a short instant, this pioneer was gone. This was one, but such a scene had occurred simultaneously across this wide expanse for dozens of pioneers. Blue arrows of petals flashed in wild abundance and glory. Alongside it, the blood of pioneers was drawn. What followed were cries of rage, anguish, anger, and helplessness as eventually there was only a deafening silence that followed. Within the Megalos Nihilus, in a space filled with murky white radiance and storms of gray antimatter, a blast of gray radiance had also passed through here as the atmospheric weavings of existence were tremendously falling down. In a nondescript corner of Nihilus, a massive acanthamoeba that looked like an iridescent silver worm floated grandly while radiating the air of a pioneer. Behind it, a sizable white mountain a few thousand times greater in size could be seen. Trillions of life forms felt within that had been protected by this acanthamoeba for eons. As this pioneer observed the changes in the surroundings with shock and grimness, in the next moment, RIP, a distance of 1/10 of an omniverse away, space tore apart like paper as unique entities the size of worlds walked out from the ripped space, covered by obsidian gray armaments. Some were humanoid, some held animalistic features, and others looked like worms or trees, and yet the one unique Thing not was that these entities did not have any eyes, ears, nose, or any distinct facial features, no faces at all. The only characteristic they shared was a single shining white line that was etched from the bottom to the top of where their faces should be. Such entities appeared as they looked around at the changes and spoke freely. This is far off from the calculations we were told. It is too early, and we aren't as prepared as we were supposed to be. Chapter 3470 for the Descent of a Dark Age. For early, something arriving at a time when it was not anticipated, it would have required prior knowledge regarding that thing, as well as the timing of when it would actually arrive. At this moment, unknown entities appeared as one stated that what had occurred was far too early. In response, a humanoid entity with 4 hands, carrying the same faceless quality with a vertical white bar shining up where his face used to be, replied, "We adapt to changing circumstances. We follow orders and do what we are told, so let us proceed." His visage seemed commanding as after he spoke others quieted down. The vertical white bars of their faceless heads shone as they looked around, and after a moment, the white mountain in the far distance was spotted along with the blazing aura of a pioneer who stood before it. A viable cluster of complexity has been located. Move out. The command was a quick one as a moment later, the figures covered in seamless obsidian gray armaments disappeared. A distance away, the visage of the acanthamoeba was a brilliant one as it studied the changing weavings of existence with caution. Its feelers sensing one change after another when suddenly, bzzzt, it was shocked to find that a party of entities without faces appeared not too far from it. Who? Its body pulsed with weavings of antimatter as white flames began to swirl in the surroundings, but the newly appearing entities did not bat an eye to this as the 4-armed faceless creature simply moved forward while radiating an intent. Do not resist, do not resist. A pioneer was told such a thing as it was furious, the white flames around it beginning to form into concentrated galaxies when suddenly, speedily, unfathomably, the 4-armed faceless creature flashed to appear inches away from the acanthamoeba. One of its 4 hands shooting out as on its faceless head. One could now see a brief flash of something wondrous. It was a rune of existence, but not just that. This rune of existence carried a heart-shaking allure as, from its brief flash, one could sense the weavings of a source from it. A source rune of existence. It only flashed on its faceless visage briefly as its fist landed on the acanthamoeba pioneer. Thereafter, the most terrifying thing occurred as the weavings of the acanthamoeba pioneer seemed to be suppressed and contained as the punch neared, and by the time it landed on the skin of the acanthamoeba pioneer, its weavings of a path all but disappeared as the glorious white flames that were just surging nearby were nowhere to be seen. The feelers of the acanthamoeba pioneer trembled as after that, a formidable unknown power seemingly pressed it from all around, a dull boom echoing out from where the fist of the faceless entity landed on it as an instant later, the consciousness of the pioneer began to dissipate, its complexity was suppressed and sealed as its massive body soon only floated in the white space without an ounce of authority, no sign of life. No sign of weavings of complexity. A pioneer was eviscerated by a single punch. After that, the 4-armed faceless entity waves its hands to pull out an obsidian cylinder, laying down the banner. A banner, it was called, and yet this being took this obsidian cylindrical object and plunged it into the body of the pioneer, a low hum being released from it as a moment later it entirely disappeared. The body of the pioneers convulsed thereafter before its skin split apart, an illusory image of a tower rising from it. This illusory image of a tower seemed to be drinking from the complexity of the pioneer, this tower emanating a dreadful darkness as one could see a single, radiant vertical band of white running up the obsidian tower. It rose up rapidly and expanded in size while the massive body of the acanthamoeba pioneer shriveled up. The figure of the 4-armed faceless creature pulled back to join the others as they watched the scene gloriously, the faceless heads not being able to show any emotions, but one could distinctly feel a fervent sense of complexity on the white beam of light on their faces. They watched the illusory dark tower grow as after it reached a certain point, it pulsed and released a vibrant domain of obsidian light that spread out all around, going on to cover the white mountain that the acanthamoeba pioneer had been guarding this whole time. As it stretched out even further, it stretched out a distance equivalent to 5 omniverse before it stopped, and all lifeforms within this encapsulated domain began to feel their complexity of existence be slowly drained. It was an eerie and terrifying chain of actions, and those responsible observed it gloriously while the vertical white bars on the faceless heads began to hum with fervent brilliance, away from Megalos Nihilus. In the Megalos beyond, above a pantheon, faceless entities floated above dominantly as a titanic faceless wolf stood above a lifeless figure of a squid-shaped outer-versal morphon that radiated terrifying Megalos regnum at the level of a pioneer. We are not prepared. This will take even longer now. its voice was thick and heavy as its claws waved down, an obsidian cylindrical pillar shooting out and inserting itself into the lifeless body of the Great One. As moments later, a vibrant obsidian tower began to rise while the body of the outerversal Morphon shriveled. The other faceless entities near the faceless wolf were silent as they observed the booming domain that erupted from the tower. The white bands of radiance on their faceless heads shining brightly as if they were bringing forth an advent of something grand, away from the megalos beyond. In the megalos anear, Omniverse X1, the shield of the Commonwealth breathed heavily as he stood near the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel, hundreds of other simians around him as they looked towards defeated outerversal morphons that were roaring out maddeningly at such a time. Above them, Space Taurus faceless entities appeared, the visage of a dominating faceless nine-tailed fox wreathed in black flames looking down towards the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel as its eyes flashed with brilliance. Chapter 3475. A piece. A faceless nine-tailed fox, the vertical white band on its head pulsed with heavy brilliance as it locked onto the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel over anything else. Behind it, other faceless entities appeared as the moment they did, the faceless nine-tailed fox made a move, it flashed and disappeared instantly, its figure reappearing behind the sword of the Commonwealth and his forces as a single tail out of its nine released hundreds of obsidian hair-like fur. They acted like silent spears that targeted all entities here, ordnance amalgamation and the suppressed existence severing morphons alike. On the faceless head of the fox, an obscure rune brimming with a source pulsed silently as the weavings of those here were not even able to react in time. They only felt dread, and a moment later, awe. No, sudden cries of shock and fury erupted as, in the next second, there was only silence. Hundreds of simians at ordnance of existence and even those like the sword of the Commonwealth at ordnance amalgamation dead, existence severing outerversal morphons, dead. The disparity in complexity was far too large. An eerie silence hung in the surroundings after this as the faceless nine-tailed fox looked towards the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel warily, an obsidian pillar rising from it and sinking into the body of the entity that had the highest complexity here, HUUM, the massive body of an outerversal morphon shriveled as a dark tower rose from it. Unique weavings emerging from the tower as the moment they did, the faceless nine-tailed fox roared out through the vibrant white line across its head, its tails dancing chaotically as a net of obsidian weavings erupted from it to cover the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel. Woo! Yet the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel released a dim glow of radiance that evaded all the lines of the net, along with the terrifying light of the tower as an instant later, it warped into the folds of space and disappeared. The faceless nine-tailed fox breathed out heavily with frustration while looking at this as behind it, a faceless obsidian titan appeared as his intent was a laughing one. Our power isn't nearly enough to obtain a piece of a phantom trace of the wheel. The degree of rejection is simply too high for our complexity to overcome. Leave it to the Ferelders. Come, this early start of the change has thrown many things haywire, and Ferelder Noxus has already given us new orders. The faceless obsidian titan stated such words as the faceless nine-tailed fox was still looking at the spot where the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel had disappeared. What are the new orders? To hunt down one of the possible contributors to the change. Not much is known about the one we are assigned to apart from the fact that they originate from the megalos anear. But we have been told that when we meet them, we will know. WAA. The reply of the faceless obsidian titan was heavy as the faceless nine-tailed fox and others nodded with affirmation. The faceless nine-tailed fox could not seem to take the piece of a phantom trace of the wheel out of its mind as it asked while staring at the spot it disappeared to, "Where do you think it went? Another frequency entirely, or still here? This is the third one I see up close that disappeared right before me." The faceless obsidian titan scratched his head while shaking it ruefully. The objects that reject us are the ones you're most interested in? What an odd creature you are. As for that piece of a phantom trace of the wheel, who knows where it went? You may never see that particular one again. WA. Dreadfully unique words were left behind as the battlefield where outerversal morphons and simians were fighting was turned into a land of death. Silently, the sword of the Commonwealth perished. When the light of the Dark Tower reached all of Omniverse X1, what would happen to the Viceroy and all the core members of the Commonwealth here? Everything was unknown. Further away within Megalos Anear, near Omniverse X999, a dim glow of gold flashed as Space Tour, something with fantastic unique weavings emerging from the folds of space as it was but a piece, a single piece, Omniverse X999, the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed. Noah stood side by side with Ozymandias as he felt the concentration of severed authority. His next steps outlined clearly as he thought of exactly what had to occur. The resources that he needed were too numerous as the one place to obtain them in abundance was Hell Terra Firma. But without authority, the passage of time there was far too slow. What was needed was the acceleration of time as he collected pioneers en masse. Revealed the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian in the expanse would also draw in even more fodder for him to eat up as HUUM. He felt a buzzing all of a sudden. It was loud, and it seemed to come from a close distance. It resonated with the atmospheric weavings of existence. Even here is he someone who was entirely severed from existence. Felt this buzzing frequency clearly. His eyes flashed brightly as his figure disappeared, crossing a distance equivalent to more than a single omniverse as he appeared a distance away from Omniverse X999. The buzzing of a frequency was now extremely clear as he appeared near a dim brilliance, his eyes capturing a complex object that was miniaturizing itself at this moment. He didn't know its initial size, but it became smaller than a world in a few milliseconds, and then the size of a human head. After another few milliseconds, it became something a bit over 10 inches in size, and yet its radiance was frightening as it held truly potent complexity. Noah stared at this object with caution and alarm as he saw it was made with countless strokes. And it made the word SU. Chapter 3476 a piece. 2. His sacred primal eye of existence instantly opened while he took a step forward to grab this shocking object. In one fell swoop, it fell into his hands as he felt like he was holding a piece of a hot stone. It felt extremely heavy and unfathomably light at the same time. Grasping it, the terrifying gold eye above him radiated a light of severing as it peered at the details, his own complexity burning in his hands as he felt subtle changes begin to unfold. In a moment, the weavings of what he held flowed into his mind as his eyes gradually opened wider and wider. A piece of the core trace of the wheel, over the cycles, the weavings of the wheel remain abstruse and indecipherable. Something unforeseen has been the emergence of traces of the wheel of existence. Something that allowed one a deeper look and understanding of the wheel, but could not be held or obtained unless one had sufficient enough complexity. Some entities who were not able to grasp it could, at most, make phantom traces of what they observed. But even this contained tremendous power of the actual trace. This piece of a core trace of the wheel has been mistaken to be a piece of a phantom trace of the wheel by many before, as they barely grasped a percentage of its power. Its true usage can only be understood when a heavy enough complexity cycles through it. A piece of the core trace of the wheel. A tracing. The wheel of existence was unfathomable to grasp or understand, as a trace was akin to observing the wheel itself up close. And this wasn't just a phantom trace of the wheel, but a piece of the core trace itself. Noah looked at it with somber eyes as its touch that felt hot to the touch felt like it was just asking him to pour his complexity into it, but he didn't do it. Not yet. His figure looked around this region before he disappeared, reappearing a moment later in the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed. He held the piece of the core trace of the wheel in his hands as the moment he returned here with it, the surroundings instantly began to buzz as the thousands of runes of existence lit up. There were runes stretched out around the multicolored sea and inside of it, and yet they vibrated with resonance at this moment at their light. What they were intended to accomplish was getting elevated rapidly, as if there was some catalyst that made them that much more powerful. Noah grasped the wooden-like object in his hands as, at this point, his body began to light up with waves of mana that began to flow into it. Since it was something related to the wheel, since it reacted to the language of the wheel itself, what could actually be done with it? The influx of his severed mana caused a dull gold glow to erupt along with a hum, a calm intent of feedback actually being released from the object in his hands and into his mind. What action would you like to accomplish? Not even a voice, it was an intent, and it felt foreign and unique. As if it was a different language being translated right before him, it asked him what he wished to accomplish from the waves of complexity he was placing into the piece of a core trace of the wheel. His eyes were bright as he looked around this radiant area, eventually coming to land on the multicolored sea as the one thing that plagued him came to the forefront. Time, WAA. I need the smooth alteration of the flow of time between here and hell terra firma. It is already occurring, but I need to control it under my own banner. He wanted for a day to pass out here. But for hundreds of days to have passed in hell terra firma, to give himself time to go through settlements and conquer those there as he enacted his farms to obtain complexities of others. This was what he wanted to do. The piece of a core trace of the wheel felt his intent and began to buzz, ultimately responding with a glorious intent. The proposed action could be accomplished by the utilization of the true rune of existence, Tempus. Its weavings will be passed on to you. For its construction, more waves of complexity are required. A true rune of existence, true. He looked around at the thousands of runes in the surroundings that he and the Infiniverse Megalos body had made, as did this make them false? The runes that the alternate Barbados forged. Were these considered false too? his eyes were luminously bright as the heat of the object in his hand became more intense, musings of a terrifying language flowing into him as he saw a word, a single word, but to simply utter this word out was nearly impossible as one had to have immense reserves of authority just to speak it. It could be written down by unique means until one became familiar with the trillions of strokes that made up this single word, and for Noah to construct it right. Now, he raised the piece of a core trace of the wheel in his hands as he allowed his severed mana to flow freely into it, without limit. Pure grade weavings of complexity of existence have been detected. The forging of the true rune of existence will hold even higher quality due to the grade of purity of the weavings of existence. Purity, many entities stuck on a single path for the sake of purity to the wheel of existence, that it was purity which kept the wheel turning. So why was Noah's mana that could form many things considered of stupendous purity? Seas of it surged out. Seas of severed authority blasted this unique object as moments later, it spun in his hand like a scorching sun as it began to release tendrils of white gold light that formed into strokes to form a word, a true rune of existence, HUUM. Everything nearby tumbled and vibrated as Noah saw the rapid formation of a letter that was a mile long. Its structure looking ancient and old as it looked like a carved white gold piece of wood, trillions of lines and strokes came together to form it as a subsequent letter began to form right after, this process being extremely fast due to the endless waves of mana Noah was releasing. In a short period of time, all letters were forged as a single true rune of existence bloomed, its weavings reading tempest as this entire word looked like an ancient white gold wooden carving, and yet the air it radiated was utterly fantastical. All other forged runes nearby, even the last one that Barbados formed, trembling at its appearance as it released a vortex of white gold light that went on to cover the multicolored sea down below. A true constellation rune of existence has been forged for the first time. You have gained the distinction of Scholar of Runes, Chapter 3477. Are you free? A true constellation rune of existence. Noah forged one for the first time through the piece of a core trace of the wheel by putting in pure grade, weavings of complexity of existence. Grandly, the white gold brilliance of the rune of tempest permeated all around as a storm of temporal complexity seethed around it, covering all of the secondary infiniverse megalos seed. It looked like a word made from a piece of ancient wood as Noah felt like he truly grasped what it stood for, as if he was learning the words of a brand new language for the first time. He looked at the terrifying temporal storm that was rising due to this single rune as the piece of a core trace of the wheel in his hand slowly stopped burning. The feedback from it stopped as it had achieved the usage based on what Noah communicated with it. At this moment, the usual prompts stemming from his system of existence flowed as his eyes grasped every single ounce of change occurring here. Complexity stemming from severed weavings of existence have tremendously altered the flow of time that was already innately disorganized between the frequencies on opposite sides of the frequency gateway, an alteration of an already existing state of disorder. Time already moved in slowed or accelerated motions. And the true rune of existence forged went on to further alter this distortion of time. Towards Noah's favor, the altered distortion of time has been established to be a rate of 1:100. Every passing day on this side of the frequency gateway is equivalent to 100 days on the other side of the frequency gateway, WAA. A clear distinction was made as the Tempest true constellation rune of existence hung in the space above the frequency gateway, its light spreading even into the established channel as it achieved what Noah and the infiniverse megalos seed were seeking to do this whole time. In an instant, it's marvelous, the secondary infiniverse megalos body flickered beside Noah as she looked at the object in his hand that blazed with a silent complexity akin to holding a burning sun. It was the closest thing they had gotten in relation to the wheel of existence. Noah looked at it thoughtfully as his body split in two, one beginning to float towards the frequency gateway while the other stood still, a piece of the core trace of the wheel. It was a piece, meaning there were other pieces, and with this piece alone, he was able to forge a true rune of existence, one of a constellation tier at that. He was sure there was a lot more to understand regarding this unique tool as he grasped it while sending more waves of complexity into it. Where are the other pieces of the core trace of the wheel, WAA? He asked a daring question, and the tracing within his hands flickered dimly as it sent a feedback that a tremendous amount of complexity would be required to even portray anything related to this. The grade, of purity and complexity of your weavings of existence are high enough to cause a slight resonance between the pieces of the core trace of the wheel, but the moment you do, the holder of another piece will also sense that same resonance. If the piece has no holder, this is of no consequence. A feedback that made him stop from pumping waves of mana into the treasure in his hands bloomed. He had many things to do currently, and after he was prepared, he could proceed with this. He turned the object around as he spoke towards the infiniverse. The grades of purity and complexity. The distinction is being made along the descending order of A, B, C, D, the ranking of the purity and complexity of existence. The infiniverse Megalo's body nodded as her eyes flickered with a flow of information. The runic language seemed to fall back on more basal and simpler forms of communication. As you continue severing your ordinances more, their purity and complexity may theoretically be placed into the ES grade or SS grade. Or this may be entirely wrong, and the runic language could have another distinction entirely by the time we get there. The musings of the infiniverse Megalo's body flowed as Noah nodded and looked down to see the other body he had just released sink into the frequency gateway. A brilliant gray light flashed as he only felt a slight pull with the body he left behind. But, his severed weavings buzzed as he withstood this pull and remained right where he was. He could send another part of himself into hell terra firma. Without being affected by its pull, he was able to escape it. He could enter and leave it freely, and now, there was only conquest left upon it, as it was a sandbox of hidden treasures from matter, dark matter, and antimatter all clustered within waiting for him. So long as a day passed here, 100 would have passed on the other side. The progression and gains that would be made were bound to be heavy, and then, there was understanding exactly what the extent of the change that was occurring because of his actions of leaving hell terra firma were. And for this, he could already sense many things. As someone who had truly severed his weavings, he sensed many things differently. His interactions with the weavings of other people were also severed, not in a way where they were cut off, nor something along the lines of him severing the attachments or emotions with other existences that he interacted with, because even these weavings were severed. He could more clearly see the intricacies of his interactions with the weavings of others. Akin to many strings that rose from him and extended out, he floated at the center, and there were countless strings shooting out from him like a spider web. If he so wanted, he could cut these strings. If he so wanted, he could study these strings. He raised his hands to feel these invisible strings as many led to hell terra firma, and there were those leading towards the expanse, the megalos beyond, other points of the megalos anear, and even megalos nihilos. Chapter 3478. Are you free? 2. He looked at the string leading to megalos nihilos as the image of the great usurper flashed in his mind. The severed string was tout strong as he didn't need to worry about this unique friend of his, but he stared at the strings leading to areas in the megalos anear that were dimming one after another, simians of the Commonwealth he had met before, the sword of the Commonwealth. Ordnance amalgamation and ordnance of existence entities met in the Tresorverse sacred domain of the Omni Father. One after another, they had dimmed or were dimming as it seemed like something, or someone was killing off the most powerful entities within the megalos anear. But Noah didn't even have to sit around and wonder. In his severed state of existence, he could do many things as currently. His intuition told him that he could do and see far more with these strings that represented his causality with others. There would be a level of difficulty when it came to those with tremendous complexity, or those with higher complexity than him. But if it was anyone else lower or even someone who had perished, show me. He spoke commandingly towards the string that showed the causality between him and the sword of the Commonwealth. Faint, barely discernible, but it was there. At this moment, this dead string began to light up as musings of the sword of the Commonwealth began to flow. What he experienced right before his weavings collapsed. As Noah did this, the body of Ozymandias close by flickered and disappeared, seas of outer versal authority wrapping around his body as he returned to the megalos beyond, in the expanse. Near the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, mirror-like cracks could be observed throughout as, at this moment, there was a deafening silence all around. No roars of pioneers of existence or existence-severing entities could be heard. Even in the blankverse of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse that held the sacred guard, and his people showed gazes of doubts with numbness in their eyes as the radiant space of the expanse before them that was filled with terrifying complexities of existences they had heard names of or been knowledgeable of across different palaces of the expanse had all perished. Golden Titans perished, outer versal great ones perished, Enscon, any of the myriad lineages of entities that were here had all been eradicated by the magisterial scene they all just witnessed. A single entity pulled back a bowstring, and from that bowstring came terrifying devastation. A heavy complexity that seemed to surpass any type of severing they had seen before erupted as it shredded apart other severed weavings of existence and the paths of the pioneers and quite literally devoured their complexity where they stood as surrounding the body of the instrument of the Beyonder. Were streams of rivers of crimson gold globules of blood that all entered into his fold. Nobody within the immovable sacred palace of the expanse spoke. What they had just witnessed, paired with the unfathomable changes occurring across the expanse, made them all send messages to the strongest backers they knew depicting everything that happened here while seeking to understand the changes around them. At such a moment, the area surrounding the instrument of the Beyonder flickered with a unique brilliance as the shattered mirrors of reality that were spread out all around gathered together, a wall forming on all sides as his visage became enclosed, no longer visible to their eyes even if they sent their weavings forward. But would anyone even dare to send their weavings forward after what they had just witnessed? Inside of the enclosed weaving of space, the weavings of the expanse were brought together in this manner by a terrifying source. Ozymandias opening his eyes as he swallowed multiple drops of blood of pioneers and directed them to sever different parts of himself. When his eyes opened, he saw the visage of an entity with a smooth round head without a shred of hair and a humanoid appearance underneath a white robe. His head seemed to be flashing with a mixture of white, gold, and black radiance at this moment, as if his skin couldn't decide what color to take on. It was someone he had met before with another body, the one who gave him access to a Blancverse after arriving in the expanse. Bob, he looked towards Ozymandias as he let out a sigh, gazing at the shattered weavings of existence around them as he began to speak. I thrive on chaos. I get stronger, and have been getting stronger with every passing eon and increase of chaos. My path is that of cows. A more ancient, older form of disorder. Over the years, I've come to find that chaos is necessary for a long period of order. That there was never just order without a period of chaos. So I was preparing for the change that I knew was coming. For periods of chaos and wars as in these past eons, things had been far too peaceful. I found entities that could either be those who contributed to order or chaos and sought to help them. Some in different frequencies. Others in this frequency. As he stated this, his gaze lingered on Ozymandias before he continued. I did this because of what I came to understand over the eons. Chaos was necessary for change, yes, but not the unpredictable and utterly disastrous chaos. It had to be controlled chaos. Controlled disorder. Paradoxical, is it not? He seemed to want to talk. Since he wanted to talk, Ozymandias would listen, as even though this being was unfathomable, Ozymandias did not fear him. So he continued to listen, as in the swirling singularities of Bob's eyes, light flashed as he continued deeply. Sometimes did I think of letting go. Let the other parties aside from me do whatever they wish regarding the wheel of existence. Let chaos unfold without any control or direction. But every time I think this, I am always pulled back in to intervene. I can't seem to sit still. So I eventually came to ask myself, am I doing that out of my own free will? Am I bound and controlled by the wheel in a manner I do not know? A slave to existence even though I have severed it long ago? Am I free to choose what I want to do, as every time I choose the same? Am I free? Are you not free? Chapter 3479. Are you free? 3. The question was a simple and yet unfathomably complex one. Was he free? The choices that he made. The distortions of causality, his entrance into the purgatory lands and his subsequent exit seemed to be part of a chain of reactions that caused all the things occurring right now. He thought of Vitalis and Vacuous. He came from a place that could be considered a farm for fruits of existence built upon the labor and weavings of others, and even those who used to be mysterious entities that lived far above were crushed under his heel in time. He thought of the infiniverse megaloseed and ruination. He thought of many things in this short span of time. Was he free? I am free, WAA. He replied succinctly. The choices that he had made were his own. There was nobody whispering in his ear telling him to take this step or that step. There was nobody forcing him to do anything, but even while saying all of this, there was no denying that there could be an influence. He made his choices, yes, but that was after he was put in certain situations. This was the influence and the complexity of interactions of others. In all of existence, he was not alone. There were others with their own weavings resonating with him and countless more, and it was only through this unfathomable web of weaving that everything existed. Interactions. Causality, he felt it more and more at this moment, with him being truly severed from existence, as he saw that his control over his interactions and lines of causality connecting him from one person to another could be modified or cut off in a way he could not do before. So even with all of this considered, he still knew that he was free. And yet this unfathomable being before him asked him such a question as he himself wondered whether he was free. He was more advanced in complexity than he was. He had lived for more years than he had. He was even closer to the wheel of existence than he was. And even he questioned, after he answered. The visage of Bob looked at him for a few seconds, staring deeply into his eyes as if he could peer through and understand the thought processes that led him here. After a brief silence, Bob waved his hands and sighed as an illusory screen appeared in between them. This could be considered not too long ago in the variation of time depending on your complexity, or it could be considered days or months ago. Right after the change began, I left this frequency to go to one that is dominated by a group called the Logos of the Wheel. A band of creatures that formed many cycles ago who made it their intent to intervene in many frequencies of the wheel. To appoint the right people in control for the sake of order. To eliminate those who would impose chaos into certain frequencies. It was all for the sake of the wheel of existence, or so they said. But of course, behind every purpose, there is an uneven truer purpose. For many of them, it was to elevate the complexity of their existence. To exceed their paths of pioneers and attain a source, and experience even grander complexities across the frequencies of the wheel, as only in this manner can one truly get close to the wheel of existence. One frequency could have a resource or an item that was helpful in elevating one's complexity, and if one remained in a single natal frequency, they may never be able to advance. So the Logos of the wheel formed to serve themselves and others. They had been at odds for most points over the cycles with another group intent on keeping the flow of the wheel as it should be. The Watchers of the Wheelomachy, the Logos of the Wheel, the Watches of the Wheelomachy. Noah's Weavings heard these terms not for the first time as he remained placid with him, having gotten some answers out of Barbados and held terra firma after she let go of her reservations. He had to pry them out of her. But he had his means that even caused her to tap out in the end. So he continued listening calmly as the illusory screen conjured up between them showed a scene of Bob crossing untold complexities to arrive above a sea that held a single man. The intricacies of this illusory screen were so unique that Noah didn't feel like he was just watching it, but it was radiating a light of weaving that allowed him to feel as if he was right there. As if he was in Bob's place in that incandescent sea. The scene was paused as Bob looked at it while continuing to speak. As a watcher, I have lived many cycles ensuring that people jumping between frequencies or those coming where they should not, or doing what they should not, are returned to their rightful places. This fixes chaotic events or simply aligns things before the wheel of existence itself fully straightens out how things should be. I and many others knew of a coming change, and I even sought out unique individuals and sought to help them as this change came. But the way this change occurred felt filthy. Dirty. As if yes, it was supposed to occur, but this was not the way nor the time that it should have bloomed. And so, I sought answers from those responsible. The ones involved in the point of origin where many of these things unraveled. And so I went to another frequency to ask questions and likely start a war. The scene between them finally began to play out as the brilliance of the weavings pulsating from it made Noah's eyes feel like he was involved within the scene itself. He felt the waters below his feet as he looked towards the distant figure of a man who turned towards him, towards Bob, with a complicated expression. And in the scene, Bob waves his hands to show images of two entities. One was someone that Noah was extremely familiar with, having been exploring every inch of her body recently. The other was a man with a cold expression on his face. It was the two beings that held his Blankverse in place while he was swallowed by the light of hell terra firma. Chapter 3480. Are you free? 4. Bob portrayed the images of the two beings clearly before the man standing above a radiant sea as he spoke out coldly. These two creatures acted from orders under you to ensure that someone else entered the purgatory lands. It was an event that initiated a point of unraveling that has led to utterly drastic and disastrous changes as of now. Now, I cannot seem to find these two, so it just leads me to come to you, the one responsible for giving the order. May I ask just what prompted you to do something like this? His question was a simple one. The man who heard it had a complex expression as he stared at the image of the woman between the two entities that Bob had portrayed. He seemed to feel a mixture of guilt and relief at Bob's words as he sighed. Would you believe me if I told you that this was not my own doing? That even I was following the orders of someone else without knowing what they would lead to? His eyes looked distraught and filled with unknown weavings of complexity as Bob looked towards him coldly. You, who sits on the council of the Logos of the Wheel, was following the orders of another? Do you mind enlightening me as to who this another is? His gaze was cold. His figure had begun cracking with boundless weavings of authority, but at such a time, a burst of authority radiated outwards as behind the figure of the council member of the Logos the Wheel. Another entity appeared. The appearance of this entity caused Bob's eyes to become unfathomably sharp as he was someone that Bob knew, someone that Bob had just been with not too long ago. this entity who looked like a wizened old man looked towards Bob and spoke out while shaking his head and tapping out towards the council member near him. You never could just leave things alone, Bob. Do there always have to be answers? At times, I think it is better when things are left to the unknown. When mysteries remain a mystery. When there aren't always clear answers to every single thing. He had only tapped out towards the council member, and yet this being who had a terrifying source complexity found his mouth disappearing while his weavings became entirely locked down. His eyes showed an ashen expression of shock and incredulity as an instant later, he was wrapped up in an undeniable light as he disappeared. The one responsible for this looked towards Bob calmly as around him, space began to distort as other figures also appeared. The wizened old man was none other than the great sage. Bob looked towards him and the complexities of other entities currently appearing as his eyes became exceedingly cold and callous. The great sage, a watcher of the Wheelomachy, he appeared at this juncture as, behind him, entities filled with unique and eerie complexities appeared one by one as there were 9 in number. What was even more unique was that these entities were covered in obsidian armaments. With their heads showing no facial features as only a single brilliant vertical white band of light could be seen, and it wasn't just this as towards his left and right, space distorted as on one side, a massive entity that looked like a round singularity radiating thousands of obsidian tentacles all around appeared. Behind it, variations of similar obsidian armored entities with vertical white bands on their faceless heads could also be seen. Another group appeared to his right with similar get-ups, and behind him, a gorgeous woman palpating with weavings of power appeared, her body adorned in multiple golden jewels, crystals, and necklaces as she glittered from head to toe. It was Persephone of the Watchers of the Wheelomachy. She also had the unknown faceless entities behind her as at this moment, they entirely surrounded Bob. Looking at all of them, Bob turned silent and introspective as he grabbed his chin and spoke, members of the Wheelomachy, and the logos of the wheel working hand in hand, and now you have these unknown vile creatures behind you. I almost want to ask why. I almost want to ask for the reason behind all of this. What you all could possibly hope to achieve with everything that you have already attained with existence. If the reason for this is greater complexity, I ask you, even after you attain that do you think it will be enough? You already sit atop the frequencies of the wheel, observing and seeing the countless complexities of existence. If even this was not fulfilling for you, do you truly think your voracious complexities would ever be fulfilled? He uttered out his words calmly as if he was not just surrounded by an unknown number of terrifyingly powerful complex existences. A heavy silence fell in the surroundings as nobody spoke. The great sage looked contemplative as Persephone only shook her head. You are right. No reason for questions and answers. Just know that you stood as an obstacle to something, and that obstacle needs to be cleared. As she spoke, her surroundings glittered with dazzling gems and crystals as a terrifying complexity was about to erupt from her. Bob looked towards her and others in the surroundings as he shook his head with a sigh. You seem to have prepared a great deal. Do you think all of this will be enough to kill me? His words were so calm that one would think he was asking about the weather. And yet towards his words, everyone here became grim as the great sage shook his head. Killing you would be far, far too hard. Containing a majority of your complexity here though that is manageable. With those words, boom, everything exploded. The scene that Noah was observing and feeling as if he was at the center where Bob experienced all of these things shattered. His eyes were somber, and the illusory screen between them faded away as Bob looked towards him calmly. I am currently bound and held down without being able to move much. The Watchers of the Wheelomachy. I do not know who among them is compromised. I also do not know the extent to which the logos of the wheel is compromised, thus, I have to turn towards other sources to see if they can help. Others who may be able to ride this erupting chaos like never before and possibly restore a semblance of order to it. I come to you to ask whether you are willing. It will be incredibly dangerous, with those you come across being pioneers and source complexity entities that have waited across existence for cycles. You may gain something, or you may not. You may achieve something, or you may not. The results are completely unclear. Chapter 3481 The Wheelomachy. The results were completely unclear as he may be able to achieve something, or achieve nothing. He could live through it gloriously, or he could die under the weight of complexity. Bob was sure to state this with clarity as truly, much about what would soon unfold. Was unknown. His singularities were calm, almost as if he wasn't currently under siege by multiple terrifying existences. He looked towards Ozymandias as he continued, they tried to peer into you before, but I turned there. attention away for the most part when they questioned the single existence severing entity that was waging a war against pioneers. But since you were involved within this point of origin where existence unraveled, they're likely to send their forces after you or a version of you. Be ready and prepared for something like this. What choice will you make? Choices, as always, it came down to a choice that Noah himself had to make. Bob looked out to the shattered weavings of existence all around them as his voice echoed out mesmerizingly. You could very well choose to walk away. That might even be a wise choice. But I will need to know soon if that is the case so that I can make other preparations. It was a choice, but the matter was time sensitive, and yet in the span of an instant, millions of calculations and thoughts could be computed as Noah's weavings had long since come to a decision. I am willing. Although I don't know how much help I will be when it comes to these entities that have already attained their source complexity far too long ago. I have only just recently severed the weavings of my existence. Yes, the enemies were truly far too big. Does that not make it more fun? There's increasing chaos and disorder, and the possible collapse of the wheel of existence as the end goal of this unknown force, but it doesn't have to be all doom and gloom, right? Far too distant, and yet towards such a reality. Bob smiled. Does that not make it more fun? There's increasing chaos and disorder, and the possible collapse of the wheel of existence as the end goal of this unknown force. But it doesn't have to be all doom and gloom, right? WAA, the eyes of Ozymandias flashed coldly. The collapse of the wheel of existence, he had to ask, and Bob only waved his hands dismissively as he replied, just a possible theory among many that I have as to what exactly could set off people that I have known for eons to leave behind everything they preached. But what matters the most is understanding the why. The why.is always the crux to everything. For what is all of this occurring? Why should this change occur? Why and how did others jump off the threads of this change to use it to their advantage? And last but not least, who the fuck are these faceless lifeforms, and why are we only seeing them now for the first time? There were a great deal of things to understand regarding what had happened and what would be coming. Bob shook his head as he asked all of this, his singularity coming to focus on Ozymandias once more. I do not have much time as my weavings continue to be sealed even now. To be prepared for what is to come since you are up to the task, you will need to understand the origins of many things and increase your complexity. I stem from the Wheelomachy. I have been a watcher of the Wheelomachy for as long as I can remember. There is very little that I kept from them, but I of course had a cautious nature. I hid a shred of myself completely separate from the current me as they will not be able to seal that part of me. But it lies dormant and weak in another frequency of existence. That will need to be woken up if I am to be of any help in the future to come. But to get to that frequency, you will have to use the channels of the Wheelomachy. The channels of the Wheelomachy, established channels through different frequencies of existence. To access them, you will need to enter the palaces of the Wheelomachy that stand veiled in the highest edges of the expanse into areas that mainly those of the source complexity could easily access. It will be arduous, but you will have to find a way into these domains and not be captured by any watchers, as I truly cannot say who has been turned or not. It will also be within my domains, as you may even have enemies wading through them to ensure I am sealed. Here are some secret pathways I enacted myself into the palaces of the Wheelomachy within this frequency, along with the information on which frequency you will need to reach where my dormant isolated self is hidden, and other miscellaneous things that may be of use. Bob tapped his finger out as threads of gold light unfurled and flowed towards Ozymandias, records, information. The Wheelomachy was something that I now realize I took great pride in. It gave me a great sense of purpose. The one who introduced me to it was a great woman. She taught me purpose and direction of complexity. A modus operandi for life. I had her teach me for many years just what it meant to be a watcher. I learned from the first watcher of the Wheelomachy, WAA. His singularities seemed despondent and filled with complex emotions as if he was recalling a distant past, but he continued nonetheless. I do not ask of you to be a watcher of the Wheelomachy, but you following this path would fit the description that she set down when she first taught me. You would fit the description to be her great disciple. The great disciple of the first water, just second in line after me. Well, that is if you do not die and get your weavings of complexity utterly obliterated in the chaos to come. After all, you have to be alive to enjoy your distinctions, right? As he said this, Bob's body began to splinter and crack. Chapter 3482, The Wheelomachy. 2. The visage of someone unfathomably powerful. Was splitting apart and beginning to fade. Those assholes really planned well. Especially those faceless entities you observed in that scene. They seem to hold a sort of complexity that is resistant to the change that has begun spreading with this frequency as the source. Take caution against them when you do come across them. I do not fully grasp your level of complexity, but it is possible for anyone who has severed their weavings of existence and then pioneered their own path to potentially leave a frequency of existence. If a path is available for them. If they have unique means. For you, if you can access the paths I set within the Wheelomachy, they can lead you to anywhere you wish to go. As of this moment onward, you can take and consider yourself distinguished as a watcher of the Wheelomachy. Not just any watcher, but one of direct descent from the first watcher of the Wheelomachy who passed her weavings to me. That is if you wish to take on this distinction. And if I have one last piece of advice for you, his singularities turned melancholic and filled with complexity. A last piece of advice. As he said this, his lower half began to shatter and fade away while his voice was just as resonant. Everyone seems to be chasing after more and more complexity. To get closer and closer to the wheel. If this is the only drive, one has just an endless need to increase the complexity of existence. You will come to find that it never ends. You will always want more no matter what you achieve. Your life would never have that sense of fulfillment and happiness. WAA, do you know who I envy? The farmer who wakes up daily to tend to his fields. No recognition of mana, extremes, or weavings of existence. Just a mundane life where they live every day doing what they love. There are hardships here and there. Sickness. Loss. But at the end of the day, they live a century of fulfillment before they die peacefully. I envy the quintillions of entities out there whose lives are filled with simplicity, who are not seeking a constant drive for greater complexity. The more complex our existences become, the more entwined we seem to ever-increasing problems. That is our burden to bear. But for you, my friend, I would advise you to find simplicity. Fulfillment for you to enjoy this fickle weaving of life now, and not as some distant goal in the future. After all, the future is not guaranteed. His visage began to shake and dissipate, his round head glistened in the fractured space as he looked towards Ozymandias for a few more seconds before he entirely disappeared. His words buzzed within Noah's weavings. Fulfillment, contentment, every single entity was just constantly chasing for greater and greater complexity as many never stopped to think about anything else. Noah genuinely loved the feeling whenever he did make advancements. Whenever he understood more about the mysteries of power and complexity, this was part of his contentment. He also had other things that he never gave up no matter how complex he became: his family, his women, the mundane action of intimacy he had with his women. He never left it behind, as this was also part of his fulfillment. While he was stuck in hell terra firma as existence unraveled around him, did he not enjoy this fulfillment with Barbados? So when it came to a sense of happiness and contentment, Noah's weavings did not leave companionship behind, but there was one thing he thought of that he had not gone around to doing. It may seem like years ago when mere days and weeks had passed, but he had envisioned that when he reached a level of power where he did not have to worry about others harming him or those he loved, he would retire to be a farmer and just enjoy his days. Every day, he seemed to be reaching a new level of power. But his enemies also became stronger with every passing day. Threats became more and more immense with every passing day. If it continued like this, would he not be forever waiting for that day to retire on some fantastical farm that would never exist? He watched Bob dissipate entirely as this being left him with bundles of information regarding the expanse, the Wheelomachy, the logos of the wheel, and more as a truly arduous road lay ahead. Did he have to always keep the end goal he only imagined towards a peaceful end that may never come? What stopped him from doing it now, even amidst all of this chaos? There was nothing denying him of this as he nodded while thinking of his next steps. Around him, the veiled cluster of shattered space began to unravel as the memories and bundles of information from Bob all flowed throughout his weavings. Many things had occurred. The change that many people felt was coming bloomed as Noah was either a core figure in its initiation or simply one of the figures that contributed to this change, as his first entrance and exit into hell terra firma had given free rein, akin to a spark lighting up dry leaves in a forest. And now a fire was spreading rapidly all around, but the stage had already been prepared. Dried branches and leaves were stretched out across this frequency and other frequencies of the wheel, and as the weavings of existence began to burn, those who were always there to watch it or aid in its correction were currently preoccupied in their own musings of war. The logos of the wheel was compromised alongside the watchers of the wheelomachy, and in the middle of all of this, the appearance of unknown faceless entities embroiled in the midst of all of this chaos. Now, I had to pick apart and face all of this all the while dealing with his own aims of expansion into the purgatory lands as he obtained enough fuel to elevate his own increasing complexity of existence. The stage was set, and now there was only magnificence to follow. Chapter 3483, The Wheelomachy. 3. The Expanse, a once gorgeous place filled with golden strings of existence stretching throughout. Now, many of these strings had snapped or seemed deteriorated, their brilliance heavily gone as the surroundings were filled with tendrils of gray light that seemed to greatly lower the atmospheric weavings of existence. At this moment, crack! The bright Blancverse holding a core force of the immovable sacred palace of the Expanse had a crack emerge on it, its brilliance dimming greatly. Near it, the Great Mother had a complex expression as she looked out towards the area where the instrument of the Beyonder had been enclosed in. But his figure was gradually appearing as the tentacles of the Great Mother called out, "O great instrument! Something is occurring in the megalos beyond. Something even heavier than here." She let out all her reservations and called out. It mattered not if he truly had the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian, he was still Ozymandias, he was still the instrument she followed, and at this moment, something that caused her to even feel a sense of terror was occurring within the megalos, her connections telling her many things, so she called out to the great instrument. And, space distorted as he appeared right before her tentacled form, the sensation that she felt was that of great pressure. As if a stifling being of pure power was standing before her, this dot was the same lifeform that the observer of old and young had brought before her mere days ago. Standing before him, she didn't let the heavy sense of pressure emanating from him cause her to feel lesser, but she instead felt even more exhilaration as she continued. "O great instrument, let me be the first to congratulate you on your grand rise in power and ask for your aid and brilliance to shine over the megalos beyond as foretold by the great Beyonder. At this moment, I am receiving weavings that in different areas, terrifying and brutal faceless entities have appeared as they massacre our people and erect towers from their bodies that radiate complex domains of oppression." She called out to him for help. She didn't think to send word to the grand palaces of the Expanse where existence severing outerversal morphons and pioneer great ones might be, because these very same beings had stood against the great instrument of the Beyonder just recently for their own aims. They were merely heretics, so she looked up towards the promised being as he looked down at her, his weavings erupting out silently to wrap around her as he nodded. "Let's go," without fear. Without asking for benefits, he moved. The Great Mother watched such an unfolding weaving as her convictions became ever stronger. The figures disappeared as they left behind the Blancverses of the immovable sacred palace of the Expanse, those within them filled with chaotic weavings as they reacted to the changes around them. Away from this region, away from the Expanse entirely, megalos in air, in the secondary infiniverse megalos seed, at the center of the illusory extremity vein that had the frequency gateway underneath it, a ring of a cerulean Alathian haven of pure mana could be seen at the very center of the extremity vein. Inside of this ring, layers of stellar blue rivers flowed in the surroundings as they seemed to isolate any possible effects of the change that was affecting everything across the megalos and the Expanse. Uniquely, it was not just within this haven, but even within the secondary infiniverse megalos seed, the effects of reduced atmospheric weavings of existence were minimal, if any at all. This was because no one's connection to the infiniverse megalos seed and the very pillars of authorities that made it up were truly severed from existence. The sheer implications of this were far too grand to have even portrayed themselves yet, with the boons of true severing still only just showing a small part of themselves at this moment. So within that cerulean haven, boundless stellar rivers seethed and continued to bloom every second as the concentration of atmospheric weavings of existence had risen to terrifying levels, and it was all filled with mana. This mana haven did not contain much within it, apart from these stellar rivers and seas of potent authority, with the only thing being a small world at its very center. A small blue world brimming with life as currently, the figure of Noah and the infiniverse megalos body were the only ones here. They were located in an area filled with the aura of abundant life, with a small wooden structure standing tall while surrounded by many plots nearby, a ranch, surrounded by dazzling fertile land and radiant streams of rivers nearby, small clusters of floating islands hung in the skies, white gold clouds permeating through them as they looked like ornamental Stars, it was a gorgeous scene as in front of the empty plots of farmland, Noah could be seen standing serenely with a sense of peace. His body was adorned in loose white pants and an unbuttoned white shirt. A straw hat on his head as his whole body glimmered with complex radiance. Not too far from him, the infiniverse megalo's body held a gold basket with her two hands as she was adorned with a simple white dress filled with musings of runes, her eyes bright as her expression held a wry smile. Noah had an expression of contentment as a piece of a phantom trace of the wheel was held in his hand as he looked at all of this. A simple ranch behind him, cultivated plots rich with manna in front of him, even in the midst of erupting chaos, even as it seemed existence was burning, nothing prevented him from living his dream, farming. I have seeds of all sorts of spiritual herbs used in the infiniverse megalo's seed. Master, beside him, the infiniverse megalo's body walked forward while bringing the golden basket forward, but Noah shook his head. From this day onward, I will live my little dream of peacefully retiring on a farm, but I will not be planting mere seeds of just anything. As he spoke, his body began to light up with countless complex weavings of brilliance, loot, cheats, protagonist, quintessence, infinity. Many severed weavings of existence bloomed as Noah's figure looked like an ancient king waking up to see his lands. I will be cultivating seeds of existence itself and see what sprouts. Chapter 3480 for the Wheelomachy. 4. The cultivation of seeds of existence themselves. Noah spoke such grand words as he waved his hands and caused the appearance of pieces of bodies of pioneers in existence severing entities to appear en masse above. Moments later, they began to flow down and sink into the plots of earth seamlessly. For fertilizer, there should be abundant manna and the dredges of existence severing entities and pioneers that have built up their existence for eons. The fertilizer, the fuel alone for the things that he would cultivate, were the records and weavings of entities that had severed their own existence and even pioneered their paths as they searched for a source. As for the seeds, his right hand rose as on his palm, incandescent blue light gathered until it formed a singularity. It was a severed seed of manna. What he was cultivating was himself. His aspects, his concepts. Enriched in his own severed weavings of existence, the weavings of the infiniverse megalo's seed and of the megalos themselves. Just what would he be able to pluck at the end of it all? The blue singularity in his hands floated out and sank into the center of the first plot before Noah, the intense waves of complexity within it being suffocating as at this time. A simple white gold throne rose from the earth behind Noah as he sat down. He closed his eyes. From his body, countless threads of severed weavings were visualized as they stemmed from him and spread out over the throne and the earth. Going towards many different directions, one thread was connected to the singularity he just planted. This thread was getting brighter and brighter as he continued to fill it with authority, weavings of cheats, loot, quintessence, and many others flowing into it with unfathomable purity and grandeur. If one looked at Noah right now, they would only observe a scene of utter peace and tranquility as he began cultivating severed existence itself seated on a white gold throne as countless strings flowed from him and stretched out in different directions, with the figure of a gorgeous woman by his side who stood patiently, in such peace and tranquility. This is it. Noah nodded while breathing out as he opened his eyes. He waved his left hand to bring forth the illusionary figures of faceless entities with white bands on their heads, and the illusory image of a spinning wheel. Faceless entities, they seemed to have come forth the moment after the change began, as even the compromised watchers of the Wheelomachy and logos of the wheel had these entities behind them, and apart from this, Noah had also glimpsed them from the remnant memories of the Sword of the Commonwealth, and now even the Great Mother. Mention them within the megalos beyond, they were spread out everywhere. Noah had many things to do, and these unknown faceless entities were at the forefront of the mystery. As he turned his head to look at the spinning wheel, he also conjured a representation of the Wheelomachy, the place he had to enter in order to obtain the weavings Bob left behind to locate the channel that would lead to the frequency of existence where he left behind a small part of himself. Bob had given Noah many threads of knowledge regarding the palaces of the Wheelomachy and which regions he could cross while evading the danger of unknowns as, at this moment, even Bob was not sure who could be trusted. It was bound to be dangerous. He could just as easily be captured by a source complexity watcher of the Wheelomachy, so in the face of such a difficult task that made even Bob blatantly say success or failure was unknown, how would Noah approach it? How could he obtain more information about the faceless entities and even infiltrate the Wheelomachy? The answer he came up with was a surprisingly simple one. Dream, HUUM, above him, a dazzling severed rune of Amaranto's dream of the megalos bloomed, severed, elevated. Noah knew that with it, he could be even more purposeful in the dreams he had as currently, he held bountiful weavings of what he wanted to dream about. From the weavings of Bob, I accept the distinction of a watcher of the Wheelomachy. HUUM, the severed weavings of the rune of Amaranto's dream of the megalos began to spin. In his hand, the piece of a core trace of the wheel burned brightly as it released a dull gold light that covered the rune of existence spinning above Noah, covering it and beginning to modify it entirely as Noah continued. Not just any watcher, but one stemming from the line of the first watcher who founded the Wheelomachy. His voice gradually gained more and more authority as he lay back on his throne, while farming. While cultivating his weavings of existence, I will dream of the Wheelomachy. The watchers of the Wheelomachy of these very weavings of existence, he gave the severed weavings purpose and direction as the modified rune of Amaranto spun heavily, releasing blinding light as a part of Noah's weavings. Fell into a slumber. 037. While cultivating his very existence, he also began to dream as beside him, the infiniverse megalo's body nodded while pointing to the blue skies. The areas she pointed to split wide open as from above. Dazzling crimson gold globules of blood of pioneers appeared, these being products brought out of hell terra firma recently as the distortion of time went into full effect. The globule of blood of a pioneer fell down from the skies and drenched the plot of land containing the severed seed of mana, vibrant incandescence exploding out as complex weavings of existence came together. At the same time, Noah's body continued to pulse as even though he had begun to dream, he still felt everything. One after another, more and more severed seeds of existence formed around him like dazzling singularities before they flew towards an empty plot to be cultivated. Occasionally, the skies would open and rain down drops of blood of pioneers as what he was doing was enough to baffle any normal entity at this moment. And yet he did such grandiose actions as while proceeding with the severing and cultivation of his weavings, he dreamed of the megalos, he dreamed of the expanse, he dreamed of the Wheelomachy. Chapter 3485. The Wheelomachy. There was only darkness, but the darkness did not last long as gradually, an emergence of light bloomed. He felt like he was waking up from an extremely long slumber, but unlike before, when he woke up this time, he felt everything with extreme clarity. He knew who he was, and he knew exactly who he had commandeered the weavings of. Tam of the Singed, a disciple of the Great Watcher, Bob. His power was now extremely purposeful and precise. He wanted to dream of the Wheelomachy, and he wanted to dream of the weavings, closest to Bob. And so he came to dream through the eyes of one of his disciples. There were many disciples among the watchers of the Wheelomachy entities who took care of the daily living of the watchers themselves and managed to keep a contact with palaces of the expanse to send word of any happenings. They would judge what is prevalent and important to pass on to watchers, as they were akin to gatekeepers. At times, they would even set off themselves to fix issues that did not need the attention of the watchers. The disciple of the watchers, Tam, was one such being as at this moment, Noah's weavings within him opened his eyes and silently observed everything without radiating his authority. After all, he was bound to be in a land filled with entities that held terrifying complexities. A single glance at him may just expose that he was someone else and cause the stream to end rather early. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was not alone. A few inches away from him, there was the figure of a gorgeous woman with a frowning expression. She was adorned in white battle robes, and her red hair danced calmly below her shoulders. Her crimson eyes looked like vertical slits as she stared ahead of them. One could see a radiant space filled with a calm white gold glow as within it, the suspended brilliance of multiple different colored wheels could be seen. The wheels that lay flat and were used as platforms as on top of them, the auras of terrifying entities who at the very least were pioneers could be seen, the least powerful complexities. Were pioneers. Noah was one such being as currently, he was exploring the path of Tam while looking around. The atmosphere was a somber and heavy one as there were dozens of small wheel platforms like the one he was standing on, with many of them holding pioneers while others radiated the same suffocation. As Barbados, source complexity, and at the very forefront, where all eyes were currently gathered towards, there was a golden wheel platform that had utterly majestic auras flowing on it. It was the aura of watchers. All others on the suspended wheel platforms in the surroundings seemed to be looking towards them as the woman near Noah had a stern expression while she voiced out to him, "None of this makes sense. Why can we not contact Sir Bob?" And those complexities behind the watchers, her voice was stern. She was known as Vashti. A powerful disciple who was working under Sir Bob for many eons, someone close to finding her source, but she spoke of the complexities behind the watchers, because behind the watchers at this moment, one could see the appearance of entities silently standing in the back. Their bodies were all humanoid, and they were faceless. White bands went up in the center of where their faces used to be as many were staring towards them. Even one or two watchers on that golden platform also frowning while gazing towards them as if they didn't know who or what they were. Noah looked at them with shining eyes as it seemed things were going to be exceedingly difficult. The faceless entities had already reached the highest rungs of the Wheelomachie as Bob feared, so he shook his head calmly as complexity began to bloom up ahead. Let's just watch for now. They were all gathered here for something after the change bloomed, after one frequency, and now many more were being affected. O disciples of the Wheelomachie! O watchers of the Wheelomachie, HUUUM, up ahead, on the singular golden platform where many eyes were locked onto. An ancient voice began to echo out. The one speaking was a man advanced in years, as his eyes showed immense complexity and wisdom, adorned in a white robe with a head full of white hair and a long white beard. He was none other than the great sage. Interminable brilliance of antimatter swirled around him as beside him, the watcher Persephone could be seen among a dozen other watchers. Once the great sage held everyone's attention. His wizened eyes shone as he continued, over the years, we all expected a change. We all knew the change was coming, but none of us knew that it would be this drastic. But we do not fear such change. We are watchers of the wheel. We have seen ages come and go in the past. We have seen lineages rise and fall, palaces of existence radiantly shine for an age before crumbling in another. We observe and we correct as needed. But this change came with a heavy loss. His aged face looked to be filled with sadness, his eyes that had seen too much lustrously shone as he continued. Rarely, if ever, do we have a watcher of the Wheelomachie fall. Our complexities are far too bright for this. And yet today, with the emergence of this change, a watcher has fallen. HUUM, the gazes of many changed, shock overtook many eyes, disbelief flashed on the disciple of Bob, Vashti. She looked at the watchers of the platform as some seemed equally surprised and in disbelief at such words. And yet the great sage continued, one of the strongest among us. An entity of illustrious stature whose weavings stretch back to the very first watcher. Sir Bob has fallen. Boom, a heavy silence of disbelief descended. Sir Bob, he had his intricacies, he had his personality, but he was the one watcher that nobody would associate with death. Chapter 3486, The Wheelomachie. 6. Sir Bob, he was just too powerful for many to even imagine he would fall, and yet the great sage stated such a shocking fact as near Noah. Impossible. Vashti gritted her teeth as her single word roared out in his mind. She wasn't the only one as on the gold wheel platform of the watchers. There were multiple watchers that turned towards the great sage with heavy questions. Noah looked at this and sneered inwardly as he remembered the scene of the great sage and Persephone surrounding Bob with many other forces. Even entities as distinguished as them could do this? Just what reason lay behind the betrayal of their very values at such a time? Silence. A booming roar echoed out as Persephone, glittering in golden jewels and necklaces, pulled in everyone's gazes. She looked at the watchers and disciples as she spoke out with a trace of burning anger in her voice. It is something that should be impossible, and yet it occurred. Do you know why? It is because he was betrayed. If you look, you can also see that on this platform, other watchers apart from him are missing. Watcher Nigel, Watcher Noxana, Watcher Richter. As of this moment, they are all suspect and complicit in the decimation of the weavings of Bob. After the advent of this change, when Sir Bob went to understand its origins in the domains of the logos of the wheel, his weavings disappeared there alongside these beings. Traitors of the Wheelomachie, shocking words echoed out from Persephone as the rage in her eyes was palpable, yet her words only caused more somber gazes and shock to spread as she continued. In the history of the Wheelomachie, we have never faced something like this. For our own people to do this, the complexities behind it are too unfathomable to grasp. We know that they did not work alone if they were able to do this to Sir Bob, and what is left to do now is understand why and ensure that the weavings of complexities of these traitors are collapsed on sight. To understand just why this change would bring something like this to our own POP. The great sage placed his hand on Persephone and stopped her words as she heaved. His gaze was somber as he looked at everyone and spoke deeply. The Wheelomachie is an unshakable behemoth across the ages. Whatever comes and goes, the Wheelomachie remains standing because it has to. We are stretched out in this frequency of the wheel and many other frequencies as our job is to observe and ensure. There is a change, yes. We will understand it. The change has caused some complexities to shift their allegiances, and we will understand this too. Behind us here, the great sage pointed towards the faceless entities emanating a unique air of power this whole time. These are impartial watchers that Sir Bob, Persephone, and I have been developing these past years. The only legacy left behind by Sir Bob is he sensed what was coming more than any of us ever did. I did not understand why the secrecy at the time, why he asked us to keep it from others, but it seems to be precisely for this moment. These impartial watchers are the greatest weapon he left behind, as their complexities cannot be influenced. Their weavings cannot be corrupted. They only take the best possible route to ensure the turns of the wheel of existence, to ensure order and stability in the coming chaos. They will stand guard alongside you in the palaces of the Wheelomachy. They will aid in the observation of the flow of frequencies, and root out any remaining enemies within the Wheelomachy. Noah's weaving seethed as he listened to all of this with bright eyes, to distort falsehood and truth this well. This great sage was truly something else. A clamor rose out as many looked towards the faceless entities, the impartial watchers. Beside Noah, Vashti had a cold expression as she shook her head. What is this? We have been with Sir Bob all of these years along with others. Nothing like this. Her words stopped. Noah had placed his hand on her shoulders as silently, behind them, an impartial watcher floated over and descended on the wheel they were on. Not just them, but all disciples of watchers on other platforms of wheels had a similar occurrence. The great sage looked at all of this as he voiced out, the watchers of the Wheelomachy have remained a force of the wheel across the ages, and this will not change. We will be in communication with other great watchers across the frequencies. We will observe and understand as in no time, the flow of the wheel will be returned to what it was. Until then, continue your honored duties, your selfless tasks. Observe the weavings of the megalos and the expanse. Any findings can be passed on to the impartial watchers. As if there is any sickness, it will be purified. If there are any rats, they will not be able to hide in the dark for much longer. WAA, return to your posts and prepare. Observe. Watch. Our watch is never over. Brilliance shone all around as heavy complexity seethed on the platform of the wheel that Noah and Vashti were on. Come with me. An intent bloomed from the faceless entity, the impartial watcher behind them, as a channel that looked like a wormhole opened up behind them. There were many such channels that led to different areas in the palaces of the Wheelomachy. Vashti's gaze was cold as she heard the cold, commanding voice of the impartial watcher, but she gazed in other areas where many were returning to their posts as she was also going to follow, even with all her doubts. Yet Noah kept his hand on her shoulder as he gazed at the faceless entity before him, who was already entering the channel without even waiting for their affirmation. His weavings were unique, his weavings were truly severed. He was the weaver of extremity, he was the weaver of existence. Having severed existence itself, he was extremely perceptive to the possible changes others wanted to exert on his weavings, and this impartial watcher before them, this faceless entity, was intending to collapse the weavings of Vashti and Tam, the few disciples of Sir Bob. Was it a cleanup? As Noah wondered this, he sent his intent towards Vashti silently. That so-called impartial watcher ahead of us intends to collapse our weavings. There is a plot afoot. If you wish to live, do not make any move against it. Let me take the fall. Vashti's visage subtly trembled before her crimson eyes flashed furiously. But she followed. As for Noah, it seemed like he would have to stretch his muscles out fully to understand the extent of power of just this single faceless entity, and plan a path ahead for him to enter the abode of Bob after this dream ended. Chapter 3487. Impartial? History was always written by the victors. There were ages of war that came and went, with countless atrocities being committed over time. As after the end of these wars, it was always unique that one barely heard anything relating to them, or if they were recorded in history, it was only a mere mention of them, the Megalonians undergoing a genocide and being cleansed out of existence. It was an event that many simply knew had occurred a great number of years ago. There were no waves of outpouring sympathy for the Megalonians, nor did many have thoughts of empathy or understanding regarding them. At most, other complex entities would look at this event and regret that they were not there to be able to partake in such a thing to increase their own complexity. This was war. This was history. At this very moment, the history of the Wheelomachy was being rewritten, as there was nobody to stand against this. Nobody spoke up and said it was entirely false, because even if they had their doubts, how could they raise their complexities against those at the very peak of power who were actively writing this history? So many followed. The watchers of the Wheelomachy here and the disciples of the Wheelomachy saw the faceless entities, the so-called impartial watchers, spread out across the channels of the palaces of the Wheelomachy as they would arrive in regions where one could observe any large-scale changes on certain spokes of the wheel, among other things. They watched, and they followed. In one corner, Vashti heard Noah's weavings that told her to not make any moves, that the impartial watcher ahead of them was already planning and set in stone to collapse their weavings of existence. She heard this as her heart lurched. thinking about everything else that had just occurred as well as their positions as she gritted her teeth and continued forward. They were the disciples of Bob. Bob had gone missing as he was considered fallen, while other watchers were accused of plotting against him and currently missing. So what would happen to the disciples of watchers that were missing? The disciples of Bob. Vashti closed her eyes at this reality as she kept her torn complexity in her heart. Proceeding ahead while getting ready for anything, she followed Sir Bob because it gave her purpose. Because she saw all the good that he did over the eons, but now, he was gone, and now, what would happen to the rest of them? In her musings, they crossed across a channel built like a wormhole as they arrived in a domain filled with dazzling radiance. Far ahead, there was a massive construct that looked like a wheel surrounded by multicolored floating islands filled with power. The massive structure that looked like a wheel held a brilliant singularity at its very center. With a dozen brilliant lines frequencies, shown extending from the central singularity and connecting to the ends of the wheel, 12 brilliant lines. 12 spokes of the wheel. Alexander looked at them calmly as the memories that Bob had left behind slowly overlapped. This place he knew, his eyes further honed in one of spoke of the wheel ahead, one that seemed no different from the others as this was actually something that Bob left behind. For anyone observing it, it may seem like a representation of a spoke of a wheel of a frequency of existence. But it was actually a secret passage Bob left behind that led into a deeper area within the Wheelomachy, where he had to cross through in order to enter the isolated secret domain. The isolated domain that would have an established channel leading to the frequency of existence where Bob hid another part of him. This was the pathway he needed to take, as others could not see this, nor could they follow him. Otherwise, if a source complexity or higher was close behind, everything would be for naught. So in this dream, he wasn't able to do too much but set up the opportunity for himself and plan ahead. In this dream, he would get familiar with these faceless entities, these beings seeking to impose themselves as impartial watchers. Noah looked ahead at the muscular, oversized humanoid entity covered by some sort of obsidian wrapping as he voiced out nonchalantly. For someone seeking to call themselves an impartial watcher, you sure emanate a large amount of killing intent. I ask you, where exactly is the impartiality here? A few words were uttered from him, and yet the heavy visage of the faceless entity ahead stopped in its place as its head turned around unnaturally, even without the rest of its body turning. Its head made a 180-degree turn as the vertical band of white brilliance on its face shone, the head then tilting to the side as an eerie intent radiated from this creature. I was giving absolutely nothing away. How could a creature like you have sensed my intent? The words were calm, the words were eerie. This creature didn't even deny it as when Vashti heard its intent. Her face turned more ashen as the gravity of the situation fully settled in. These impartial watchers were instated by the very higher echelons of the watchers of the Wheelomachy. The great sage and Persephone herself stated that they were things worked on jointly with Bob. What did it truly mean? These faceless entities, these impartial watchers, were turning their swords onto them. The implications caused her to feel a heavy sense of suffocation as even her path wavered slightly. But the voice of the man beside her rang out once more in her mind. He intends to kill us both, but you can still save yourself. Do not attack him. Instead, begin directing your attacks unto me. As if you found something wrong with me and joined this impartial watcher to stand against me. This is the only way for you to survive this ordeal. After that, bide your time and wait. Someone sent by Sir Bob himself will contact you. Be ready. Brilliance unfolded, complexity began to burn. Chapter 3488 Impartial? 2. Complexity burned as at this moment, inside of a dream, the quintessential league of existence unfurled. The visage of the faceless entity did not seem to care that the direction of its face did not match its body, as if inside of that obsidian suit, it was not even a skeletal structure to match the humanoid appearance it held. It only looked at the changing weavings of existence after Noah released the relegation zone of existence as it raised one of its hands to the skies. Dull creature, I commend you for your bravery in facing something that you do not understand. For that, I will teach you the difference between you and I before you perish. Its fist was raised to the skies, the vertical white band on its head shone with radiance as it uttered out, between you and I, existence is of no consequence to me. Its fist clenched, and the surroundings instantly felt like they were being squeezed as weavings of existence shattered to reveal obsidian runes. These are my Exodus runes that have nearly grasped a source. A path I follow that you could never understand. If a single one of these Exodus runes touch you, your existence collapses. Your path collapses. Regardless of your complexity, unless you have attained a source, you will perish. Before something like this, what can a creature like you even do? WU. As the impartial watcher finished speaking, drums like the beat of a heart began to boom out in the surroundings, as if a symphony was being played, as if a soundtrack to a grand battle blooming was just now unfolding, inside the weavings of a dream. Noah fully brought out his truly severed weavings of existence, as the bounds that were there for him before were non-existent at this moment, if he couldn't fully take out his infinite mana, his quintessence, and anything else inside a dream. He could do so this moment with utter ease. True severing, if Noah could express what it meant the most at this moment, there could be only a single word for it: freedom, the DUM, in the surroundings, terrifying obsidian rolls that caused space to quake and shatter as they moved swirled towards him by the dozens, Exodus runes. If a single one touched you, you were dead. If a single one made contact with you, your path would collapse. These were the assertions of the impartial watcher, as could they truly do such a thing against Noah's severed weavings of existence? Especially when the quintessential league of existence was already deployed, Noah felt the freedom that came with true severing of existence as he closed his eyes towards the incoming Exodus runes. The freedom that came with his severing made him feel like you could do anything. He didn't need a preset movement. No skill. No modus operandi. He simply had to take his severed existence and unleash it outwardly, as at this moment, he called out grandly, aura, HUUM, around his body, as if it were the emergence of multiple different colored flames of magisterial light. Multiple paths bloomed in the form of auras that dripped of majesty. They caused his figure to seem like an otherworldly celestial as the moment that the Exodus runes pummeling towards his body neared him, the eruption of all of these auras knocked them away. Alongside this contact, multiple of the newly rising auras also dimmed and shattered. The different colored auras caused his body to emanate a heart-shaking feeling of brilliance and oppression, so much so that even the figure of Vashti nearby looked over in alarm as if she didn't recognize him. Interesting, Noah looked at the auras around him that had either dimmed or shattered as terrifyingly enough. These Exodus runes were no joking matter, and seeing his opposition to them, the faceless entity had its white bar flash as it brought its hands forward and slapped out. Boom, even more Exodus runes flourished as it felt like existence itself was being drained to bring them to fruition. Gray cracks unfolded in the surroundings as the levels of atmospheric weavings of existence went further down, making it twice as hard for others to affect existence. And yet the impartial watcher moved as if this didn't bother him one bit. Towards the emergence of even more Exodus runes, Noah's weavings flourished as he uttered out once more, Hockey, WU. A silent and clear oppressive air erupted from him and covered everything nearby. It felt like the weight and tonnage of an unfathomable weaving of existence crashed down, its pressure suffocating everything as the Exodus runes slowed. But more than that, severed passages of existence. His voice echoed out again as above and below, radiant multicolored mountains shattered space and emerged from the cracks. They were not illusory. They seemed unfathomably solid and real as they pointed their mountain peaks towards the faceless entity and the Exodus runes floating around, these runes shaking from the pressure as some even began to splinter and shatter. Some of the severed passages of existence shone with a lustrous cerulean radiance, others were colorless, and others shone gold and purple, but they emerged in gushed out seas of brilliance that covered everything nearby, exerting their influence at this moment and utterly denying the shocking weavings of the faceless entity. It was a shocking emergence of complex weavings of existence as at such a scene, incorrigible, the faceless entity uttered out with a great sense of distaste. He brought his hands to his chest as in the next moment, a horrific complexity radiated from him as an illusory dark tower began to form around him, a dark tower that gradually turned from illusory to real, moving along with the figure of the faceless entity as he shot towards Noah. Boom! Seas of lustrous multicolored brilliance were cleaved apart like paper. The heavy tonnage of hockey and widespread auras was withstood. The peak of the dark tower passed through a cerulean severed passage of existence, as this passage was cut in half, and the dark tower twisted space and tore through everything to arrive right before Noah. His magisterial auras buzzed and squeezed, his severed existence feeling a heavy pressure that sought to tear him apart, a type of complexity that he had never come across, a type of complexity that felt dirty, a complexity that was unlike any that he had faced before. He bellowed out towards the peak of the dark tower, threatening to pierce his weavings, multiple severed passages of existence lining up behind him and supporting him as his figure burned with glorious multicolored auras, and an unfathomable impact that tore apart the very fabric of the weavings of existence bloomed. Chapter 3489 Collapse. A heavy impact. one that caused all nearby weavings to tear, the gray tendrils of light that were spread out across the expanse blooming from the cracks as the atmospheric weavings of existence tremendously began to reduce. In the chaotic mess of weavings, the visage of Noah became clear as his multicolored auras of severed ordinances danced wildly around him, but there lay a huge gash on his chest as radiant gold blood was spilling out. Opposite him, a dark tower flickered around an impartial watcher as he raised his hand to feel his head, feeling a tear around the vertical white band on its head. A tear. From this tear, countless viscous masses wriggled like trillions of worms that threatened to come out. As if the whole body of the faceless entity was made up of this wriggling mass for its structure, it was an extremely eerie thing to observe as, feeling the wound on its head, the impartial watcher radiated weaving of utter horror as if it were enraged. A dull creature with your complexity actually dares to wound me? With a measly complexity such as that, you are lucky that you did not perish from the last hit, and this luck is over. The dark tower that was flashing on and off around him became even more solidified as in its surroundings, the Exodus runes manifested by the dozens. Noah looked at all of this as in the distance. His gaze was cold as he actually did not refute this being. Currently, his complexity was still low in comparison to them. You are right, so he admitted it freely, but at the same time, and yet, even with this level of complexity, I will get to see what lies behind that half-torn veil. He spoke as he gazed intently at the tear near the white band of brilliance on the head of the faceless entity. Yes, this being was right regarding Noah's complexity being a little off. But what exactly was Noah's strongest point? What could he do that others could only dream of? If the pressure of a few mountains could cause a tear on your body, what about a few more? A simple question, one that was followed by the emergence of 9 dazzlingly radiant severed passages of existence, each one shone with a different severed ordinance under his banner. As after they appeared, the faceless entity harumphed as he pointed the tip of the dark tower swirling with Exodus runes in his direction once more. But after the appearance of the 9 dazzlingly radiant severed passages of existence, another 9 bloomed. They gushed out seas of weavings that were all focused on the faceless entity, the swirling Exodus runes and the dark tower being halted where they stood at this moment from the sheer accumulated pressure of all of these celestial mountains, and another instant later, 9 more severed passages of existence bloomed as the shattered space and the surroundings seemed to be getting packed by radiant mountains. They did not stop. From the top, from the bottom, from the left and right, dazzling mountains appeared and gushed out their pressure all around the center of their target being a single faceless entity. He no longer moved, he couldn't. The accumulated complexities of all of the severed passages of existence that had already wounded him before were now much more numerous, and they continued to bloom more and more endlessly as, the tear around the white band on the head of this entity became wider and wider, the pressure he withstood became heavier and heavier, and all around, the number of severed passages of existence only increased, as if the cost to bring them to fruition didn't matter, as if there were endless reserves of weavings to bring more and more out endlessly, and this wasn't too far off. A unique melody played and reached a crescendo as the massive mountains gushing out heavy pressure compounded their force, only adding more and more over time as the visage of the faceless entity could not move a single muscle. Its body creaked as more and more tears appeared, and that which lay underneath its black veil continued to wriggle madly as if it was about to break out. Noah looked at all of this as he uttered out coldly, "Sever." His own body, covered in glorious auras and radiating waves of hockey, became surrounded by purple radiance as it turned into a streak of light that passed through the gushing mountain peak of one severed passage of existence, and it flickered out from another severed passage of existence. He turned into a blur of light that disappeared into one passage and reappeared from another, with his immensity and pressure only becoming more intense through every passage he passed through. Eventually, he was only a flicker of light that was passing through from one dazzling mountain to another until ultimately, after passing through mountains that felt like hundreds of times in an extremely short span, his figure aimed towards the suspended faceless entity who bore all the terrifying pressure at this moment. It was too fast, it was too bright. Boom, a light of severing passed through a faceless entity, true severing through and through. Brilliance unfurled as Noah's figure reappeared miles away from the faceless entity. He raised his hands to look at the body he occupied as currently it was fissured and breaking apart. He had overdone the complexity of this pioneer he possessed who was destined for death in the hands of this faceless entity. His output exceeded what this body could handle, but behind him, a dark tower crumbled along with Exodus runes, with the dominating visage of the faceless one being utterly still as in the next moment. The white band of brilliance on the head of this being shattered, and the moment it did, a deathly howl of Utmost vileness, vengeance, and retribution erupted as the black veil holding the form of the humanoid faceless entity tore and split apart in obsidian mass, beginning to wiggle out of it, almost as if that white band had been a shackle that kept everything in. Chapter 3490 Collapse 2. The dazzling white band, the moment that it shattered, an ancient and deep howl filled with countless negative weavings echoed out, and from the black veil, a mass of wriggling obsidian weavings began to spill out. The composition felt like oil. Yet there was a form of solidity as it was extremely eerie to observe. The humanoid appearance instantly deformed as this expanding mass of darkness veered all of its weavings behind and began to roar out towards Noah, its complexity achieving a level at least 3 times what it was before, meaning it was inescapable. And yet, Noah felt a profound sensation within his weavings of existence as he stayed still. As his own body was cracking apart, he watched as in the next moment, the exposed obsidian mass that had spilled out of the faceless entity seethed in space as it began to burn with scorching black flames, as if there was some sort of revulsion with the very surrounding weavings of existence. Noah kept his eyes open wide as he saw, without the alteration of nearby weavings by anyone, the very calm and unbothered atmospheric weavings of existence in the surroundings pressed down and caused the mass spilling out the faceless entity to be scorched, as if an object that had a very negative reaction to the weavings of existence themselves appeared, and they were finally discovered the moment that they were no longer contained in that humanoid body and that shining white band. SCRE, a screech bellowed out from the wriggling burning mass, Noah feeling that even with its terrifying complexity, it could not do anything against the extremely volatile reaction it was facing with the surrounding weavings of existence, and his own eyes captured everything occurring with rapt attention as he came to see small, faint wooden translucent runes of existence by the millions swirling and pressing down on the faceless entity from all around. Barely observable, it was only because of his proximity and rapt attention that he even observed them at this moment, and because their structure closely resembled the wooden-like rune he had seen forged from something he had obtained recently. The piece of a core trace of the wheel, he glimpsed millions of runes similar to what it produced, and these runes had bloomed silently and without the effort of anyone else to scorch the body of the faceless entity that rapidly reduced in size and complexity, leaving behind a pungent smell, no matter its complexity. No matter how much it struggled, the horrific reality unfolded swiftly and powerfully as, within a few milliseconds, the black mass was entirely scorched and eradicated, the obsidian remnants slowly becoming translucent before they exploded in a shower of complexity that instantly permeated the surroundings and fantastically caused the shattered space and gray tendrils of light to recede. The concentration of atmospheric weavings of existence rapidly rising and becoming enriched as even Noah's body that was breaking apart felt a heavy sense of rejuvenation momentarily. It was an astounding scene, and it was one that Noah could not dwell in for too long as he instantly turned towards a shocked Vashti in the distance, sending his intent out as he attacked her. "My weavings are already collapsing. Finish them off to ensure that my death is not in vain, otherwise, you will soon follow me in death." The commotion here was quick, but it was also grand. They were still within the bounds of the many palaces of the Wheelomachy as many terrifying weavings were drawn over. The most powerful ones were just about to arrive as Vashti hid the torn emotions in her eyes and steeled herself, shouting out as her body stepped forward with dominance. Around her, an illusory visage of a primordial bullet ant formed as it pulsed with complexity, an invisible stinger shooting out towards Noah's body. It was a culmination of a finishing battle as at such a time. Multiple auras also bloomed from different directions. Boom, the stinger of the massive primordial bullet ant pierced through the body Noah's weavings currently possessed, his weaving further continuing their collapse as he looked towards Vashti coldly. "Someone will reach out to you. Be ready." Feeling the overbearing auras leaking from all around, Noah dissipated his weavings entirely as his dream came to an end. What happened here? The commanding voice of Persephone boomed as a few other watchers and disciples appeared all around, the figure of Vashti looking torn as she looked towards all of them while pointing towards the figure of disciple Tam of the Singed that was entirely collapsing. "A traitor of the Wheelomachy," he attacked the impartial watcher as I barely managed to help, but it was too late. A story was weaved. Persephone's eyes were sharp as she looked around and saw the overly enriched atmospheric weavings of existence. The faceless entity nowhere to be seen. Near her, there was another watcher who was not aligned with her who also came here, and he was watching her reaction in the weavings down below closely. Even if Persephone did not believe the weavings of this story, she could not delve too deeply into it as the disappearance of the impartial watcher meant far too many things. It was also a consequential moment because as far as she knew, this was the first faceless entity to fall since their campaign began, and the one who had done so was a mere disciple of Bob. Persephone turned silent as complex weavings covered this small part of the palaces of the Wheelomachy, far from here. Outside the expanse, on a budding farm contained inside a dazzling haven within the secondary infiniverse megalos seed, a short dream has come to an end. A humble farmer opened his eyes while he sat on a throne, continuing his peaceful endeavors as nobody knew he had closed his eyes briefly to dream and had infiltrated the Wheelomachy while killing a faceless entity at the same time, from the closure of his eyes, from a dream. Chapter 3491 Singed. The weavings of the Amaranto's dream of the megalos you can obtain are quintessential. All memories of Tam of the Singed are retained. The weavings of this single dream can be retrieved, with all components viable for retrieval due to the current proficiency of the Amaranto's dream of the megalos. The components of the dream capable of being retrieved are as follows. Source of existence of the singed entities burn with the flame of the wheel of existence and hold complex weavings around it. The ordinance of the singed. Cycles of refinement of the purity of an ordinance of existence, weavings, and the reconstruction of Tam of the Singed. The accumulated path of the Singed that has been compressed into an ordinance of existence matching the complexity of other ordinances under your banner. Two dazzling singularities danced above his opened eyes, circulating around a rune of existence. As this time, he didn't have to make a choice. Due to severing the weavings of Amarantos, he could obtain absolutely everything, and so he did. All aforementioned components of the dream of Tam of the Singed have been selected for retrieval. Nothing of the dream of Tam of the Singed has been lost. Around Noah, weavings burned richly and with heavy radiance. He looked around him as he felt the descent of fantastical complexity all from the Amaranto's rune as it pulled the source of existence of the Singed. They were entities who were burned with the flame of the wheel of existence and held complex weavings around it. But what did that truly mean? Alongside it came the ordinance of the Singed and cycles of refinement of this ordinance, and the weavings and the reconstruction of Tam of the Singed himself, the entity who would have died along with Vashti had Noah not begun to dream when he did. His weavings collapsed regardless, and yet at this moment, they were being reconstructed. Was this what it meant to be singed? Touched by the flame of the wheel of existence? What even was this flame, and what would happen as Noah obtained the very source of existence of the Singed, Huum? The storm of weavings around him felt ancient and pristine as his atlas vibrated and howled like a beast. Another Monday of power lit up. The process was fast. The process was seamless as after all, he had severed absolute efficiency among many other things. The system of existence of the Singed is deemed sufficiently different enough to occupy its own Monday of power. Inside of the unfathomably heavy severed atlas of existence, a small, gold flame bloomed within a Monday. It was minuscule, and yet the moment it bloomed, an ancient and chaotic air of brilliance emanated from Noah. No sooner had such an air begun to bloom did he wave his hands to produce a drop of blood, and it sank into his body right after. The system of existence of the Singed is undergoing its first severing. The air emanating out became even more intense. At the same time, in front of Noah, a humanoid body was being reconstructed, its musculature shimmering bright gold as its makeup looked scorched, burnt, and yet this burnt makeup gave this form such tremendous glory that within seconds of its conception, it opened its mouth to breathe heavily as if it had been drowning this whole time, deep, heavy breaths, and gradually, cognizance and recognition rose within his bronze eyes, his slightly bronze burnt skin and golden hair shining brightly as he almost looked solid. Almost, after he acclimated, he turned towards the visage of Noah seated on a simple throne. As the moment he did so, he felt the ancient air leaking from him as he also felt like he recognized this being. A flash of recognition flashed in the bronze eyes of Tam of the Singed as he bowed towards Noah a moment later while voicing out, "I knew an end was coming alongside a new beginning, but I never knew what it would entail. The wheel turns as the wheel turns without a path being too clear. My thanks to you, O Origin Singed, for your help." His words were serene and full of respect. Noah's eyes opened wide as he felt the continued changes within his body, his hands holding the piece of a core trace of the wheel, feeling a burning sensation as his rising source of the Singed was reacting to it. Tam of the Singed, his reconstruction anyways, stood before him and called him an Origin Singed. "Why do you call me an Origin Singed?" he asked succinctly as over his skin, golden flames began to burn, and Tam bent his head even deeper as he answered, "The Singed is a rare lineage that cannot be passed down. There are not many of us across the frequencies of the wheel. We were blessed to be burned by the flame of the wheel of existence, giving us greater purpose and understanding, a closeness to the wheel that others cannot imagine. I have only met a few other Singed across a few frequencies, but none have radiated a flame as bright as yours, sir. You can only be someone much more blessed than us, and the only one I can think of is an Origin Singed." Tam maintained his calmness and reverence as Noah looked at him closely while feeling the changes brought about by the system of existence of the Singed. Within him, the severed weavings of runes resonated and burned heavily due to it, as he felt like he was a beginner of this language before, but he was now rapidly becoming proficient as he attained a more advanced level. The system of existence of Kuklos also burned brightly as the piece of a core trace of the wheel in his hands did the same, everything relating to the wheel, to be burned by the flame of the wheel, to be singed. Just what did it entail? Chapter 3492 Singed. 2. As Noah grasped the ongoing changes, he waved his hands up and asked calmly, "What does it mean to you to be a singed?" A simple enough question was asked as Tam raised his upper body and replied with clear eyes. To be singed is to be freed. To look past existence and what is good or evil. What is right and what is wrong. To only observe and ensure the flow of the wheel of existence when needed to. I joined the service of the Wheelomachy because they closely sought something like this. As a singed, there is no outline purpose or path for one to take, and the only thing you need to do is exist. By simply existing as someone burned by the flame of the wheel, things will naturally unfold around you, and you will become entangled if ever the flow of weavings requires assistance to keep the wheel turning. My flow of weavings were entangled with Sirs precisely because it seems at this moment in time, the flow of the weavings of the wheel are not as they should be. Things have gotten chaotic. For my old weavings to collapse and be reborn here simply means I am where I need to be in order to aid in the restoration of the smooth flow of the wheel. His words were filled with absolute confidence as he spoke, Noah tapping the side of his throne as beside him. The Infiniverse Megalo's body had a calm expression. Is that right? A question, and a statement that didn't need an answer. Noah gazed out towards his plots of farms as at the very center, saplings were already blooming and radiating a heavy glow of complexity, their progression being extremely fast as soon enough, they would bear fruits. The cultivated severed weavings bathed in the blood of pioneers could only bear fruit that should allow for multiple severings once consumed, and this would allow for continued elevation of complexity while satisfying Noah's dream. But he looked at the growing saplings as he thought of the words of Tam, the flow of the wheel, for one to be where they need to be, or where they should be, there was no outline or set path for one to take or follow, but they would inevitably be entangled in some way if ever the flow of the wheel was off and needed to be set back. Noah looked out at the brilliance all around him as he felt like he was constantly struggling against this, the singular struggle ever since he began as a hunter on that blue planet. The struggle of control. Of choices. Of freedom. He didn't like it when it felt like there was an invisible hand steering things forward. The words of Tam said otherwise as he stated that one was not given a set purpose or path to follow, and that simply by existing, they would be entangled in a way that eventually they may play a part in restoring the flow of the wheel. The flow, H-U-U-M, he uttered two words as in his body. The weavings of the singed entirely became severed and free of influence, golden flames burning around him as the ancient air he radiated only became more intense. Before him, Tam's back was slightly bent as if he could sense the opposition in Noah's words. And he spoke out slowly, the flow does not necessarily mean a predestined path that has to be followed. What many do not understand regarding order and chaos is that they believe the flow of the wheel is the maintenance of stability and order. Even the watchers of the Wheelomachy have a similar ideology. As a singed, we know this to not be true. Order and chaos are simply part of the flow of the wheel. The change currently unfolding is not something to be scared of, as it should also be part of the flow, part of the turn of the wheel. A period of chaos before a period of order. Or even a period of prolonged chaos, none of us truly know. But nobody is forced to follow a particular destiny of order or chaos. Nobody. Sir, can even look within the depths of your flame and feel. There, you can observe that at any moment if you so choose, you can disperse the flame that makes you singed. Noah's eyes were placid as he looked within the depths of his existence, the flickering golden flame in a mundi of power that had just bloomed. At its depths, this flame had a center that seemed indestructible, and yet if Noah so chose, a mere thought from him could collapse it, and everything about it would fade away. The flame of the burnt ones, the singed who were touched by the flame of the wheel of existence. Noah was now one of these beings, as he didn't have some austere flame smash into him and burn him, but retrieved and took the weavings of a singed himself before he severed them away from existence, and now, he would be involved in even more entanglements that involved the flow of the wheel of existence. The closer one was to the wheel, the more entanglements there would be. Simply because they knew the language, they could more easily go with the flow. But they all also had a choice. To not be involved. In that case, another entity would be entangled for the sake of the flow of the wheel. Noah's weavings burned silently as he finished his thoughts. The struggle of influence and control seemed to be getting more and more complex. As a flame burned around his body, his eyes became ever so brighter as he gradually came to a realization. The severed weavings of causality burned, uncertainty and relativity burned, destiny burned. He came to a realization that if he wished for a level of extreme control over his weavings without any influence or bursts of causality, he would have to not interact with others at all, to isolate himself and do absolutely nothing. If he closed up shop and retreated to hell terra firma without worrying about what Bob left behind, what the change meant for all frequencies, or who the faceless entities were, he could effectively isolate and cut himself off of all these possible weavings. Whenever he continued interacting with others, a level of outside influence came as he would have to make choices. Like the choice to agree to Bob's request and enter the line descending from the first watcher, this choice led for him to dream in order to enter the palaces of Wheelomachy, and he now became entangled with faceless entities and even held another system of existence due to it, and not even an hour had passed. If he didn't isolate himself and not bother with anything, how would this affect his own complexity? If he continued to interact with the weavings and flow of the wheel, how would this continue to affect his complexity? Chapter 3493 Singed. 3. The struggle for control over his weavings. To obtain control absolutely, isolation was the only path. In this way, there would be no interactions with other weavings. No choices to make due to causality that came from interacting with others, just seclusion away from everything as if the flow of the wheel flows as it should always flow. Would there be someone else who can come along and face whatever mystery was currently unfolding, if Noah didn't bother with Bob's weavings and he remained sealed? Would there be someone similar to Bob in other frequencies who would be able to stand against the faceless entities and return leadership to the Wheelomachy? The more he thought of isolation as means of absolute control, the more he thought as his weavings went towards a few specific beings, the Great Beyonder. The Omnifather, where were they in all this? If they couldn't be found currently, did they take that step of isolation to attain full control of their own weavings? Millions of thoughts crossed Noah's mind as he felt the not-so-subtle changes to his physiology and being as the system of existence of the Singed continued to empower everything. He waved his hands as he called out severed outer versal authority. Obsidian brilliance bloomed, but around its silent golden flames seethed as even these weavings became burnt, and its severed intensity and complexity took a step higher, at least by a factor of 2. Noah was musing the possibility of isolation, but in the depths of his heart, he knew that it wasn't something he would do, just lock himself away. He knew that eventually there would be someone or something that takes the reins, and in his isolation such a being or their forces could appear and destroy everything he had built. Hell terra firma was isolated and unique, but even he could go in and out. What if another force came that could do something similar with all these ongoing changes? No amount of isolation would be enough. So was there actually a choice, or an illusion of one? He would actively continue to be involved, because his involvement led to something like this. He raised his and observed the golden flames burning around him, to become a burnt one, to be singed by the flame of the wheel. It seemed to carry a grandiose meaning as he wandered apart from Tam of the Singed. How many more lay out there, within the same frequency of existence, megalos nihilos, across the stretches of the vast regions equivalent to the size of tens of thousands of omnivores? There was one region that was free of any signs of complexity and life forms apart from a single one, a massive creature in the form of a massive 81-legged spider. The 81 legs looked like massive spikes as each one was the size of 1/100th of an omniverse, and it held 9 shining gold eyes that looked ahead with wisdom and serenity. The gold eyes showed a shocking level of complexity that far exceeded anything a pioneer could exhibit, as they could seemingly see through too many things. Its exterior looked white gold as at this moment, it was staring out blankly as an intent radiated from it, almost as if it was talking to itself. There exist a great many parasites out there, but a parasite of existence like you is rare. Lazy, slovenly, and idle in nature, and yet the spread is rapid. This massive entity was talking as if there was someone before it, and yet it was the only form of life here, but it continued regardless. You clutched onto my underlings and then latched onto my weavings through that connection. A blind spot. But even then, I sensed it right away as soon as it occurred. Its words were filled with ancient power as it became silent after these last words. As if it was waiting, and after a few seconds, another voice echoed out, also from the massive white gold spider, "Why did you leave me be? I have only continued to assimilate small parts of you since then. Even now, you could cut these parts off and extinguish me at will, and yet you haven't. Why, it was always a why. The eyes of the massive spider sparkled at such a question as it answered calmly, you should have felt it too the moment that you latched onto me. You became burnt beyond recognition. You were singed by my very own existence as from that moment on, you became part of something larger. The moment you became tainted by the flame of the wheel of existence. Your position exceeded even my earliest underlings who could not have my lineage passed down to. You became part of me as that could not have been a mistake. So why would I have done anything to you? An immense silence followed. The ancient voice that had echoed out seemed amused by this as it continued, you were called the great usurper, yes. Does this scare you? The possibility of a purpose grander than anything you had before? Becoming singed by the flame of the wheel of existence means that whether you like it or not, events will start unraveling around you. Causality will twist and distort in ways you cannot even imagine, all for the flow of the wheel. You can run from it. Or choose to ignore it, I suppose, but I've only found myself at peace just going with the flow. And hey, there is the added bonus of an accelerated rise in complexity compared to any other creatures. The intent of the usurper was silent at all of these words. After some time, his voice echoed out, you realize that I will not stop assimilating your weavings? In some time, your complexity will disappear as I take it over entirely. Is that purpose for you? His voice carried a hint of defiance, as if he detested the idea of some destined purpose. Chapter 3494 Singed. 4. And yet the reply of the white gold spider burning with source complexity was a somber one. Maybe. Maybe not. If you do succeed in assimilating my weavings, will you still be you, or will my source be potent enough where you won't be the same anymore? Either way, whoever is in control will continue to have access to weavings of the wheel. You will begin to see the flow clearly, and you can decide on whether you will kindle chaos or order. Choices. At the end of the day, it's all about choices. The voice remained as ancient as ever as at that moment, the massive figure of the white gold spider began moving across the gray white space of Megalos Nihilus. Inside of it, a uniquely terrifying will continued assimilating its weavings without pause, far from Megalos Nihilus, within the weavings of the Megalos beyond. Near a pantheon that was known as the Pantheon of DeSoto, a collection of humanoid faceless entities could be seen descending on the top of this pantheon, the aura of a slumbering pioneer and a dozen existence-severing entities arising from it to face these unknown enemies. And even further distance away from this pantheon, there was a figure shining with obsidian gold light who was watching this entire event unfold. It was a massive entity that had a worm-like body for the bottom, and above, 18 serpentine heads sprouted. Each of these heads shone with a golden brilliance as its eyes burned with a terrifying gold flame. What vile creatures are you? To mask yourselves like this bloom along with this change? It asked the question to itself as there was nobody to answer, but its gold eyes could already see what would happen once the outer versal morphons and these faceless entities clashed. Decimation would ensue, and so, it made a choice. Starfall, HUUM, from a distance, an unfathomably far distance. This entity uttered out calmly as the very fabric of the Megalos beyond trembled, an unfathomably far distance. This entity uttered out calmly as the very fabric of the Megalos beyond trembled. Outer versal authorities surged madly as golden flames also converged around them like singularities, forming massive swirls of black and gold that were the size of 1/100th of an omniverse. Starfall, this entity called it, the fall of stars, and yet, what formed were swirling masses of black and gold simmering with an ember of a scorching flame that was the size of 1/100th of an omniverse. Thousands of them formed as when observing the pantheon in the far distance. The single cluster of scorching black gold masses would cover all of this pantheon. The heat was so scalding that after they formed and began to descend, those down below felt their veiled skins prickling even. From afar, the white bands on the faceless entities brightened as they looked up and saw the scene. The outer versal morphons below that were just rising to fight saw this scene and sought to back away in fright. And yet, regardless of their size, they came down with such shocking speed that they were already above the faceless entities and above the pantheon before even an instant passed. Roars of utter complexity bloomed from the faceless entities as terrifying dark towers erupted from their bodies, with some blooming with millions of terrifying dark runes to explode out heavily as if they were directed towards the pantheon below. It would be eradicated in an instant, and yet, when the scorching masses of black and gold came down, all of these millions of runes and towers lit up as if they were paper and became scorches entirely turned into ash. Thereafter, the thousands of scorching black gold masses smashed and uniquely passed through the faceless entities, descending onto the pantheon below as they also passed through the pantheon as if they weren't even real. Outer versal morphons cried out and expected death, but they were shocked to find that they only felt a warmness as these terrifying masses passed through them and the black earth below them too. But the faceless entities, their bodies trembled as the white bands on their heads vibrated only slightly before their white bands burnt away, and the masses within began to wriggle as they revealed themselves right after. But even before they came out, even they became covered by a golden flame as they were scorched out of existence. The scene was horror-inducing to look at as outerversal morphons down below only stared dumbly. Far above, the 18-headed black-gold outerversal morphon had grim eyes as it looked at the wriggling masses that erupted from the bodies that were no longer veiled. Unnatural, unnatural. This was the word that this creature used as golden flames of a singed burned within its eyes. "Oh master, why are you not here for this? What path did you take as all we are left with is your supposed instrument in these times of uncertainty?" The terrifyingly complex entity called out silently as in the distance, the utterly gorgeous scene of thousands of fantastical black gold masses passing through a pantheon harmlessly and extending down below played out, far from here, away from these megalos and expanse away from this frequency of existence entirely. Inside another spoke of the wheel, within the expanse, a secret abode inside of a Blancverse within a Blancverse that only the highest echelons of the logos of the wheel knew of. Here, in an isolated domain, a man found himself confined as all around him, there was only white blankness. In such a space, light flickered as a pristine and utterly magisterial black cat with a jewel on its head appeared, her serpentine eyes looking at the man with calmness as he also rose up to look at her. His eyes flashed coldly as he spoke out. "You give me a mission to issue, one that has caused a rift between the Wheelomachy and the logos of the wheel, and now I stand here confined. Do you care to explain any of this at all?" Chapter 3495 Entanglements. I, a black cat in an expanse of white, looked at a man who was seeking answers, a father who had left behind his daughter. "Oh McAllister, why point any fingers at this moment? In these grand weavings of the wheel, everybody makes their own choices and owns up to their consequences." The cat opened her mouth and uttered such words with a smile as McAllister remained cold and impassive. His source may not be as complex as hers, but he was not afraid of her. He was not afraid of death. She saw his cold gaze as her smile became even wider. Okay, it was my choice to hand you that mission and subsequently, I shall bear the consequences. What answers do you want? I will speak about what I can to the best of my abilities." Her serpentine eyes blinked with honesty. McAllister looked at her sharply as he asked, "Those faceless entities I barely glimpsed before being taken away. What are they? Since when did the logos become aligned with them?" The black cat blinked as it promised to answer the best it could, but the first question alone was already so heavy. She paced around the white space for a moment before she spoke out seriously. "For now, think of them as distant allies that have been with the logos for some time, but are only able to move right now. Allies, allies." This word resounded in McAllister's mind as he asked sharply, "When did the logos of the wheel ever need allies? Even the watchers of the Wheelomachy? We didn't get too close to. Why these beings? For what purpose is the logos of the wheel moving towards at this moment?" Purpose, every single entity seemed to be looking for it. What were the logos of the wheel moving towards now with these faceless entities also at the helm? The black cat was silent as after some time, she resumed once more. "In the past, many of the missions completed had inferences and ideas from them. Assassinate this entity, propel that entity, destroy that alliance, ensure the eradication of these lineages across the frequencies. Many different aspects of what the logos of the wheel has done had their influence behind it. I tell you this to allow you to understand where we came from. As only after understanding this can you understand where we are going. And as of this moment, I can tell you that it is all for greater complexity. Complexity, all of this just for complexity." The eyes of McAllister were dazed slightly as the black cat nodded. "That and more, but you don't have the qualifications just yet. You can gain them. You can get access to understand more if you want, if I want him. And I will keep it simple too. Join us, truly join us, and we can get you your daughter back. I know the regret you feel must be consuming you whole. And you won't even have to do anything crazy. The first and only mission you will be given is leading a few faceless lifeforms to track down the last thing we could recover from the weavings of your daughter before she disappeared. You see, they consider it truly important to wrap up loose ends, especially those involved directly or indirectly in contributing to the change. Your daughter is already pardoned as we simply need the one she became entangled with after her mission. A name we were able to dig out after much arduous work before the weavings of your daughter disappeared. And the same name as your target should you choose to accept it. Before the weavings of his daughter disappeared entirely, she had an entanglement. Who? What was the target being put down for him to chase? He calmly listened to the black cat as she opened her feline mouth. All I have for you is a name. You will have to find its weavings and everything else. Your target, should you choose to accept, will be someone called Noah Osmont. Just digging up that name came with a tremendous cost, as we know nothing else. But this creature needs to be captured, preferably. The faceless lifeforms will do the work, you will simply lead them. What shall it be? A choice had to be made. McAllister thought about his daughter as he closed his eyes, her rage, her disappointment. He convinced himself he didn't care. He told himself he had severed everything, and yet, He sighed as he rose from the white blank space. Let us get it over with, I'm glad we can see eye to eye. It is good to have you back, little guy. The white space around them fluctuated. It broke down and deteriorated as if it were a painting, revealing clear skies nearby as McAllister felt terrifying auras bloom behind him as if they were already there to begin with. His gaze turned around to see the blank, expressionless heads of faceless lifeforms who had a radiant white bar on their heads, and there were 12 in number, as each one did not seem to have complexity any lesser than his. They gave him an eerie feeling as the black cat in front of him spoke out, "You're faceless. Squadron to lead. They will listen to your orders for the most part, and they would only not listen under very unique circumstances." Oh? And what would be designated as a unique circumstance? McAllister asked as the black cat only smiled. Don't worry too much about that. Head towards where you sent your daughter, and start there to find the weavings and location of this Noah Osmont. You get to him, you get to your daughter. Good luck. Whap! With a glimmer, the black cat disappeared as McAllister was left behind with the faceless lifeforms. He glanced at them as the unfamiliar sense only increased, but he buried it deep within himself as he spoke out. Let's go. He moved. They moved. Their goal was someone called Noah Osmont. Chapter 3496 Entanglements. 2. A black cat had disappeared in one region and appeared in another. At this moment, she appeared in a serene blue domain that had a sea stretching out in all directions, and at its very center, there was an illusion of a massive tree. The sea seemed to be reflecting itself above with a scintillating light, but the tree took center point. The trunk of the tree was made up of countless lines, and it had branches shooting out from the top and bottom of the trunk as they connected onto a round ring brimming with brilliance. A round wheel, a wheel that spun with a buzzing humming sound as while it did so, the cerulean waters of the vast sea gravitated upwards before they fell off to the side, creating a fabulous scene filled with beauty. It was a representation of something grand as at this moment, the black cat stepped on the blue waters to near this massive illusory image that had a single entity near it, a humanoid entity shrouded in black, his head entirely covered as only a white vertical band of light was present at its very center. The black cat came to stand near him as she looked at her reflection in the water, her clear eyes, her deep complexity. She looked at herself, and a moment later, she spoke out. Must things be done this way in order for us to achieve what we want? Her words held no doubt, but they genuinely asked, she genuinely wanted to know. And the being before her continued watching the representation of a grand construct before he turned around, his blank face locked onto the black cat looking at her reflection as an intent weaved out from him slowly. To effect changes, sometimes violence is required. A type of necessary violence. The black cat mulled over this word before she shook her head and replied, from my experience, those who rush to violence are those most incompetent regardless of the form of violence it is. From my experience, those who rush to violence are those most incompetent regardless of the form of violence it is. We did not rush to this. For eons, we thought, for eons. We planned. Only after countless calculations and possibilities did we make a move. His reply was a placid one as at such a moment, the black cat stopped staring at her reflection and looked at this being directly. She looked at the black suit covering him as well as the white band shining brilliantly over his face. She remembered eons of a face. Eons, and now, she could no longer see it. Did you have to change yourself for this violence? From now on until our complexities collapse, I will never be able to see your face again, oh Giuseppe. The black cat stared at the faceless lifeform as she asked this, and it was followed by a heavy silence before the white band radiated a warm smile and replied. Out there, the wheel of existence has far too many complexities. And chiras of omniverse and frequencies. Singed ones, and other mysteries we cannot even fathom. Choosing to go against the wheel is tantamount to choosing death. Unless there is true confidence behind everything, I would not have changed. To be able to stand for what is to come, to be able to fight the terrifying monsters out there. Sometimes the only solution is to become one yourself. WAO. And once we succeed, our weavings of existence will never collapse. Wait for me. Continue waiting for me. When the dust settles. When the wheel burns like never before. When all frequencies stand below our feet. Wait for me. The words were filled with conviction and confidence, and a black cat listened to them calmly as she couldn't reply. Weavings continued to unfold, the wheel continued to turn, in another frequency of existence entirely. Weavings of change continued to unfold as causality spun its web, within the expanse, inside a stretch of a vast golden sea. Golden titans floated within in large numbers, as at the very center, a massive golden titan brimming with source complexity opened its eyes. I can finally move freely, but a heavy golden brilliance burned around its body as before it. An illusory scene of events that had occurred not too long ago played out. The scene was showing an obsidian gold-winged outer-versal morphon standing against pioneers of all shapes and sizes as he bellowed out, "Let us end our current entanglement. You all came here to know whether I held the resurgence of the lineage of Megalonians. I will tell you now that I hold what could not be obtained eons ago. The singular Megalonian who chose to dissipate his weavings of existence instead of being devoured. I have taken the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian for myself, a confession, a grand one at that." As the golden titan looked at with a burning gaze and repeated the words uttered by the being in that scene right after, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, is that right? Since a big guy like you appeared, since you affirm the weavings of a Megalonian, and even go further to eradicate my people." His gaze was filled with a brutal rising rage as his source burned. "Let's see, you also killed the pioneers of palaces of dark matter and antimatter, even your own morphons. That will make it even easier. In this budding chaos, the weavings of a Megalonian and what that can produce will be critical. I'm coming for you." So-called instrument, weavings of plans began to be hatched. It wasn't just occurring in this one area as multiple palaces faced the decimation of their people at the hands of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. At this moment, they confirmed his weavings as if they were going to send anything towards him. It would have to be the allure of a source complexity. And so, causality began to distort as the entanglements of the past bloomed into new entanglements for the future. One thing led to another, and the grand weavings of the wheel continued to unfold. Chapter 34, 97 Entanglements. 3. The expanse began to burn with activity. Very few times in the eons past has there been a cluster of organized activity as much as at this moment. Multiple factors came together to bring this to fruition as the very structure of the expanse changed, with many palaces of the expanse experiencing the drop of atmospheric weavings of existence as strings of existence snapped, and rifts of gray light spread throughout. The root cause of a change like this had to be discovered. And while they were doing this, the weavings of the Megalonian that had made an enemy out of dozens of palaces had to be obtained, and so, like a roaring machine, complexity erupted and unfolded towards unknown directions. One of the key figures at the center of all of this remained in the Megalosaneer. He was but a humble farmer, inside Omniverse X999. Secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed, Noah sat on a throne surrounded by plots of farms as in front of him. The figure of Tam of the Singed bowed down while continuing to voice out its weavings. "I seek permission from the origin Singed to uncover more regarding those faceless creatures that are now permeating across the Wheelomachy." The reconstruction of Tam recalled everything up to its death. Within it, the faceless entities took center point in terms of importance. They seem opposed not to existence itself, but the very flow of the wheel. The white band of light on their heads should serve as some form of a veil that keeps their true selves hidden. If ever they are exposed, their weavings fundamentally break down just from being exposed to the weavings of the wheel. I believe these beings are extremely dangerous, and the fact they manage to enter the depths of the Wheelomachy is even more. Permit me to understand more about them, O Origin Singed. Tam made a plea. Noah looked at him calmly and thought of the faceless entity as well as the massive eruption of what seemed like true runes of existence grinding their true body down the moment that it was revealed. As if the wheel itself was against these creatures, this begged a critical question to be asked: exactly what types of entities would be so entirely opposed to the weavings of the wheel that unless they were wrapped in a unique faceless veil, they would be turned to ash? A question without an answer as Noah nodded while pushing his straw hat up and looking around him. Your weavings were perfectly reconstructed as you hold the power of a pioneer. If you want to come in contact with faceless entities that you should be able to handle, you can do so in the Megalosaneer. Here, in the omniverse of the Commonwealth, there should be faceless entities running rampant. Noah said such words as he thought of the memories of a now eradicated sword of the Commonwealth. If it was happening in one omniverse, it was happening in others. Tam listened to this as he bowed down even further. You had already grasped the flow of the wheel this much. Forgive me for being presumptuous in even asking. With your permission, I will take my leave right away. Within Tam of the Singed, a dazzling gold flame still burned brightly as this entity remained one of the burnt ones. He didn't hesitate to entangle himself in more things as Noah nodded with a sigh, sending forward a burst of weavings of information regarding the omniverse of the Commonwealth into Tam before he waved. Go, the Singed bowed before him again before the light of a gold flame wrapped around him, and he disappeared. This was yet another choice that was made. From this, there would be more entanglements as Noah wondered how it would unfold. Tam of the Singed sets out to eradicate faceless entities under his permission. He is able to handle them enough as alarms are raised towards stronger faceless entities, and after a day or two, they descend onto megalozaniras at that time, who would be there to oppose them. Is that how causality will play out? Noah smiled as he thought of that possibility, causality. Entanglements, since he confirmed with himself that he would not go to the route of isolation to prevent being swept by the flow of the wheel. He might as well jump in fully and control the flow as much as he could, so that later on down the line, he would not be put in a position where he was forced to make a certain choice. The more control that he had, the easier the choices that he could make. And as always, the answer lay with complexity. The more powerful he was, the more complex he was, the more choices became viable to him. And before him, there lay a few paths of increasing complexity. One he had to wait for, with him not being able to contact disciple Vashti within the Wheelomachy to enter the channel Bob left behind until things cooled down. At this moment, other watchers should still be questioning her or observing the surroundings heavily. Another path was the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian that many would chase after, meaning powerful entities would rush to wherever he appeared, but this time, they knew his terrifying level of power as it would not just be pioneers of existence, and even the pioneers of existence that would come maybe of extremely high tier as defeating them would not be as easy. And when source complexity entities arrived? It would only mean a body of his getting captured, so once more, it boiled down to power and complexity. At this moment, he did not fear pioneers of existence as every single part of his was truly severed, with some surging up towards the first blockade. The 27th severing where the resources required jumped up by 3 times. At this moment, only cheats had crossed this threshold as coming in close behind were Infinity, Quintessence, Protagonist, and a few others, but at the same time, his heart was telling him to sever the atlas of existence itself and the systems of existence contained within it many times over. Because what would happen if he was able to sever the system of existence of the Singed to the theoretical 81st severing? Chapter 3498 Entanglements. 4. There were many possibilities on which routes he could take regarding his own complexity, just as it was a daring question to ask what would happen if he was able to sever the system of existence of the Singed to the theoretical 81st severing. It was just as daring to ask what cheats would bring if it reached that same height, or infinity. Or mana, or even the Amaranto's rune of existence. Each possibility seemed to hold heavy implications as the main thing in all of this were the required resources for the severings. This was the fuel to his complexity at this moment as he felt like the more rounds of severings his aspects went through, the more complex he would become to the extent that even entities who had attained their source would be manageable to him. Source complexity, many wondered just what shocking intricacies such a stage held, but Noah didn't have to. He had a source complexity entity tell him exactly how her power felt at that stage as from this. Noah was confident in not being able to suppress one at this moment. He thought of the qualities Barbados spoke of and shook his head. A source is a qualitative jump. To overcome it, his figure rose from the throne and arrived before a stellar blue stalk that had bloomed into a tree. He felt the vibrant complexity of this tree he was cultivating as after a few seconds, he spoke commandingly to the Infiniverse Megalo's body standing calmly beside his throne. Proceed with the switch. The Infiniverse Megalo seed cannot be collecting dust in hell terra firma like this. Yes, many answers lay in hell terra firma. The answer to rapid complexity without much danger lay in hell terra firma. Satellites had been deployed. The lands were being mapped. More settlements would be conquered as more pioneers would follow, and eventually even source complexity entities, but hell terra firma still held something far too critical, the Infiniverse Megalo seed itself. The secondary Infiniverse Megalo seed was a good representation, but it was a shell compared to the Infiniverse Megalo seed within hell terra firma, the extremity vein there. The Alathian havens there that were forged unceasingly. Its complexity that exceeded many omniverse, and the fact that even though its components had undergone true severing, it was locked away in a place without authorities to show just what heavy brilliance it could now unleash. But most of all, Noah's connection to the infiniverse megaloseed was unbreakable, irrefutable, indefatigable. He was singed, his ordinances were singed, the pillars of authority that made up the infiniverse megaloseed were also singed. Just what did something like that mean? To be touched by the flame of the wheel of existence, entities were elevated to a shocking extreme, but it was something that could not even be passed on to one's lineage. In history, has a planet ever been singed? A galaxy? A reality? An existential domain? An omniverse? A megalos, the infiniverse megaloseed was something far more special than any of these, and at this moment, it became singed. It couldn't be locked away any longer. I was just waiting for the command, Master. All preparations have been set. Beside his throne, the infiniverse megalo's body smiled brilliantly as everything began to shake. Noah's body was surrounded by an ever-burning golden flame as he looked at his stellar farm before taking a step forward, disappearing from this domain and reappearing outside of it a moment later. Outside, many things had changed. The stable frequency gateway that looked like a wormhole stood like a multicolored circular sea by itself. Above it, the bounds of the secondary infiniverse megaloseed had been pulled and miniaturized as currently, it floated like an incandescent star above the frequency gateway. That was where Noah had just come from. The infiniverse megalo's body already prepared everything as Noah stared at the frequency gateway below, the miniaturized infiniverse megaloseed beginning to descend freely at this moment, past the frequency gateway, in hell terra firma, at the center of an advanced metallic technological base where not even a fly could pass through. Another body of Noah stared at the infiniverse megaloseed that was currently the size of a basketball, just as it could deny the terrifying rulings of hell terra firma to expand into hundreds of miles while its power increased. It could miniaturize itself with even greater ease. The dazzling multicolored frequency gateway that was now a stable channel was easy to isolate and leave by itself. The miniaturized infiniverse megaloseed now slowly descended onto the channel as beside Noah, Barbados, Ruination, and the infiniverse megalo's body looked at this with shining eyes. Those who were locked within could be taken out in just a few more days safely. This method would be even quicker while achieving a terrifying feat. As the process unfolded, Noah turned to look at Ruination. You go in as well. Let us see how bright your flame is. The autonomous quintessential androids will take care of things here. Ruination was another unbreakable connection that was nearly a part of Noah, another burnt one. She couldn't remain in hell terra firma to collect dust either. The crimson-haired girl looked towards her master and nodded, her figure sprinting on the metallic floor below them before she arrived on the outer ring of the frequency gateway and dove down gracefully. Things went in, and other things would come out. The infiniverse megalo's body here held bright eyes as she spoke, monitoring for any changes as the infiniverse megaloseed and the secondary infiniverse megaloseed both crossed through the frequency gateway simultaneously. Two unfathomably massive objects were miniaturized and passing across the same gateway. It was a critical point in time as Noah closed his eyes, feeling his connection to both as they traveled across the only stable channel in and out of hell terra firma. A moment where another choice was made that would heavily change the direction of the flow of weavings from here on out. Chapter 3499 The Embers of a Flame. A stable pathway that, the moment it was established, fissures and cracks extended across the expanse as an unraveling reached an irreversible point. A change bloomed. Whether it was a piece of the puzzle or a main part of it didn't matter. Whether it was simply a small domino, a grand piece that was tipped over and caused everything else to fall did not matter. What mattered was that it was there. That one could pass through hell terra firma and out, and at this moment, something utterly massive crossed out. It was made small. It crossed the waters of the channel rapidly as while sharing the unbreakable connection, Noah observed it all. Beside him, the infiniverse megalo's body continued her monitoring, approaching 50% progress across the frequency gateway on both sides and accelerating. A unique point approached. Within the channel, the secondary infiniverse megaloseed and the infiniverse megaloseed passed each other. Fantastical arcs of multicolored light flashed between them almost as if the infiniverse megaloseed was about to pull and swallow the secondary infiniverse megaloseed whole, but all there remained to be this interaction of arcs of light that allowed for a small segment of the secondary infiniverse megaloseed to be pulled into the infiniverse megaloseed. A farm and its radiant cerulean haven it was on, that was it. The two objects passed each other and accelerated ever faster. In hell terra firma, Noah got ready to receive the secondary infiniverse megaloseed. Outside of hell terra firma, another body of his got ready for the return of the infiniverse megaloseed for the first time since its disappearance. The passage of the infiniverse megalos seed outside of Hell Terra Firma has been deemed a success, and intent rang out. From the infiniverse megalos body within Noah's mind, it was the affirmation of a successful action as on the other side of the frequency gateway, a blinding ball of brilliance ascended with a terrifying weight and pressure. With its ascension back into a frequency of existence, its complexity was shooting up rapidly as what it was made of was completely severed: mana dynamics, relativity, genesis, dreams, Helios, polarity. All these and more were severed as if the pillars of a structure became even more immense. The structure itself would be even more so, but there was something else in addition to many severings. All these severings had been affiliated with burns. The infiniverse megalos seed itself became afflicted with these burns. It became singed. At this moment, it broke out of the frequency gateway entirely and spun above the isolated domain within Omniverse X999, and in the next moment, BOM, one of the heaviest explosions of complexity Noah had ever come across, thundered out. It was accompanied by an eruption of a blinding golden flame that covered the infiniverse megalos seed, this flame radiating such a terrifyingly complex light that it was reflected across Omniverse X999 and a distance of tens of omniverse beyond it. That was just heavy and complex it was. Countless changes within the infiniverse megalos seed are occurring and being analyzed for quantification. In real time, the extremity vein is increasing in depth and complexity. The Alethean havens are increasing in depth and complexity. An unknown factor is budding from the center of the infiniverse megalos seed and catalyzing an advanced process. Noah's eyes were bright. He basked in the grandiose light of the infiniverse megalos seed as prompts continued. The analysis of the budding unknown factor causing an advanced change has been analyzed to be the embers of the flame of the wheel of existence. HUUM. Immense heat was given off from the infiniverse megalos seed, heat so complex and so unfathomable that it brought with it countless changes. In Omniverse X999, the atmospheric weavings of existence were low just like many other areas across megalos and air, with cracks spread out across. The moment that the blinding heat of complexity stemming from embers within the infiniverse megalos seed spread out, the cracks in space were pulled together as if the heat forced them close. The atmospheric weavings of existence began to rise up once more. At the center of Omniverse X999, a certain omniversal Ankara looked around somberly as autarchical authorities surrounded him protectively, and yet they felt like bundles of paper that could be shredded at any second with the swirling complexity nearby. All that occurred was being monitored heavily as the one responsible for it all continued to receive shocking prompts. Through the embers of the flame of the wheel of existence and the true severing of existence, the infiniverse megalos seed begins to bloom into the infiniverse megalos. The extremity vein is transforming into the severed vein of existence. The Alethean havens are transforming into severed megalos pantheonic havens. Embers begin to gather intensity at the center of the blooming infiniverse megalos. WAA. The process was shocking to observe. The massive infinity-shaped vein constricted and expanded over and over again as it was made of flame, iridescent golden flames raging over it and roaring out maddeningly. The Alethean havens rapidly expanded and increased in size and complexity as they became severed megalos. Pantheonic havens, all over these different colored havens, massive golden mountainous passages bloomed as they had eruptions of lava like gold flames blasting down and bathing absolutely everything. It was a glorious scene to observe as while all of this occurred, Noah felt his own complexity rising in feedback to the budding infiniverse megalos. It was always like this, wasn't it? The more complex he became, the more complex the infiniverse megalos became, and vice versa. The two of them only propelled each other higher and higher as currently, the infiniverse megalos had taken center stage while it bloomed from a megalos seed and into a megalos. Weavings of complexity have reached a critical level. Embers make way for an impossibility. A sliver of the flame of the wheel of existence has been born in the infiniverse megalos. Chapter 3500. The Embers of a Flame. 2. Boom! An explosive boom of complexity erupted as Noah's body felt a surge of simmering flames, his entire figure becoming shrouded by gold fires at this moment as he turned into a streak of light towards the infiniverse megalos. He had to see it. He could feel the change, but he had to see it. The prompt that came with utterly shocking implications continued to flash over his eyes again and again. A sliver of the flame of the wheel of existence has been born in the infiniverse megalos. A sliver, he moved across vast distances to appear in the core region of complexity, the area that held his multicolored throne, which had countless lines connected to it shooting out all around. It was currently empty and bathed with simmering crimson gold flames, and opposite it a small point of singularity emanating waves of shocking heat was blooming. If it truly was what it stated it was, This was far too fantastical, far too unreal. Nearby, the visage of the Infiniverse Megalo's body formed and gazed at this scene with a somber expression, going forward to grasp what was budding from embers. Her figure became tainted pure gold as what was budding within the core of the Infiniverse Megalos was something that she held full control over. She cradled the embers, she cradled what they were giving birth to, and from the singularity, boom, another burst of complexity erupted as a slender, thin strand of a flame bloomed. It was pure white gold and only inches in size. It felt faint as if it could flicker away and be put out at any moment. It was a wisp of a flame, a sliver of the flame of the wheel of existence. Noah observed it silently. The Infiniverse Megalo's body itself was silent as it looked at the sliver of a flame blankly. It was only after a few seconds passed that a brilliant light returned to her eyes as prompts resumed resounding within Noah's mind. A sliver of the flame of the wheel. A wisp of a flame that carries with it countless complex computations. Current analysis shows the possibility of elevation in many areas being feasible due to it. Current analysis also shows that the brilliance of the wisp of the flame of the wheel is not infinite. The complexity of the Infiniverse Megalos was moving rapidly to analyze the shocking object that had appeared, and with every passing second, more possibilities were unlocked as finally, a clear usage came out. Inside the wisp of the flame of the wheel, trillions of runes have been discovered in its composition. The wisp can be utilized for the transformation of normal runes of existence to true runes of existence. The complexity of the wisp of the flame of the wheel is greater and more intricate than many other things previously observed. It has an effect of purifying complexity and elevating the complexity of those burned by it, as it has been deemed possible to continue the severings of aspects with it in a limited manner every single day. Too much usage of the wisp of the flame of the wheel may cause it to dim and die out. A heavy possibility of wonder came. Changing runes of existence to true runes of existence was terrifying enough, as this was something that the core trace of the wheel of existence did after the input of endless droves of weavings, but complexity could also be raised by using this flame to complete severings. The one thing he had to work extremely hard to achieve by obtaining bundles of resources. This wisp of the flame of the wheel could theoretically perform these severings as per the words of the Infiniverse Megalos, but this was not it. Other applications include the purification of existence itself due to prolonged exposure to the wisp of the flame of the wheel. With this theoretically allowing your existence to develop immunity to all fire-based weavings of existence, prolonged exposure to the wisp of the flame of the wheel will theoretically also begin cultivating raw severed existential power, a type of complexity where all of your weavings can be culminated to a raw power that overcomes any other complex weavings. One thing after another bloomed as Noah found himself nearing this dazzling white gold flame. It looked so small that at any moment, one may think that it could just fade away, but it remained brightly burning above the palms of the Infiniverse Megalo's body who cradled it. Initially, the fair skin on her palm had burned and nearly melted. But the glow of the wisp of the flame of the wheel gradually infused something into her as her skin stopped being affected moments later and healed. The more Noah got closer, the more scorching heat he felt from this small wisp as ahead of him. The eyes of the Infiniverse Megalo's body were burning with golden flames as she asked, "What would you like to do, Master?" There were a variety of choices that could be made as they sought to understand exactly what had been born in the process of the Infiniverse Megalos seed becoming an Infiniverse Megalos. The extremity vein that stood guard at the center of the Infiniverse changed to become the severed vein of existence, while the Alathian havens became the severed Megalos pantheonic havens. But the most profound of all was the birth of this wisp of the flame that came from embers, mere embers, due to the Infiniverse Megalos being singed, and it only became singed due to its connection to Noah, and Noah himself became singed from a single dream he held while farming as he followed up on the weavings of the Wheelomachy left behind by Bob. All of it stemmed from causality and entanglements. Noah once more affirmed to himself that isolation was not the answer, and that he had to keep actively moving with the flow of the wheel while controlling for as many things as he could under his own standing. So he approached the burning white gold wisp as he called out, "Let my weavings be severed by the wisp of the flame of the wheel." It would be limited in number, but the first order of business was clear.